bullshit arguments?
I don't know. This is just what it spat out for me. We got one more.
Okay.
Photographs from space. Modern-day images of Earth from space provide direct visual evidence of its spherical shape.
See, now it's trying to get you to appeal to the authority again. Maybe you need to ask it, like, what can I do to prove the globe that isn't logically fallacious or an appeal to authority? Because so far, none of this stuff's actually proving that the Earth's a ball, is it?
I would say no. Let's see. What can I do to prove that the Earth...
What do you think? So is it going to be stand up? Like a double... Let's see what it says.
The sticks. It'll be the sticks.
Here are some simple practical experiments and observations, many of which can be done with minimal equipment, that demonstrate the Earth is round, approximately an oblate spheroid. So it gave me the ship hold first over the horizon thing, which we already saw. Go to the seaside or a large lake, watch a ship sailing away. You'll see the hull disappear first, and the mast, and finally the top of the ship. If the Earth were flat, the entire ship would just get smaller but remain visible in full shape.
See, more than just that being begging the question, we can actually debunk that very persuasively.
Would you say that it's just an optical illusion?
Yeah. The horizon is an optical limit. It's perspective, like where everything converges. That's just how optics work. So it's if you go down to the beach and you observe the horizon day to day, sometimes you might see it at like 5 miles. In the same position, you might see it at 10 miles later on the next day. 15, 20, 30, it moves around, showing that it's not this like geometric curve of a ball, because that would have a static position relative to your observer height. So it's an optical limit. And if you look up sinking refraction, it perfectly describes the phenomena of an object appearing to sink into the horizon. Because even when you think about it, just on the bare observation, what we're watching is the ship is maintaining a horizontal position, as far as we can tell, and it appears to just sink down into the horizon. It's not actually like tilting over a curve. Yep. We don't observe that. So actually, the observation alone fits more with an optical phenomena than it does something cresting the curve of a ball. Yeah, you're not seeing the butt of the ship poking up into the air as it goes around a curve.
Right.
You see it sinking horizontal. And we can demonstrate this effect on a flat surface, like a long hallway, like a long table, pulling an object across from away from the observer, with the observer low to the surface. Things will appear to just get obstructed bottom up. It's just optics. But that is about the only thing the globe side can really offer in the way of ground-based observations. The rest of that, they're looking into the sky, they're saying, well, the sun's moving, the moon's moving, the stars are moving, so we must be on a ball.
We do have one about stars here. Different stars seen from different latitudes. Go north or south over long distances, you'll notice different constellations appear or disappear. For example, the Southern Cross is visible only in the southern hemisphere. Polaris, the North Star, is visible only in the northern hemisphere. On a flat Earth, everyone should see the same stars.
Yeah, see, just more bullshit.
Why are we talking to AI? Just post it in here. Post it in here. I'll put it in my AI, and we'll be done. Because mine will just debunk all of yours.
You have an AI?
Yeah, he is an AI.
Yeah, you weren't here, Rodwin, earlier. The guy that we had before this was like so upsetting and annoying that this, like, talking to AI is actually refreshing over talking to the human we were talking to last.
Well,
yeah.
At least Napalm here is able to see where the AI is being fallacious and agreeing that these are not like proofs of a globe when we discuss them.
If I may interject, element, you know what could be very interesting to boot? Who are we speaking to again? Napalm? Where is he?
The Napalm?
Yeah, Napalm.
Hello.
Napalm. Dude, if you want to press it further, for each of the questions that you're going to read out, just even as a test to see how genuine or honest or whatever that the AI is, Ask it, for example, what underlying assumptions are there for each of these points, and how are they reconciled? And see if it actually gives you anything, or it says, "Oh, we're not assuming anything. We know this for absolute."
Well, you can already
That could
tell
be-
by the language that it is, because it's saying in the north hemisphere, in the south hemisphere, so it's already assuming a hemispheric ball.
Yeah.
That you're,
I'm curious
you're on.
if it would. Yeah, I'm curious if it
Here
would
we
even
go,
recognize.
Yeah, I told, so I'll read exactly what I fed into it. I said, what underlying assumptions are there for these points? It said, excellent follow-up. Every observation or experiment rests on some underlying assumptions. Let's look at the key assumption behind each of the Earth's sphericals. Proofs from my earlier list. This is a very scientific question. All good experiments require you to understand what you're assuming. So let's look at the first one. Ships disappearing hull first over the horizon. Assumptions. Light travels in straight lines except for minor bending due to atmospheric refraction. The ocean or other body of water surface is relatively level locally. The ship isn't simply shrinking into invisibility uniformly due to distance. So that's the ship one. That's what.
Wow, what a weasel way of wording that. So it didn't mention. Ask it. So you're not assuming that the surface of the water is convex, curved, because it's saying we're assuming that it's relatively level locally. Level means flat, but if they're assuming it's flat locally, then how can they say it's at the same time going over a curve? That's
Let's
a
see what it
contradiction.
says.
Yeah.
Excellent critical thinking. Let's analyze that carefully. In the first example, the ship disappearing hull first, I listed assumptions like light travels in straight lines apart from minor refraction. The ocean is level locally, meaning not dramatically choppy. But you're correct. I did not explicitly say we're assuming the water surface curves outward convexly on a large scale. That's a crucial point. What is not assumed? We do not assume the water is convex in advance as part of the observation itself. Instead, the disappearing ship phenomenon is one piece of evidence suggesting that the ocean surface is not simply a flat plane extending infinitely. Instead, it curves away from the observer. So the observation leads us to infer curvature rather than requiring us to assume it first.
Well, you
Couldn't
see
this
what I did there?
also be explained by the limitations of the human eye and angular resolution?
But see, it contradicted itself because it said locally that the water is level. But isn't the ship disappearing? Isn't that local?
See, it's trying to be weaselly with you by saying we're not assuming the curve, we're inferring the curve. That's an assumption.
I told it to make an even more precise list. So let's see here. Assumptions. What assumptions do we actually make for the ship disappearing? Here's a more precise list. The ship is physically intact. It's not magically shrinking from bottom upward. The air is clear enough to see the ship. Light travels mostly in straight lines over short distances. The sea surface is smooth enough not to hide the ship behind waves at long distances. Even modest waves can obscure hulls. The observer's eyes or cameras are at a known height above sea level. Not assumed, but rather concluded, is that the ocean's surface is curved. Why does this matter? On a flat Earth, the entire ship should remain visible as it recedes. It would simply get smaller uniformly. The fact that the bottom disappears first suggests the ocean is curved downward away from you, i.e. convex. So the curvature is a conclusion drawn from the observation, not a starting assumption.
So what if we can see a horizon at 10 miles from a 1 foot observer height?
And also, if you ask it, given that we have evidence to suggest that we do see bottom-up obstruction of an object from a flat surface at a certain distance, indicating that there is an optical phenomenon, whether it's flat or curved, what would it say to that?
Suggest that. Yeah.
I want to hear cyclones first.
Go for it.
Is it optical?
Is this Chat GPT or what is this?
Yeah, it's Chat GPT. I couldn't get analysis like this from Google's AI. So I just went to the more talkative one.
It's been strictly fed
hold
on
on. Yeah, wait 1 second. That's not analysis. It's not analyzing anything.
Napalm,
it's regurgitating the globe copes that it's obviously been trained on from channels like ours.
Yeah,
because this is the exact kind of illogical fallacy, begging the question, weaselly word
Just
use
like what
that we
flat
hear
earthers
from the
do. That's
globalists.
crazy.
I
So
was just going to say, oh,
if we see the
sorry.
sorry, Mick.
I was just going to say, Napalm, if you're interested, check out Perplexity. It's another one that's that's readily available, and it actually provides references to the shit that it used to spit out whatever it's spitting out.
Perplexity is that AI?
Perplexity, yeah. It's pretty good.
Well,
Check
then
it out.
Napalm, ask it what it means when we see a horizon at 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer height.
Well, I asked
Because that
one
wouldn't make
in
sense.
the meantime. I said, given that we have evidence to suggest that we do see bottom-up obstruction from a flat surface, wouldn't this suggest that the hole disappearing is an optical event and not a physical one? I said, what you're proposing? You're saying we see bottom-up obstruction even across flat surfaces sometimes. So maybe the ship's hole disappearing is just an optical effect, like perspective or atmospheric effects rather than evidence for curvature. This is a legitimate objection and worth examining thoroughly. Let's separate two ideas. 1. Perspective shrinking. On a flat surface, objects get smaller with distance. However, the entire object remains visible, the top and bottom both shrink uniformly. On a flat plane, there's no geometric reason for the bottom to vanish while the top stays visible. This alone does not explain bottom-up disappearance. 2. Atmospheric refraction and optical effects. Now, you're right that heat differences between air and water can bend light. Over water, layers of warmer or cooler air create mirages. Sometimes distant objects appear compressed, stretched, or shifted. This can produce some bottom obstruction. This is a valid point. So is hole disappearance purely optical? Not entirely. Let's consider 3 pieces of evidence. Repeatability under different conditions. On clear days with stable air, the hole still disappears bottom first. Even on land across large flat expanses like salt flats, we don't see objects vanish bottom first as they recede. Over water, the effect occurs consistently beyond certain distances, matching calculations for Earth's curve. If it were purely optical, conditions would vary the effect much more chaotically. B. Measurable hidden height. People measure observer height above water, distance to the ship, how much of the ship disappears. Calculations using Earth's curvature predict exactly how many feet of a distant object will be hidden. Measurements match those predictions quite accurately. Optical explanations struggle to produce such precise consistency. C. Photography from different elevations. If you stand at sea level, the hole disappears. If you climb a tower, the hole reappears. This strongly suggests a geometric effect rather than purely an optical one. The higher vantage point, quote, sees over a curve on a flat plane. Higher altitude changes your viewing angle, but wouldn't uncover the bottom of an object blocked only by perspective. But optical effects do contribute. It's not either or. There's a lot more
amazing. Well, that's pretty amazing because it spoke specifically about the observations matching the claims of the globe curvature, which is a blatant lie, because that's why we're here. That's why flat earthers exist, because people have gone out and checked, and it doesn't match the globe claim. Which is why I was asking you to ask it, what if we see the horizon from 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer height? Because from a 1 foot observer height, the horizon, this curve of the ball, is supposed to be at 1.2 miles. But we've seen it like 10 times further.
All right, I'm going to ask this exactly how you were. So you said, what if we see the horizon
over 10 miles away?
10 miles away.
From a 1 foot observer height.
1 foot observer.
And if you're looking in the chat, people will be posting videos and images of this kind of measurement, observation, that you can do, which is what we recommend you go and do, so that you can see how full of shit ChatGPT is.
It says, fantastic, this is an excellent specific test case. Let's analyze it carefully. First, let's compute what we should see on a spherical Earth, then discuss what it means if you see the horizon farther than predicted. Oh, I got a ping. Let's see this first.
Oh, no, please continue. Please continue. It ties into what you're talking about.
Calculating the horizon distance. Oh boy, we got math here. On a spherical Earth, the distance to the geometric horizon from an observer height, h, is approximately... oh, man. I'm going to go ahead and screenshot this equation, and I will post it.
Well, it should be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, so you can just skip by the equation and tell us what it says, how far away it says it should be.
So about 1.2 to 1.3 miles is the answer.
That's what I said, right?
Yep.
But we're seeing it beyond 10.
Seeing the horizon 10 miles away. If you're standing 1 foot above the water and claim to see the horizon at 10 miles, that's about 8 to 9 miles farther than the spherical Earth geometry predicts. This raises two possibilities. Possibility 1, atmospheric refraction. The atmosphere bends light downward, extending how far you can see. This is called terrestrial refraction. Under normal conditions, refraction might extend the visible horizon by 5 to 15% beyond the geometric horizon. For a 1.2 mile horizon, that's only 1.3 to 1.4 miles, not 10 miles. So under normal conditions, refraction can't explain such a large increase, but under unusual conditions, such as temperature inversions, cold air over warm water, light can bend dramatically, creating superior mirages. You might see distant objects far beyond the geometric horizon. This is rare, unstable, and often produces distortions such as looming or
That's
inverted
objects.
images.
Not
Tell
the
it.
horizon itself.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
talking
on.
about-
Tell it the water was 63 degrees and the air temperature was 67 in that 10-mile shot, and see what it says.
Well, hold on. Yeah, let's hear the rest of it. But also notice how it
Alright.
said you could see objects beyond the geometric
Objects.
horizon, but it's not talking about the horizon itself.
Itself, right.
It's being,
Thank you.
It's being again weaselly in there. But go on, continue. Let's hear the Cope GPT.
Possibility 2, misidentification. Sometimes people think they're seeing the horizon, but they're actually seeing a band of haze or clouds near the horizon.
Wow.
Distant objects, ships, buildings appearing isolated above water. The water's surface blending with sky color. So it's possible you're looking at something beyond the horizon, but not the true edge of the Earth's curvature.
Wow. So it chooses to gaslight you and not offer you an actual option, which is that there's just no curve.
And let's see, possibility 3 here. This is the last possibility. Possibility 3.
You tell it the extra possibility.
Well, hold on. Let's see what the last possibility is. Let's see if it's going to be honest.
Measurement error.
Oh,
Was your
gaslighting
eye
again.
exactly 1 foot above the water? Did you measure distance with GPS, maps, or just estimation? Over flat beaches or oceans, distances can be deceptive. A small error in eye height makes a massive difference. At 2 feet, the geometric horizon goes to 1.7 miles. At 6 feet, it's 3 miles. At 10 feet, it's 3.9 miles. Still nowhere near 10 miles, but worth checking carefully. So what does this mean? Seeing the horizon 10 miles away from a 1 foot height is not normal on a spherical Earth. Under rare atmospheric conditions, you might see beyond the normal horizon, but this is an optical effect, not evidence that the Earth is flat. Persistent, consistent 10-mile horizons at 1 foot height would indeed contradict spherical Earth calculations, but such reports don't hold up under controlled measurements. Key point, even if you see, quote, further than normal objects beyond the geometric horizon appear distorted or lifted, the surface itself doesn't flatten out into view, light is simply bending. So this observation, if genuinely verified, would suggest an unusual optical effect, likely, a measurement error, possible, a serious challenge to Earth's curvature, extremely unlikely given vast evidence to the contrary. In
Extremely
summary,
unlikely.
normal geometric horizon equals 1.2 miles for 1 foot height. Seeing 10 miles does not equal normal. It means it's a likely optical effect or measurement error. This is not solid evidence of a flat Earth.
So ask it this one last one, and then we'll stop with the AI. But just ask, is a fourth possible option that there is no curvature causing a geometric horizon?
And the likelihood.
There is no curvature causing what did you say exactly?
A geometric horizon.
Geometric horizon. Let's see what it says. Fantastic. That's precisely the right scientific question. Let's analyze that possibility carefully and fairly.
See how flat earthers ask the precise, correct scientific questions? At least the AI can
fourth
acknowledge
possibility. Here we go. You're
Nice,
proposing,
sci-fi.
what if there simply isn't curvature creating a geometric horizon? Then the horizon distance could be much farther because there's no bulge blocking the view. This is indeed the flat Earth hypothesis in essence. No convex surface means no geometric horizon blocking the bottom of distant objects. Instead, the horizon would just be the limit of how far you can see based on light scattering in the atmosphere, air clarity, object size versus resolution, limits of your eyes or cameras. If there was no curvature and the Earth were flat, there would be no geometric horizon should block distant objects bottom up. Objects should just keep getting smaller, not gradually vanish bottom first. At 1 foot eye height, you could theoretically see many miles across smooth water as far as air clarity allows. So yes, if the Earth were flat, it's plausible that you could see a horizon 10 plus miles away depending on visibility conditions. Why that explanation struggles. However, that idea faces significant problems. 1. Consistent hidden heights. On a curved Earth, the hidden portion of distant objects increases predictably with distance. For example, a lighthouse known to be 100 feet tall might be partly hidden beyond 10 miles. Observers regularly measure exactly how much of it is hidden at various distances. These observations match Earth curvature calculations extremely well.
Except lighthouses have been documented for hundreds of years being observed at distances that far exceed the claimed curvature of the Earth. Another lie by Cope GPT.
Yep. And those observations are not consistent. They always have to invoke some other form of or variable of.
So yeah, it's ending it with a bit of a cope fest, but at least it agreed, in essence, that that's the correct question, and yes, it would mean that there's no geometric horizon, and that is a possibility. Doing a bunch of cope now. Oh, well, the problem is we've got this government space cartoons. Yeah, but that was interesting. You want to finish it off, and then we can move on to the next thing.
I will jump to the conclusion because it gave me 5 different things. It's very
big long. They do big wordy copes. You've really got to word it up for the globe.
So we'll do a conclusion. The last little bit here. So yes, your 4th possibility exists in principle. If there's no curvature, the geometric horizon doesn't exist. But real-world evidence overwhelmingly supports curvature because we see consistent hidden portions of objects. The horizon distance changes precisely with observer height. Lunar eclipses show a round shadow. Satellite systems depend on spherical calculations. A single long-distance sightline, like seeing 10 miles from 1 foot, would not prove flatness by itself because refraction and measurement error are real possibilities. To prove no curvature, you'd need many consistent measurements contradicting spherical predictions, and we don't observe that. Which is exactly
what we've got. Amazing. See how it included in that list? It said consistent horizon distance measurements when that's the exact thing it's acknowledging that it doesn't have in this example. So yeah. Do you find that interesting? That's how AI responds to these questions.
I think that AI certainly likes to throw a lot of word salad at you. Good Lord.
Yeah, word salad, logical fallacies, begging the question, just dishonesty, blatant lies about consistent measurements. If you were to probe it in your own time for these measurements that are consistent, I guarantee it's not going to find you any.
I will have to play around with this more later. Unfortunately, I have to use the restroom and I have to call my job, so I will be departing.
Good man. Well, thanks for stopping by. If you want resources, check in our profiles. We've got links to the server with terabytes of stuff, or someone can ping you the link.
I have to go through my pings.
We're here.
All right, have a good one, man. Nice chatting.
Thanks for swinging by, man.
You too.
Take it easy.
See you, friend. The only thing I was going to add in is that ChatGPT and the other AIs, they are programmed to tell you what they think you want to hear. So that's what's interesting about all of this.
For sure. I mean, these AIs, they're just fed the data that's available on the internet, which is overwhelmingly in favor of the heliocentric model. So, of course, they're going to lean in that direction.
If you go in and you tell ChatGPT that you think the Earth is flat, you'll get entirely different responses from it. Even if you don't say that, if you start telling it other things, then it will assume that's what you want to hear, and then it'll start telling you things about the Earth being flat. So depending on the account that you're on, you can get substantially different answers from them.
Yeah, well, it was just a good demonstration for him because he was acknowledging pretty much every point that was brought up wasn't actually evidence for the globe, and for the most part was just logical fallacy and begging the question, appeal to authority.
Well, here's what's cool about it is you get to let that person no longer be the arguee, so to speak. That they're kind of like a mediator between you and their instance of AI. So,
Exactly.
and
And
then
in
they
some
have to listen.
cases, that's how some people prefer to have the conversation. And as long as they're chill and respectful and it doesn't get too boring, I don't mind entertaining it for a little bit. But yeah, let's move on to a human brain, preferably. A globe human brain. A globe-shaped brain, maybe.
Yeah. That was a great exercise, I think.
Someone,
Absolutely. Well done.
someone
Thank you,
must have got triggered by that conversation. Speak up.
Default name, maybe?
What's up, default? Have you defaulted to the globe? Well, floor's open if anyone has a question or wants to present an argument for the globe.
We had some nice spirals in the side chat, but they're not in here.
Spiraling over the last conversation or just sidebar spiraling?
The guy you were talking to before the last one, and then we had Matt Rat. I don't know if he's even following along on YouTube or what. He's just talking about how we're retarded because we think that you see a horizon by looking down at the ground, but you actually see one by looking straight ahead, and he thinks we can't explain seeing a horizon. He showed a little cartoon to demonstrate his point. I don't get it. He has to look down on his globe, but on a flat Earth, apparently you'd have to just look straight ahead.
I think his argument in that is that it's effectively straight ahead, but so insignificantly downward that you don't notice it. Like in his example there, it's obviously not to scale. You know?
Sounds like another globe cope to me.
But Cyclone, did you see the Globe Believers Creed that I had Chat GPT come up with a few weeks ago?
I don't know if I did.
Hang on, I'll send it over to you here in just a moment. The things that it come up with on its own are quite astounding.
Yeah, read it out.
Alrighty. The Globular Creed. I believe in the globe, the iron core, Baltard Almighty, maker of asteroids, evolution, and the dinosaurs, of all that is observable and theoretical. I believe in space exploration, its only begotten son, conceived by the NASA, born of von Braun, suffered under flat earthers, was launched, went orbital, and was televised. It descended to the lunar module. On the third mission, it returned to splashdown. It ascended into legend and is seated at the right hand of the globe. It will come again with funding and CGI to judge the deniers and the gullible. I believe in the consensus almighty, the peer-reviewed ghost of the academy, which proceeds from the globe. With the globe and the exploration, it is worshipped and glorified. It is spoken through white papers. I believe in peer review for the forgiveness of our misunderstandings. I look for the rising sea level of death and the life of global warming to come. Amen. Now, Point being that my prompt to that,
I think I can hear some globe believers tearing up.
I'm sure.
They're holding their hands over their chest.
My prompt was, I'd like to make a parody of the Nicene Creed for a scientism religion. Help me devise it. And then I put a few lines in there, and then it filled all the rest of it out. So my point is if you start to work with this AI, it will literally tell you what you want to hear. I've had a couple times where friends of mine and I have asked it the exact same question and got answers that were 180 degrees out of phase with each other.
Hey, you guys missed a great spiral from Robert Utah in Pina earlier. It was classic. He told us that you can hold a compass sideways, upside down, on an angle. It doesn't matter. It'll point north and prove Earth is a globe.
Nice.
And he kept demanding that we tell him what the unit of measurement for flat is.
Just tell them it's 0 divided by 0.
I pretty much did. I told him it was 0. He's like, 0 what? We said 0 slope, and he said, slope is not a measurement. Slope is not a unit of measurement. He was spiraling out, man. He was so funny.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I realized something, that the stupidity of the GT has no lower limit. Every time that I think I've heard somebody come with what could only be the lowest limit, the next one comes in and shatters that lower limit. You know, too bad we don't have like statistics like a sports league. Like with baseball, where they count like the fly balls, and we can count like the arguments that they use.
Yeah, he contests that 21-mile observation that Taboo Conspiracy did across Lake in Utah, right? Because he says that the guy must have been at like 4.5 miles away because you can see the smokestack, right? Simply because it destroys his globe idea. He said you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it. You'd see it cut off. He must be closer. and then tries to say that, like when he zooms in and pans to the left, like there's this peninsula that sticks out, right? And he said that's not the same peninsula that it would be there if he was 21 miles away. That's another bit of land that's not even there on the map, right? He just copes so hard, man. I don't know. He's got to be like trolling or pretending or something. I don't know. He's a strange man. Where's the party? You guys, gotta tell you something. I just went back to the globe. Then I left after I purchased my supplies from Home Depot. Wait, you went to back to the globe and then you left it again, and I missed that last bit. It broke up a bit. Well, I'm putting away my cart, and then I'm leaving the globe again. Because you know the Earth is like a Home Depot. All right. Yeah, gotta love that flat globe, Mark. Dude, if you had a flat spot on the globe that they imagine, would it be measured as a flat spot? Or would it be measured as two slopes, where the altitude at the center is much, much lower than the altitude at the ends? You know, because they believe that horizontal is constantly rotating, right? Precisely.
Come on, where's my anti-gravity gun? I need some gravity weapons.
That just reminded me, T-Dub, hearing about Robert, freak out about a compass, saying that you can rotate it any direction you like and, not only work, but prove a globe. I was talking with my students today, actually, of why we put a north arrow only on, say, the floor plan orthoprojection view and not an elevation view, right? Because it'd be the equivalent of putting a compass vertical, which would make absolutely no sense, right? Which is why then the orthographic view is called, say, north elevation or south elevation, right? Because that would be the direction that it's facing. But in this case, that's kind of funny, the parallels. But I also, explained to the students that a compass only works, right, when it's held flat and level. Nobody even bat an eye.
Right, you got to hold it horizontally, right?
They're like, duh. And I'm sure Robert knows too, but he's got a real bad case of the whatever a flat earther says, just say the opposite. Glad to hear he's still around. There's a Robert V freaking out somewhere.
Yeah.
Bruda.
And and Peter, the globe conqueror, the flat earth conqueror, the globe prover, whatever he was called, he now claims to be a flat earther. As of about a month ago, he announced it on X, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him. Trust him up just about as much as Jaren. He's burned all the bridges. I bet he even was cliche enough to say, oh, if you can't beat him, join him.
Possibly, I don't know. Not sure he said that, but yeah, I haven't seen his X video yet.
Yeah, I'll have to stay tuned for his next Globe Apologist episodes. Or at least I saw the trailer for the first one, and it was pretty funny. Just him in his backyard, like donate 10 cents today, and it can save a globe earther. It was like an infomercial. Just kind of a random observation. Even just listening in earlier today on my lunch break, and then just kind of this afternoon, I noticed there was an uptick in people asking, like, why hasn't Flat Earth gone mainstream, right? And it's probably an individual who, right, like, honestly heard about Flat Earth a month ago and have just now, they've been living under a rock or something. But, it really has kind of had an uptick, at least in my observations. And I don't know. It's just something I normally do to my cache anyway, is write research Flat Earth or Earth Measures Flat or 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. But I mean, that's just to kind of make me feel better about spreading awareness too. I mean, it's easy, it's free, it's non-violent, and it's a peaceful protest, right? I mean, let individuals find out for themselves. But it is interesting because it does seem to be exponentially taking off. Like they got to throw a bunch of stuff into the gears just to muddy the waters. Whether it be mud floods in Tartaria or moon maps. They're like, man, they're onto something. Here, throw them off the trail. They're waking too many people up. There's not enough time, to Project Bluebeam, put something in the sky. I don't know. At least in my head, a lot of their end game seems to stem from some sort of foreign threat or outside enemy that they can control and use to further gain control and resource. I mean, even supposedly, Warner von Braun's secretary saying that the final card would be essentially a fake alien invasion. And yeah, I don't know what better way than if you had everybody believe that they're on a spinning globe out in the middle of space, you probably would just suddenly kind of believe, oh yeah, these weird creatures that are now on TV must have come from space. I mean, how easy it would be. But that's just kind of speculation.
Yeah, those things get promoted big time, so they end up getting all the revenue, the revenue from people watching it, and the ads and super chats and whatnot, right? Merchandise, store merchandise, etc.
Might not be.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff does, interest me. I ponder about those things. I wonder. I watch a lot of stuff like that, but and the paranormal and all that. I do, but yeah. Meanwhile, like all that's getting pushed on me, like on YouTube, right? Like, and meanwhile, like every now and then, there'll be a flat Earth. The algorithm will find me a flat Earth content video, like in my suggestions.
Yeah, and it's always one I'm already following, like a channel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think Eric DeBay must be suffering a bit on YouTube because he put out a video encouraging people. He said, "I need your help," right? He's encouraging people to, check your subscription list, for new video content. Don't, rely on the algorithm to suggest you stuff, and like and subscribe, and because that really helps. And all this stuff, he's like pleading with his audience, please help me, please get the word out.
Yeah, I know he moved back to the States, I believe with his family, actually, just because obviously a lot more expensive than Thailand.
Yeah, he might be thinking that was the wrong move, eh?
Yeah, I had wanted to ask him actually during our interview. And the only thing we got to talk about was just basically he kind of lives in his own basement now, and basically had to make the move back home, and didn't really say much about it. But when I spoke to him, he was actually in the States. I had just gotten back.
Yeah, I lost interest after the 24-hour sun video he put out saying that, it could be CGI and yada, yada, yada. It's like, bro, come on.
I mean, don't get me wrong, he probably got that from a bunch of other people, because, it was like all the other videos, but yeah, I hear you, for sure.
Well, he put it out so quick, right? He wanted to be like, one of the first ones out there, so just put out a bouquet of reasons, but
don't get me wrong, it doesn't prove anything, but I am still kind of like, who the fuck knows? Like, Whitson and Jaren aren't getting any more trustworthy, in my opinion, and they still have yet to supposedly drop this data. like what? I don't know. But again, it's kind of a nothing burger too for me.
Welcome back, goofball. Saw you lighting up there a bit.
What's up?
Yeah, that
retarded.
What shape is the Earth? I don't know. I'm a dumb, stupid retard. I don't know what shape the Earth is.
Do you think flat's a shape?
Happened right in front of me. I don't believe anything unless it happens right in front of me.
Do you think flat's a shape?
In front of me, then it didn't happen.
Do you think flat's a shape, brother?
If something doesn't happen directly,
Spasm.
This is what happens when you're on the globe, man. You don't know what is. Can't even answer a question.
It always surprises me how a lot of these globers spaz out so quickly, man. It's almost like just the calm conversation evades them at times.
Definitely been. I find that my calm voice actually just pisses them off even more.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, so you're just calmly retarded then. They just can't conceive that there's a logical reason for knowing flat Earth.
And that there's people who want to share and talk about it, discuss it. I mean, wow. To think you got to explode like that. And probably listen every day, like an absolute crazy person.
I feel like there used to be a little bit more, I guess, just refined debate, like from genuine globers. But now, you know, and it's like you would go into depth on certain things, you know, but now it's like they kind of seem short-lived, the debates. No one's really bringing any evidence or any kind of genuine. It just seems kind of slapstick. Just, I don't know. I almost feel like the guys who brought the genuine debates, they've just like retreated to ponder on it, maybe in secret. That holy shit, maybe it is flat.
Yeah, that definitely might be the case, right? I mean, like, by 2025, you'd think a majority of at least the intellectual bell curve has already realized the truth that the Earth is not a globe. But I'm right there with you, too. Like, I find it absolutely entertaining and sometimes even hilarious for some to even realize, you know, like, oh, wow, there's flat Earth, you know, like, or there's flat earthers. I guess, and it comes with the generations, but yeah, it is getting thin, bottom of the barrel, as they say.
Yeah, I think the whole Antarctica trip, you know, definitely created a shift. But I think it creates a shift. It kind of divided people that were honestly like that weren't holding on to Gleason or whatever, and then you had the people holding on to it who just couldn't reconcile the difference. And you know, whether it happened or not, or I mean, that the surface is still measuring flat, so it really creates. It's like creating a new landscape. I feel like.
I've always seen it, or at least I've had the realization over time, especially because I mean, I was right there with anybody else in 2015. Like, yeah, that must be the map, right? Until it was explained to me, or you know, this one little aspect doesn't work, or but then you know, coming up to 24/7, I think it was maybe India or actually Mimas who said it. He was like, "How would you even know that you were looking at the right map if you saw it?" Right? Like, you still don't have the God's eye view of Earth. So what the heck are you talking about? You know, like even if you were okay, like yeah, I'm gonna go to everywhere knowably possible on Earth, and I'm gonna use the sky. Okay, now what about the rest of the parts that I can't go to? Am I just gonna make it up? No, like, and that's why I've even come to kind of just like maybe some things are unknowable. Like maybe there are actually even regions on the map, such as islands in the ocean, if you will. I really don't know. I mean, there's stories of Meru and Atlantis, and you know all kinds of Lumeria. I mean, all these sunken islands, if you will, in quotations. that you would simply just have to not draw on a map and it would be gone. Simple. So to like fall in love with a map is just kind of ridiculous. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, they may have been there, and again, reifying a model or affirming the consequent. I mean, and that's why it's a nothing burger. And it is pretty great that people are kind of throwing away the AE projection and really this idea that flat Earth even has a model, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's kind of funny they can't even decide whether we have one or we don't, let alone all the reason at the same time, not realizing they don't have a globe in the first place. Nobody has a model, and that's the truth of the matter. Nobody has a working scientific model of reality, and that's just the fact, and I do think some people, it can take a lot for that realization, even flat earthers, Sure, you can know the earth measures flat, but what does it look like is still sometimes maybe just a human thing. I don't know, maybe it's a part of the human construct. We tend to wonder where we are if we were never told, or if we don't know where we came from. We'll just keep searching and searching, won't we?
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a need for completion, for our brain. We're so used to kind of having this feeling of knowing our territory, like you own a home, the borders of your home and all of this. And it's, I feel like people, they have this need to have the model rather than embracing the mystery that, okay, the realm is measuring flat. We know that much. But as far as things we really can't access, like the luminaries, I mean, that, I think surrendering to God in that respect is, can bring you more knowledge because you can focus on what you can measure.
Yep. Now, what you said is actually pretty appropriate. So some of the alleged big names, people that people know, flat Earth, at one time in their career, they were saying, "Hey, I don't have to replace all your stories and all your models if I just falsify your worldview." And then later in their career, they're like, "Hey, I feel a sense of responsibility to give people these answers that they're missing now." And the problem is when you say to yourself, I have a responsibility to give answers, maybe you start not being as scrutinous of your claims as you used to be. You start giving them answers just to fill in voids without actually doing your due diligence about those answers. So you end up making a lot of stupid claims. And you end up giving people a false idea of what's really going on.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. It's almost like they grew the attention and then, maybe unconsciously just went right back to trying to measure the border again, and figure it all out. They're like, yep, Gleason, that's it. We got it, and I think the truly honest person is able to let go of that when new evidence suggests itself and just release it all together. Be like, all right, we try to get too big for our britches, so to speak. Let's stay back on the ground.
Yeah, people take it too far, don't they? Yeah, like you said. But I liked, you brought up about people wanting those answers and like where are we? Who are we? Where are we? Right? And you say, well, we're here. We're here. This in this place. Yeah, and they say, but where is that? Where's that located? Right? So then they want to think about it as having a location instead of being the location. Well, why? Why is that a necessity? What if that's not the case? What if this just is the place? And that place is its own location. It doesn't. It's not in a place. It is the place, right? Like,
Yeah, it's the hierarchy of reality. So if space is created, right, then that means that the creation of space came from something that's non-spatial, right? It would have to be. Make sense? versus the other way around, which would be space is the creator of the non-spatial. How would that make sense? That doesn't seem to make any sense because space would already exist. So then how could it create something that's not itself, in the sense of it's like the negation of itself? That's like trying to get a chicken to lay an egg that's made of nothing. Like, not going to happen. It's either going to lay an egg or it's not going to lay an egg. It's not going to make an egg of empty space that has no space in it. That's retarded. So people can't wrap their heads around the idea that the ultimate source of the spatial, temporal, energetic world is something that is beyond that, something that doesn't need any of those things. Brother, what up? If you're talking to us, we can't hear you. Going out.
Yeah, it sounds like your mic's going out, Bennett.
Still sitting.
Nada. A little back to that topic of like the shift in epi content. I was wondering, did Flatzoid kind of like change his kind of narrative?
Well, he wants to talk more about the biblical side of the approach rather than the confrontational debates with Glovers.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was like just following somebody new, but I was like, wait a minute, like, oh, okay, yeah, you know.
Yeah, he made a video announcing that he felt that the whole debate community is too toxic, and I think he may have even I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but yeah, I think something occurred which sort of gave him the jitters, I think.
Yeah, I saw the video that the anti-flat earthers made. So you know how the anti-flat earthers are. Basically, like every third or fourth word is an ad hom, right? So basically, they got Flatzoid on like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 ad homs over like a time period of like a year, and made a video about it, and then started like, doxing him, and you know how that community is, like going after him, and so that's basically why he stopped doing that.
Yeah, he's got a family, he's got wife and children. Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I mean, a lot of content has done that in the past, because I mean, like, what's his name, Brian McMullen, right? I mean,
right.
It's pretty common. We get threats from very triggered globies. I've gotten some myself, but it's never like,
Yeah, but Brian never really interacted with Glovers, right? So he got the benefit of.
I fucking love the LARP.
Hold on, brother.
Keep doing it.
So Brian got the benefit of the vitriol from the Glovers towards him, but he never was in deep enough for it to see him change to where he was being that way towards Glovers. And I think some flat earthers are reticent about that, to where the deeper they get into the topic, when they're constantly battling Glovers, they start to have the toxicity rub off on them and they change how they treat people. They don't like it.
That's a good take. Yeah.
Yeah, we see that happen quite often, I think.
I'd be lying if sometimes
And
I
there's a group, yeah, real quick.
game.
There's a group of flat earthers who don't like the fact that some venues aren't toxic to Glovers, which is kind of weird. It's like they want Glovers to be belittled, beat on, ridiculed, etc. And it's like, dude, it's like eventually you got to bury the hatchet.
Well said. I mean, it was definitely necessary. I think, like in the arena days, and the hashing out of the information, but you know the Clone Wars are over, man. Flat won, Globe lost, and yeah, I mean it does start to get old, but they're gonna want payback, you know, in a way. Makes sense. But when it becomes a whole cult following of constantly pausing a video that you're trying to comment on, is yeah, I had to stop watching.
Well, the super toxic anti flat earthers kind of served their purpose, right? Their arguments didn't evolve. We used them as training bags, sharpened our arguments. Now we don't really need them anymore. They can just, go away.
Yeah, they need us.
Yeah, oh, they're chasing us around like crazy. Everywhere we go, they pop up. But they're getting less and less, I've noticed. They're broken.
Looks like we have a smart investment in the chat. Is that a flat earther? If you are, welcome. Oh yeah. Cool name change, man. But yeah, not many hanging around.
DJ might have to go start us an event over at you know where.
Yeah. What's a good topic?
I don't know.
Well, I'll check if there's any. Yeah, no, may as well. Got to keep that number one position, the English hub. I don't know, the vegan channel's running an event. We kind of agreed that we're not going to step on each other, so.
Yeah, fair, yep.
Yeah.
I think it's great that we moved over there. Great opportunity to connect with more people from different cultures.
Dude, I could join their vegan event, totally destroy their whole worldview. That'd be like me in the flat Earth room.
I'd like to see that.
Hey, did you watch my debate where I trashed what's his name? Man, what's that guy's name? Holy crap, can't remember. Nathan Thompson.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, the vegan debate totally ruined his day. Great.
Oh, I wish I saw that. Damn it.
Now, there's a caveat. I wasn't a participant in the debate, but I beat them in the comment section with the super chats. It was hilarious.
It's brilliant.
I think vegans forget how much wildlife is destroyed just making a field.
Here, how about red tide?
Ugh.
How much red tide happened from the? I can't remember if it's the Mississippi River in the Gulf of Mexico, I believe, because all the runoff from the pesticides in order to have enough agrarian agriculture. So the name of the debate was the Bible. I think it was the Bible teaches that you should be vegan or something like that. Right? And I'm like, wow, this is going to be the easiest debate I ever won.
Yeah, because plants don't crepeth the earth.
It doesn't, yeah, but it doesn't matter, dude. Yeah, you're correct. But in the Bible, if you're using that as your ultimate source to say you have to be vegan, like the deity of that book says you can eat meat if you want. He actually commands people to eat meat. So there's no way you're getting you have to be a vegan from the Bible. Not going to happen. So after I put some super chats to that effect, the participants who were on the pro-vegan side had to caveat it. This wasn't supposed to be the title of the debate. The title was supposed to be you're more moral than other people if you're a vegan. To which I had previously put a super chat that said, dude, all you want to be is better than other people. That's the only reason why you want to be a vegan. And then they conceded the point when they corrected me, saying, yeah, this whole debate is that I'm a better person than you are. It's actually not about animals at all.
Hook, line, and sinker.
I know. I got them to admit the crux of the issue, where they're only being a vegan because they want to feel like a better person. People. It's actually not because it's more moral or less moral, or that the animals are suffering at all. It's because they want to be superior and prideful. I got them to admit it live. It was hilarious. And then I sent. I can't remember the size of the super chat that I sent at the end, but I said, "Oh man, this was the best $50 I ever spent. Now I'm going to go eat a steak." You know what else, Flatloaded? If you're trying to argue those points from the Bible, the Bible literally says that the brothers who are weaker in the faith are the ones who only eat vegetables. Like it says that verbatim. Those who are weaker in the faith eat only the herbs. Yep. Says right there. If you limit yourself to only eating vegetables because you think it's wrong to eat meat, you're weaker in the faith. So how could you argue when the deity of the book says you can eat meat, and the apostle of the book says that if you refuse to eat meat, it could weak faith? I mean, I don't know how you get I'm better than you to that.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit there, but I didn't realize that it. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. If you're just eating like, I was always taught that plants are definitely, for medicine, for healing, not necessarily energy, right? Even though I guess legumes, if you can really call those plants, but yeah, and when it comes to meat, I was always taught that quality was important, but also like to eat and enjoy every portion of that animal and to praise it, every time that you did have a meal, right? Why you pray on your food was essentially to basically honor it, right? And honor the life force that was there before it. and how it got there, right? I mean, maybe it's kind of a Native American thing, but yeah, the quality of food, I think, is really what becomes important, because I don't know, you can get terrible meat and terrible plants right now, and it's just a bad situation.
Yeah, man, that was my understanding too. The natives up here, their lineage on my dad's mom's side, yeah, they say the same thing. It's a spiritual thing in a way to consume an animal, especially when you're hunting. Right. Natives here, they'll hunt. They go to the animal, they pray, they say, thank you, Lord, bing, bang, boom, and they make the best use of the animal for all its parts. Simple. It's a form of grace in a way. But why not?
Right. Simple Jack lurking in the back. Listen on YouTube, maybe. He's like, yeah, they're going to think I'm deafened. And then I'll strike. But yeah, he's a hoot. If you haven't talked to Simple Jack before.
Y'all have a good night.
Have a good one, man. I was still trying to think of a clever event name. Like Earth Doesn't Spin, changed my mind.
You mean clickbaity?
Yeah, like clickbaity, but not like fake, like Andrew Tate is in the house or something, something like that.
Oh my god. Okay. Fuck, you'll catch a CB with that one.
Exactly. But in asking that question, you elucidate actually the behavior or the response that you actually want to receive. So something like, Globies don't know what science is. Well, a bunch of them are going to come in going, well, science is wrong. Science wrong. They're just going to get it wrong. It'll be hilarious.
I think you just said it, man. there you go.
Globies don't know what science is. Changed my mind. I think that's really the best part. So ironic that they call us science deniers.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
We gonna do
I'm still just kind of brainstorming. But yeah, I think the plan is to, go back and forth, keep our ranks up, and amongst all servers.
And where?
You'll know when you see everybody popping out.
Oh. Surprise.
But we need a good name first. I swear.
Definitely definitely something with change my mind in it. You're kind of like stealing a little bit of a Crowder, throwing a Crowder tint to it. You know, everyone hates him, so of course they'll come in.
You got to think something easy for the English speakers too. Science might be a good one.
Just like India didn't go to the moon.
No, they really did.
They have done it.
Did you see the video?
Don't.
Yeah, bad. Oh, you guys are terrible. I didn't want to do it, but you did it first. Or to make it worse, how about India doesn't know what science is? Combine them, you know?
Oh, damn.
I don't know, like, it's your event. Whatever it is, I mean, people show up anyway, so
it's true.
Not too concerned.
Just put, you can't handle the truth.
Well, Globers with proof only.
Maybe. Depends how fast they click on it, I guess, right? Because if they read that out and they're like, well, I don't have any proof. That's some science.
That might be
guy. You know, like they always do.
Might turn out to be a quiet event, yeah.
Are you looking?
Because they usually do get to that part, right?
Are you looking for one that would be like repeated over time, like a repeated event name? So something that we can keep
not necessarily,
okay.
But like one that would elucidate good content, right? Like one that makes them not necessarily look funny, but it exposes that the Globers say, like the science one, right? They would come in saying science this, no, science is that, right? And it'd make it look and appear as if Globies cannot pin down what science is, and we would stab it every single time. Here it is, here it is, here it is, right? So another topic or title that does that, right?
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with making it like as stupid simple as possible and just say Earth is flat. Change my mind. You know, like the meme that people overlay on Crowder's.
Yeah, I mean that one is pretty good.
Have we used it?
I don't know. I'm sure we have.
Why not?
I mean, we should really have a whole list. We could do one every day.
Yeah. Really? If we get lazy, that one can be an easy, fallback. CB's in the house.
What's up, boys?
I think he heard you flat, Lloyd.
Wait, should we get a Don DeMarco?
Dang.
Why not?
All right, Don DeMarco. Is it quiet today? Like, where's everybody at?
It was okay earlier. It just died out. And
they all went to dinner.
Lloyd's considering putting on an event, and we were just thinking of a name. And he's like, not one that wouldn't have like Andrew Tate in it because we'll summon CB, and then you showed up.
Wow. W. Andrew Tate.
What?
An event for in here or somewhere else?
Anywhere.
Anywhere? Ooh, speaking of which.
Yeah, what about your event, man?
I don't know how much. Yeah, man. Did you
You
hear me
said
talking about it?
Thursday? I was listening to the live
Yeah,
stream a couple days.
man. Hey, man. We got something very special planned
Well, let me know.
for
I'll put the bot in
Thursday.
there.
Okay.
And we could do whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's just kind of a template. Like the way that I click through all the different servers, I just have a different template for each one. I mean, we could just, make a new template, graphics, text, whatever.
Okay. I don't know how much I should say, but me and my boy Miggy, we're working on something very special.
Ooh.
And we're looking to debut our first episode on Thursday.
That's what's up.
Very cool, man.
Yeah, man.
I thought I saw the other day you guys were in a powwow or the powwow room. I'm like, oh shit,
Yeah.
he's getting. I thought you were getting grilled on something. I'm like, oh, he's in trouble.
We were charging up. We were charging up the power level, bro.
Hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah. We're about to get lit. It should be a good thing, man. I mean, I don't know how much I should say or if I can keep it a surprise or not, but 'cause I haven't asked Miggy what he wants to do, but yeah, we're thinking of firing up something very special. And I hope you guys were going to tag along. You're more than welcome to pop through.
Yeah, dude. Of course we'll be there. I would say hype it up. Let's.
Told us all about it.
I told you all about it? No, I didn't.
No, Alpha did.
Oh, he did? What did he say? What did he say?
Everything.
Oh, like what?
Yeah, cat's out, man. Spoiled.
Oh, then I
It's
can
on
talk about
Thursday.
it. I just wasn't sure. I didn't want to spoil it. What did he
No.
say?
He didn't say too much. He just said that it's wants to let people know that we're not just a one-trick pony, and that we address other things that aren't they're controversial, but they're not like conspiratard sort of thing.
Yeah, man. Well, look, dude. Listen, man. I like, you know me. I rock the Fresh and Fit, so I use it as like a template for a lot of things. And the way I think about it, it's like this is Fresh and Fit. We're in here talking to the girls, aka the Globetards, and what I've seen them do is they've diversified. Where Myron and Fresh started their own individual streams. They started talking about other things, different topics, current events, this, that, the other, advice, whatever. They've not limited themselves to just talking to women, right? Or for us, where we just limit ourselves to just talking to Globetards. There's a lot of amazing people in here. Flat, Lloyd, Indio, Heritage, like literally, I could name every single person in this panel has come through different channels, different means, different things to arrive here. And I want to learn from you guys, man. Like, people can learn from us. We're not here for the Globers. We're not just like they're not there for the girls. So, breaking out of that box a little bit and talking about other things, I think can be really cool and beneficial to not just us, but to our audience. So I think that's kind of the mindset is like, and to be honest, from what I've seen, I don't even watch the fucking girls show anymore. I watch, like, Myron does his own stream where he talks about current events or what's happening with the big beautiful bill with Trump, or that is like literally anything that's new, the Diddy case or whatever, just anything. Like hearing a take from someone that you trust and you like, and then letting them riff on those ideas. I think that's amazing. So why not our community of people like DJ and all these other people, let them riff on things that are happening in this world right now, today. There's probably so many current events that have passed us by that we didn't get into, I feel like that is kind of the mindset. It's like, let this community cook. Talk about AI, India, all these great people. We're not just boxed into just Flat Earth. I'm sure they're intelligent guys. and they can cook in many different areas.
So true, man. I mean, think about how many times Indio, on like a day where it's just like, I don't know, sometimes Indio is just like in there. At least a couple of years back, I would just sit in there and talk to him, and he would go on and on about something that was just like, dude, this is not being recorded, man. Like, I should be recording this. Like,
Right.
Are you
Exactly.
planning on
solid
doing
gold.
it in Discord or?
Yeah, home base. Yep.
Cool.
Nice.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, I would say, man, as long as you guys stay like consistent and logical, like the flat Earth topic, I think the world's your oyster. Just because, like, honestly, I listen in on X sometimes, like some of the conspiracy rooms or whatever, and they just sound absolutely bazonk. I mean, it's just like, this is happening here, and I just know it. And it's just like, oh my God, dude. Like, we need somebody with, like, a freaking compass over here, you know? Like, and he's like, oh, I believe there's flat. And I was like, oh, so you don't even know? Okay. Like, throw that guy out, you know? Like, like, who knows what you're talking about if you just sit there and say believe. I don't know. Like, that's what I like about our group is just we're not hyper aware. Like, we're not like super stickler about it or anything. But we are aware of, like, you know, the words that we use and the logic that we use to prove points or to just elucidate information better. Because I'm right there with it in architecture. A lot of people, well, doesn't this symbol mean this? And it's like, yeah, but how do you know that symbol is what they were trying to say? That's a complete logical fallacy. Yeah, but it aligns with the symbol over here. And it's like, oh, dude, come on. Like, now you're just making a story. You're like, but people do the same thing with everything, you know. I mean, so to hear, like, from honestly you and Veritas, you know, yeah, dude, I'd listen to that every day.
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't like Myron's show is really good. I don't know if you guys follow my boy Myron, but his show is awesome, bro. That's literally the only thing I watch. I hang with you flat earthers. I jump on Discord and talk with you guys. Or when he's live, I'll go listen to his show. Learn about what's happening in Iran or freaking the Diddy case or whatever. You know, whatever is happening in the world, he'll cover it. And I watch that. And so
He
I'm
has
like,
good
well,
delivery. Yeah.
that dude's awesome. So it's like, well, we can do that too. So like I'm just using that as a template, like, well, if he can do it, well, we can do it. And so yeah, man, I don't know. You guys should definitely tag along. It's gonna be a great show. Hopefully, you know. And I also want to, like, we don't want to take away. We're not trying to take away from the flat Earth debate. You know what I mean? I know there might be some people in here that are like, "Oh, well, you're taking away from like what we normally do." It's not like we're not going to talk about the flat Earth, bro. You know. And also think about it. All these channels, all these YouTubes, different podcasters and stuff. They talk about all these stuff. How many of those guys are flat earthers? Like, it's like flat earther gives take on this. That could actually be the title of one of these streams. It's like flat earther says what, you know, or flat earther takes on Trump or whatever. You know, like it could be. You know, there's a lot of opportunity there, but like no one.
Dang, man, that's a great title. Flat Earther says what?
Yeah, exactly. And so, and also, you know, like thinking about just the net positive. You know, Mickey's been talking about going mainstream and stuff, and you know, like I think overall, maybe a show like this could help put Flat Earth on the map even more. You know, maybe people want to get interested. Oh, Flat Earthers, these Flat Earther guys sound kind of based. You know, I want to hear more about what they say and stuff, and maybe they'll come and join the Discord and talk about it, talk about the Earth. So I don't know, man. I'm excited. I'm excited for the future. I'm nervous. I'm excited. I don't know where we're gonna go with this, but hey, man, you got to start somewhere. And I'm hoping that people will circle back and want to talk with you guys after maybe hearing our show. So you guys should definitely join, take part. Should be a good one. We're thinking about starting up on Thursday morning. Probably around. God, I'm about to wake up freaking crack of dawn. But like maybe 8 o'clock Central. Kind of an
I
early
need to
time
check
slot for
I need
me.
to check my chart. I've been charting like the highs and low times of like when I can, right? I can't obviously do it like every day. But I was like, oh crap, ChatGPT can analyze information. So I was like, what if I give it all of my YouTube charts and like, tell me the high and low points of every day? And for a while, Friday mornings were like killer, right? Because of some of the events that we'd have there and whatnot. But yeah, it is actually more or less, I'm talking in central time, but it's anywhere from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. most of the time. And that's generally like, honestly, every single day. But then there's like a lot of anomalies. Anyway, I'll compile it together for you because that might be useful if you guys want to
Okay.
find some shows.
Oh, sweet. That's good to know, actually. Yeah, man.
Also, we get a lot of drama during the moon phases. It's very strange. Like when there's a full moon, like expect some
really?
drama in the room. Like,
Wow.
at least it's a strange correlation that I have noticed.
Yeah, maybe
Because
there
it
is something
pulls
to
that
stuff,
monster in
man.
the deep closer to the surface. Dude.
I don't think
That's
it's
a
anything
whole nother space.
gravitational, but
It literally
perhaps chronal.
It is.
Yeah, there's just a lot
Yeah,
of
man.
topics we can get into that we wouldn't get into due to the kind of the setup of what we do here. We want to stay focused on flat
You
Earth
can do the
and
call-ins.
made and all this stuff. So I think opening up, it's still flat earthers and their takes on things. I don't know. I see a lot of potential. So maybe it'll blow up. You never know, man. Maybe this is how we go mainstream, and then next thing you know, flat Earth itself actually gets bigger too due to this. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Gotta start somewhere, I guess.
Do like little sub shows. Flat Earth on the streets.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, we actually came up with a name. I came up with a name. C belongs to the streets. You see? Yeah. C belongs to the street. Yeah, man. We're thinking about doing that. That could be like my little nickname.
Because see, what's
Looking
good
forward to
about
this
that
shit.
is like local people too are really who you want to interact with. Because I mean, unless it's like usually a younger generation person. I mean, no offense to the older guys, but most people don't talk on Discord, right? Or online for that matter. So like them hearing about the topic and general interest, and that there is even more discussions happening. I mean, for me, I never even touched or even heard of Discord until I found a link for 24/7, and I was like, oh shit, all of this. So, I'm probably one of the old souls, one of those guys that would never have been on the internet talking about it, and unless it was for that one little link. But yeah, a lot of potential, man.
Look forward to it, bro. God damn it.
Hey Floyd, if I may ask, what's your age range? I thought you were like maybe in your late 30s, early 40s.
I'm 35.
You're 35, okay. Older generation. Give me a break. Damn, 35. I'm turning 32 this year, so we're not
He's
far apart.
W5.
Are we still taking event titles?
Oh, yes.
Shit.
Gravity is a lie.
Oh,
Changed my mind.
Nah, you can do better than that.
They love gravity.
Hold on.
It's their
Let me
sacred
look at
cow.
the catalog.
That's true. It does bring a lot of good conversation because they're like, gravity's not a lie. All right, which gravity?
The gravity that's related to your consciousness.
Well, you don't want to scare them, dude.
Oh. Isn't it too late for that? Have you checked out the Superman trailer or premiere? Yeah.
No.
It's about what you guys debate all the time, of course.
Debate?
The shape of Earth and what causes it. I hope you started to focus on the second part a little bit.
I have never made a claim to the shape or the cause of the shape of the Earth.
That's unfortunate because those are the most important things about the discussion.
Really?
Of course it is. The cause?
And if I found those things out, then
No,
what would
no,
I know?
it's cause,
If I
effect.
found out
You're
that it was
talking
lake
about
shaped, I'm gonna be like, oh
effect,
shit.
not cause. And you
Lake-shaped.
refuse to talk about cause. Why is that? Why should I guess you're doing that?
Oh man, it was created. Now what?
There's better answers than that, even academic. See?
Like?
Planetary gets woven across billions of years of accretion flow.
Oh
Just like
man,
if you were to go outside, right, with a bunch
mind
of
juice
rocks,
are flowing now.
this uniform material, right, and just start like put your hand there and start like just rubbing around in a circle like you used to do as a kid, you'll start to see things clump up into spheres. Right then and there. Right? So then you got your planetary system and you're here.
Like I said, don't scare
You're
them
going
away.
to get rid of sphere, right? But it's going to take some form. Who cares? But then you got planet Earth over time, just all crunched together and spinning from the residual spin that was put into it.
What spin that was put into it?
The twirling and stuff. The motion up there. You look up, see things moving. Force has to cause something to move, and when something moves, thousands of years of human history, some force had to almost have nudged it,
That's a
and
weird
it has
assumption.
this momentum, and it's just going and going and going.
Wow.
It's not an assumption. I see the sun in different directions when I look up every day.
Yeah, how do you know it's not a
That's what
clock?
keeps it moving. Huh? A what?
How do you know it's not a clock?
Clocks need a power mechanism. It's the thing of force.
How do you know it's not being powered?
You still get back. Well, that's the question. What force is causing it? The cause.
And say you found the cause. There was a man pulling and turning a switch. Now what? You gonna change your whole life now?
With the cause, you have a story about why. If you search even more. And then the why
It's an
helps
infinite regression
fill in a lot of
fallacy,
blanks
brother.
in between that are logical.
You're just gonna keep searching and searching for a boundary.
No, well, if you look down, I guess the thing you guys say it's flat, right? So what I should do is drill maximally down and then across. See? And see what I find.
Okay.
The secrets to the universe would be there, right?
Let's make sure
You said
it's
there's nothing
reality
else going on.
and not a computer.
So I don't even have to go up. I can just go down and across towards the horizon.
Cool, man.
So if I go in this direction, I keep going, and I end up back where I started. What does that say?
Well, we don't know yet. You haven't done it.
Nobody's done it. Thousands of years. All this technology to fly.
Yeah, what does that tell you?
You know, when I went down and across, I found the best answers, actually. When I stopped looking up.
You were looking at the same spot, your computer.
Oh.
You never went outside, brother.
You can look places with your mind. I mean, isn't that where all the information is being received when you go outside anyway?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it, guys. You're going outside. You're just in your mind.
Way
You can
outside.
be outside and inside at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, the scientists have even explained how you do this.
Yeah, just fuck architecture.
Well, you can meditate. I mean, it's simple. They teach you how to do this on YouTube.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Is that physical?
Is it? It's mental.
Is that outside?
I mean, you believe in physics. Would you think magic causes you to have consciousness and qualia of experience?
No.
Well, there you are having these experiences. You can quiet your mind and go somewhere else other than where you're at. You can even dull your senses with your eyes open and it won't even process consciously.
If you close your eyes, you won't see.
You can keep them open and dull your senses, and it actually goes away. It's a meditative practice. You shift your focus enough where your brain just, how can you say, doesn't process the flow.
Oh, so it is different.
There's different tiers to it.
I know,
How do you
that was
think
my point.
Muhammad got to the far east and west of the horizon and saw his wonderful vision on his donkey? He did what I was saying.
Did he?
Focus. Well, I guess
Probably
he
an imagination.
wrote something really interesting. People who do this write really interesting things too.
He also let his wife die, so that's interesting.
Well, not to focus on them. I just mean the practice of meditating and focusing on places and actually entangling your mind with these plasma fields that are all over Earth that we now know about. Yeah. Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah, it's
what are
actually
you
proven.
yapping about? What the fuck?
Here, let me put it in sidechat. It's NASA, so you're going to laugh at it. That's the thing.
Don't mind nuke.
This is some yappuccino.
It is
Don't
an
mind
source, but you're going to laugh at
50-50,
it.
it's a
NASA.
broken link with nothing in it.
Guys,
Where
don't
do you
mind
even come
nuke.
up
The
with
heroin.
this shit?
Straight from NASA, bud.
Nah,
Yeah,
this
the
is straight from
heroin's-
Yappuccino Central.
There's no heroin. I'm black. I don't smoke that garbage. I'm not white. Side
You're not
chat.
black,
There's your
bro.
source. Yes, I am. And you're Hispanic,
That's cat,
right?
bro.
I don't let Hispanics talk to me like that. There goes the link in side
What?
chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Who told
white.
you
There
that?
goes your link in side chat. It's been my life thus far.
What, your cartoons?
What? No, when you step outside, bro. There's your link in side chat about the little portals, the magnetic portals that your goofy little brain can be caught up in.
Literally all cartoons. Like,
Guess, see? There you go. Deny it, because it's not
Nigga, what?
short combo. Jigga who? Jigga what?
Yo, you're tweaking, bro.
You seem to be. Catch yourself.
oh, bro.
Dude, I don't know where you're coming up with any of this.
Lost in the
Nothing, we're
sauce.
done. You just denied it. I'm going to go eat dinner. Have a good night.
Having a
And there we go, Chad. There we go. Classic.
That's all he does every
Bro.
time he comes in here.
Tweakers. Straight
time.
tweaking.
Sounded like it, dude. Like, I don't like saying it. Don't want to keep saying it, but it doesn't sound all there. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, something's off, bro.
He's like, you're outside right now in your mind.
Yeah. Like, what, dude?
Oh, really? I'll just take a vacation real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm back.
Like, it's like you ask him, how sure are you of that? Are you 99% sure? 80% sure? Sounds like one of those guys, you know?
The gluteus maximus of the equation. We also have to ask ourselves, what is the paradoxical exfoliation?
Oh my god, you've heard too many times, dude. You've heard that way too many times.
Yeah, I know, dude. That's such a good sound clip,
Gluteus
bro.
maximus of the question. We also have to ask ourselves, what is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm? Speaking from some crustacean.
Molecular harpsichord.
Exfoliation, sort of juxtaposition.
The harpsichord. Like, what even is that, dude?
Crustacean?
Speaking from some crustacean zeitgeist paradoxical foliation. Like, bro.
I'm just waiting.
What are
I'm just
you
waiting
even
for him to
saying
throw,
right now?
I'm just waiting for him to throw in supercalifragilistic. Well, you know, Mary Poppins there. You know that one?
Supercalifragilistic. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. They might as well say that. Honestly, like, I didn't think Flat Earth was gonna introduce me to like the weirdest weirdos on the planet. Wait, did I just say planet? Fuck.
Get him.
But seriously though, we literally talked to the weirdest weirdos.
Hold on. Creation Bear. That's like a 2-day ban for that, dude.
I know, just ban me now, dude. I haven't said that in a long time. I can't believe I just said that. That's like some Joe Rogan shit. He's like, he's the strongest fighter on the planet. Like, oh my god.
He's on a what now?
Yeah, I know. I haven't said Planet in a long time. But yeah, dude. These guys are weird.
Yeah. By the way, CB, where does that clip come from?
I actually don't
Was it a
know.
Oh, okay. I had thought for
It was
like for some time that it might have been a guy in this room, literally like saying all that.
God. No, no. It was it was like a
Yeah,
it
it was
YouTube
new 30
short that
seconds
I
ago.
found. Yeah, literally. It was a YouTube short that I found where this girl was like it was like a sound clip that she played on her YouTube short. And I was just like, when you're a girl and you're listening to some nerd or something, I don't know, you remember exactly the
Oh,
title.
okay. I see what you mean. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just like, oh, this is genius. This is exactly how the globe charts sound. So I recorded it. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. The gluteus maximus.
For all we know, all she understood was gluteus maximus.
Yeah.
We had to start with that one, right?
I mean, we also have to ask ourselves, what is? Anyway, guys, I got to roll out of here in like 90 seconds soon. I got to roll out pretty soon.
Cool, man.
But yeah, join us for Thursday. We're going to go live, maybe on Rumble. I'm hoping it's also like dual stream on X. But I think there's some really powerful figures in here like AI and Mike and Flat Lloyd and, Neil. Anybody really. I'd love to see you guys there.
We'll be there, man. Is it going to be like a chill chat or like straight up live stream?
I don't think it's going to go on our YouTube, but I think Miggy's working on firing up a Rumble.
Nice.
So that we can get into anything, you know what I mean?
True that.
We can talk about anything we want. Which is the goal. There's so much we can riff on. Current events. There's a lot of stuff happening in the world. I want to hear from the flat earthers, man. I'm gonna have to set an early alarm, but guys, shoot for like Thursday morning or wherever you are. Thursday around let's see, 9 a.m. Central.
All right.
So that means all you flat earthers, you're going to have a shower, brush your teeth, comb your hair, move your computer shit out of your mum's basement, lose 200 pounds, ready for CB's show.
Yeah, actually, literally comb your hair, get your fucking teeth brushed. We're gonna go live on camera.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we're gonna go live. If you want to pop in and show your face, like, I think Miggy and I are gonna be on camera. So
nice.
Damn.
Yeah, try not to get too, put your boners away, guys.
So you're going to have your hair all bleached up and redone before you go on CB?
What?
Straight from the hair salon, straight to its studio?
Hair salon. My hair is always on 10, bro. Come on now.
Is Are you going to stream the video also, or just voice?
I think it's going to be on. I mean, he's doing all the. You know me, bro. I don't do any technical shit. That's all Flat Lloyd, right? But
Gotcha. Because I'd be comfortable with just like with going on video if it wasn't going to go out, but whatever.
oh, I see.
Filter it up, bro.
I mean, just go get your little like get your like voice changer and your fucking your voice and your face is all distorted and shit. Yeah, you can maybe do that. I don't know.
You can
I'll
AI
go buy a
yourself.
fucking anonymous mask, Oh, T-Dub. Whoa. I saw that. He just went on video for a second.
Really?
You just let CB the bird too.
Yeah, I was just saying I'd go on. I'll go get my anonymous mask. The dollar store, some shit.
We eat pizza on the flat Earth.
How does that work?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know, flat pizza. I wish you could see this view. It's not very good from here, but the ocean is like literally right behind this highway. Crazy. Yeah, I gotta jet out of here, boys. In like 10 seconds.
Take it easy, man.
Take care, man.
Join for that show on Thursday, guys. You don't want to miss this one.
See you, Harry Potter.
Almost 10, Nick.
Damn.
I had to.
They're probably fake, so he looks all hip and trendy and shit.
Yo, these are non-script, bro. They don't fucking do shit except for swag. And they're blue light.
There you go.
But you know how we roll.
Gotta have the blue light.
It's for the 304. You heard? All right, boys. I want to roll out of here. I'll see you guys probably tonight. Go ahead.
I said peace, man.
Yeah, take it easy, bro.
Peace out, boys.
Just so you know, CB, hair number 463 is out of position. Just realign that one now.
That's crazy, bro. Why does your mic sound like that, Matrix?
Because I'm on my phone.
Your phone is trash. We got Android?
He's at work.
Doesn't matter what it is. Phones are shit anyways.
He's at work on his phone in the toilet, the bathroom.
This is what my office sounds like.
Oh, is it? Okay. There you go.
Yeah. Probably sounds like a toilet because it's not much bigger.
It sounds trash.
Yeah, well, thanks. Anyways. Now, Flat Lloyd was here. Flat Lloyd, did you have a look at that data set that I sent you the other day?
No, I haven't got to look at it yet, man. Let me take a look now.
What?
It's a data
I just found it interesting, that's all.
actually a globe.
Well, we had the whole fireworks 4th of July family.
Fair enough, yeah. Who said the Earth's a globe?
I did.
Who said that?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's Atheist Junior. Yeah, story checks out.
Yeah, I have the hot take that the Earth is actually a oblate spheroid.
Go for it.
What makes you think that? It's like 2025, bro. Haven't you been outside?
Yeah, I have. And if the thing is that if you go outside and look at the horizon, it looks flat. But see, you have to get to a higher elevation and get more.
So let me get this straight.
It looks flat, and I'm not done talking. So you have to get up to a higher elevation.
It looks flat, and you're going to tell me it's not flat.
So massive that on our human scale, we can't see the curvature on the horizon. So that's
funny.
Try it.
Because there's a dude earlier that was saying boats disappear over the horizon. So if it's so massive, how did he see boats disappear over it?
Oh, because boats always disappear over the ocean.
So who's lying, you or him?
Top, bottom, every single time.
Boats disappear over the horizon, top to bottom.
Yeah,
But if it's so big, how are we seeing that? Wouldn't that happen like at a greater distance than what it's supposed to?
The horizon on our level from a human observation point, yeah, we can see ships going over the horizon and they appear to disappear, going from top down every single time. Can you explain why that happens? It's always
right, but what we're saying is that you're saying it looks so it's so big that it looks flat in one axis, but we see boats go over it in another.
No, that's not what I said. Those two things are not really exclusive.
They're on the same place.
It looks flat. And we can also see boats disappearing over that horizon, and they always disappear top to bottom every single time. Please explain that.
They disappear top to bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. If anyone else wants to kick that around, I'm more than welcome to sit back and enjoy the show.
Well, I want to ask him, right? So you're saying if you're just standing at the shoreline and you're looking out with your naked eye, you always see the ships disappear bottom up as they go out. Is that right?
No, I'm saying that they always disappear in the same way. I might have misspoken. Maybe I need to look a video of myself, but they, because on a globe Earth, the point of the Earth past where the horizon is would curve so far downward you wouldn't be able to see it, and the boat would appear to disappear downwards.
Okay, so just say there's a big boat. No, I get you, right? So just clarifying, right? So you're standing at the beach and you can see a big boat and it's sailing out. So yeah, a big giant boat, right? And it's sailing out, and at 3 miles, right? If you're 6 foot tall, at 3 miles it should start to dip behind the horizon. Is that right?
Yeah, well, I don't know about those exact parameters, but I'll just say yes for the purpose of our discussion.
Okay, so I just posted a GIF in the side chat of that not happening. You said it happens every time, so why didn't it happen this time?
Let me check out this GIF. I appreciate you pronouncing it GIF and not GIF, by the way.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, so is this boat stationary?
Yeah. So just picture, right? So just think like when he's zoomed out, you cannot see the boat, right? Because its angular size is too small. Okay, so if the boat was closer,
though, I'm talking about a boat that is traveling away from you.
Okay, so this one, just say this one traveled away, right? Let's say that this one was closer, okay, and then it traveled out to that distance, and you wouldn't be able to.
High mast, a really high sail.
This is a giant ship, right?
It's not about the size of the ship; it's about the vertical height of the ship. In the hypothetical example.
Yeah, but none of the bottom of this one's missing. Why would the height matter? If none of it's
so it's irrelevant.
Why would it? Right, but when it's zoomed out, you can't see it, right? So just say it was closer and it sailed out to that distance. It wouldn't disappear bottom up, would it? Because when he zooms in, you can see the whole ship again. When he zooms out, you can't see the ship. Think about it.
That's like saying, hey, this certain thing happens in example A, but why is it in example B where the parameters are completely different that something different happens? That's not a refutation.
Wouldn't it you said it always happens, right? That's why I brought this up, because you said
if a boat is traveling away from you. Boat that's moving.
Okay, so what if it traveled out to this distance where you can't see it anymore he can't see it until he zooms in. He can't see it. What's that?
In my example, you're a stationary observer, right? So you'd be standing on the beach. The boat is
just
traveling
like this person
away from you and has a high
Yeah.
sail, that sail will appear to disappear from top to bottom in a downward direction as it goes over the horizon, because the curved Earth that is past the horizon is curving downwards.
Yeah, so shouldn't the bottom of the boat disappear first? Shouldn't the bottom of the boat start to disappear first, not the top?
No. let me look up a video of this. Maybe I can post my own.
All right,
because
I would love to see. I would love to see a picture of a boat disappearing top to bottom as it sails out. I mean, you really haven't thought this through, I think, my friend.
I have.
No, you have not. Please go and look up some videos.
Well, I want to see a video of this happening. This will be quite the video.
Now you know why I pulled up.
Because any type of video and photographic evidence that's ever been presented to a flat earther isn't immediately claimed, oh, that's a hoax, bro, that's Photoshop, which is you.
Stop trying to pigeonhole us into some crap that you don't even know.
Yeah, no, I just want to see one. I won't say it's fake, but I don't think boats are even. No one claims boats disappear from top to bottom as they sail out. Like that's not. It's not how it would work, right? You haven't thought about it at all, have
Do I
you?
need to share a GIF in the chat, or can it be a video? I mean, I
It can
could
be. It can be anything. Anything that shows what you're talking about. Like a YouTube video is fine, or something like that.
I think somebody in the chat is actually correcting me.
Can somebody just post a video of what he wants? Because we have them. I've seen them with the boat traveling away from us.
In the chat, sorry.
Yeah, so LT, he's saying the boat disappears from top to bottom as it sails out, not from bottom up.
Yeah,
he's
I
saying
know.
the top.
Yeah, I got that, and I think he's just.
Oh, you know what? I misspoke. Okay, I did misspeak. It from bottom to top. The argument is the same. I just misspoke. I apologize. It's been a long day. My argument remains the same. So I posted a link in.
Somebody has a video. I've seen them with the boat traveling away. We're stationary, watching it leave. It disappears from bottom up as it's traveling farther away, and then we zoom in on it, and you can see it return into view and see the entire bottom again.
Yeah, I just posted one. He saw it, but he said that because the boat's not moving, it doesn't count for some reason. Now, this one, it looks like the boat's floating in the air because there's obviously a superior mirage taking place. So I'm going to take a screenshot of the floating boat. Right, this one doesn't even look like it's disappearing bottom up. This is just a mirage, right? And it looks like the boat's actually floating in the air, not going behind the horizon. So I'm not sure what you're getting at with this one.
It posted a screenshot and not the full GIF. Sorry.
Well, I'm looking at the YouTube video that you posted.
Oh, okay. Well, let me look at that then.
Yeah, you didn't check it?
I watched it before I linked it. Yeah, I'm watching the video, and then the horizon appears to rise up. Or
why would the horizon appear to be rising up?
Down from bottom to top.
Yeah, and then the boats are like above. The boat's above the horizon, right? It's like looming up in the air because there's a mirage.
What?
Like it's not dipping. It's doing the opposite of what you're saying it should do, right? Because we have a mirage. It's obvious. It's super blurry too.
You know what?
And
you're not wrong. Let me see if I can find a less fucking blurry video.
And find one with them zooming into the boat again, because sure, we see what you're seeing. That's perspective. That's the vanishing point. Zoom into it.
Yeah, so I mean, you can't always zoom it back to view, right? Because obviously in this next one you've posted, there's giant waves, right? See how it's not a flat horizon? It's like big giant ocean swells, right? So obviously, if there's big waves, right, try to find something where there's not big waves that's going to block the boat, because that doesn't count as Earth curvature. That's just big waves blocking something that's getting smaller as it moves beyond the waves in the foreground. You know what I mean? Like, that's a fair request. Like, the one I showed doesn't have any waves, and then when he zooms back in, you can see the whole boat again, but this one's got big giant waves, right? So obviously you can't, like, zoom through waves.
Now let me see. I think this GIF I found is slightly better. I hope I'm not just reposting the same thing again. Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
the thing is, yeah. So okay. So can you see the big waves?
Sure.
Yeah. So do you think that because you've got waves in the foreground that are big, as the boat moves further beyond the waves, the boat keeps getting smaller due to perspective, right? And then the waves in the foreground are gonna block the bottom of the boat, right? That wouldn't be like good evidence of Earth curvature. Can you find one where there's not big waves?
I will try to, but I don't think that is a factor because the water could be perfectly still and you'd still see the same effect.
Well, you don't see the same effect, right? I mean, have a look at this one that I posted, right? You don't see the same. I've got lots of examples of this in very nice clear conditions. So, I mean, have a look at this one.
Which?
Right, this is like a giant ship, by the way, like way bigger than the ship in your one. And see how there's no waves? Right, and then he zooms in and he can see the whole ship again.
That ship appears to not be moving, though.
If there were waves here, yeah, it doesn't matter if the ship's moving. The point is that when he's...
No, it does matter. It's key to the example.
Did you just say waves are irrelevant?
In this example, yeah, the waves are irrelevant. The water could be perfectly still, and you still see the same effect.
Well, no, because I just showed the water still, and it doesn't show the same effect.
Even in the video I posted, even with the waves being choppy, you can see it still goes in one direction. The waves appear to move up, like swallowing the ship, or the ship appears to be moving down.
Yeah, so in the one I posted, if we added big waves into it, then it would look like the same as your one.
Okay, but shouldn't it like not do that at all if the Earth was flat, though?
Well, if you block something with something physical, it's going to be obstructed. Like if you put your hand in front of your bottom half of your eyes, you could block half of a giant mountain in the distance, right? Because you've got the waves. The waves are all over the ocean, right? And as they get closer into where it gets shallower, they get even bigger. It's called shoaling, right? As they get closer to the shallow water, they get bigger, right? So it turns from an ocean swell into a wave. So you're having to, and as the ship moves away, the ship's getting smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective, right? So the waves in the foreground can block the bottom of the ship in the background. So that's why, like, it would be preferable if you could try to. It's just common sense. I mean,
yeah, but common sense tells you when you go outside and look at the horizon that the Earth is flat. But that's not good enough. You need to get more data than that.
Yeah, so we do have more data than that, right? So we can check the math, but we can check the mathematics and work out the distance that the horizon should be at on the globe. Right, and then go start taking tests, and what we've found is that the horizon is never where it should be. We can see it like 10 times further away, 20 times further away. We can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. So it can't be a globe, especially the size that they're telling us.
Why not?
Because you would have to have
who's they?
Well, the mathematics, right? So it's based off the radius value. 3959 miles is the radius value because they tell us the size of the globe, right? So you can even just go and use any Earth curve calculator online, or you can do the math yourself. It's just basic math. Like you would have to have a horizon at 3 miles if you're 6 foot, observing the ocean, right? You're standing there 6 foot tall. The horizon should be at 3 miles away if the Earth's a globe. But if we go out, and it's not there, right? It's like 20 times further than it should be, or not there at all in some situations, then it can't possibly be a globe of that size because it would have to be there, right? If the Earth's a globe of that size.
Okay, but that formula is not accurate over long distance. It's just a
Okay,
rough
so
approximation
well,
that only works for the first few miles, and it doesn't scale linearly. It becomes totally inaccurate at larger distances.
Okay, then, if that is not acceptable, what would you require us to use? And we're happy to change to something that's more accurate.
Well, let me just explain to him quickly that this is a completely accurate formula. Like, you can look it up on. Okay, so this is what you can do, right? I don't want you to try to debunk that, because this is the correct formula, and you can look it up, and I guarantee you that it is the correct formula. Like, if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles. If you're doing an observation from 1 foot, it would be at 1.225 miles away. If you're doing it from 8 foot, it would be at 3.46 miles away, and so on. It depends on the height of the observer. And you can just do the math, or you can go on Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator and pick any Earth curve calculator and just put in the observer height, and it will tell you the distance to the horizon.
Right, but the formula that you're citing here.
No, this isn't my formula. I didn't even say a formula. Which formula did I tell you? But I didn't give you a formula.
Argument, and it's always wrong because.
Well, what's the formula that I'm? What's the
And it's assuming a parabolic and not spherical drop.
No, that's
Hold on. Atheist.
No,
He's
correct.
asking what formula he presented.
Okay, well, which the 39-mile one that you just said?
Look, let me just explain it to you, dude. Let me just explain it really quickly. What you're thinking of is the. No, I didn't. Right. So yeah, you're wrong. So this is the. I guess this is the mistake you're making, right? So you're talking about the 8 inches per mile squared formula. Right. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not the formula you use to gauge the distance to the horizon. This is a different formula. Okay, so sure, over distances larger than, say, 1,000 miles, it becomes inaccurate to do the 8 inches per mile squared formula. But that's what you're going to use to determine the actual rate of curvature over distance. Right? So what I'm talking about...
DJ, hold on, before we go on. In actuality, that formula is accurate within less than 1%. Hold on, brother. It's accurate within less than 1% at greater than 1,000 miles.
There we go. Yep.
Okay.
So yeah.
So this idea that it's so wildly inaccurate is ridiculous. Not to mention that ground-based observations through the ambient atmosphere, according to the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction, you can't even see an object at 1,000 miles. So it's well accurate within much less than 1% accuracy, error, at all observations that you could physically see through the atmosphere. So you're just wrong, sir.
Yep. So what we're trying to determine is the distance to the horizon, right? So the formula for that is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Say that one more time. By the way, I'm not wrong. The person that said that, you just misunderstand basic physics. I'm sorry. Okay, but please tell me the formula you're using, because I don't want to misrepresent you, genuinely. So can you repeat that?
Hey, Atheist Junior. I'm not wrong. So here's the game we're going to play. Okay. Since you want to double down, you go ahead and tell me and parse it out and give us the metric of the error of when that parabola is inaccurate greater than 1%. At what distance? Go ahead.
At 1,000 miles. At a certain distance, it starts to break down. And why would you use a parabolic shape?
Okay, dude. So you just agreed with me. That it doesn't break down to an error of greater than 1% till past 1,000 miles, dude. Are you kidding?
Oh, it does break down at.
It doesn't matter. If it's within 1% error, dude, up to 1,000 miles, and a ground-based observation based on the atmospheric occlusion means that about 300 miles max, the atmosphere is going to be opaque and you wouldn't see anything beyond it anyway, then it's entirely accurate within an accuracy of less than an error of 1% at all observations you're going to see with your own eyes or any optic. So what's your point, dude? You have no point. Thank you.
It breaks down after 10 miles and only gets worse as you go along.
Yeah. What's the percentage? What's the percentage of variation at 10 miles? The answer is you have no idea. Okay, you have no idea. You have no clue. You're clueless.
Variation of what?
Okay, so if you have a true circle, right, it's going to be at a particular location, a coordinate. And then if you have this 8 inches per mile squared, it's going to be at a specific coordinate. What's the difference in the percentages at 10 miles?
Uh,
How far is it off at 10 miles, dude? Because you made a claim that it so can't be used because it's so off and it breaks down. Go ahead and quantify it for us. Mr. We don't understand physics. Go ahead.
okay. Well, at 10 miles, it would be within 1%, between 10 and 100. It's like, okay, for rough estimates.
Where are you getting this from? Yeah, where are you getting this from?
It overestimates the drop of the Earth past.
No, dude. Give me a quantity. I don't want to hear your feelings about it. Yeah, give me a value, a quantity.
You did.
No, you didn't, dude. You said wildly inaccurate. That's not a quantity.
I said it gets wildly inaccurate once you reach 100 miles.
Okay, cool story. What's the quantity?
I don't know how to answer.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know because you can't answer it because you're just talking from your feelings and not from reality, dude, while mocking us that we don't understand physics, which, by the way, physics is not applied in this situation. So you're doubly wrong.
Physics isn't applied in measuring the Earth?
Yeah, dude, an idea of where the horizon is versus a parabola and a true circle is a geometry question, dude, for goodness sakes. While you're mocking us when you're not even applying the correct category.
And if I may add,
never mock globe earthers. Give me that.
Unless you're going to give him the answer, Mick, unless you're going to give him the answer to the equation, there's nothing to add.
I was just going to point out
what percentage it's off.
A second ago.
Go ahead.
The formula is using a parabolic approximation, which is treating the Earth's curvature like the curve of a parabola, not a sphere.
Doesn't matter.
Yes,
What's the difference? What is the error margins at 10 miles versus 100 miles versus 1,000 miles? Doesn't matter, dude.
I'll tell you the difference, and the difference is that a parabola curves more and more steeply infinitely, but a sphere curves.
Yeah, that's right. We understand that side of it. Atheist, we understand that side of it. What we want is the difference as a percentage between the two.
We'll settle on you have no idea what you're talking about, and we'll just yield to the experts who actually did do the math.
Let's not say answer this question off the top of your head immediately, and if you don't, then I win the argument. Like it, you know?
No, nobody said that. Nobody said do that. Who said do that? Who said do that, dude? Atheist. No, Atheist Junior. Let's be clear here, bro. You intentionally chose to mock and deride us that the reason why we don't understand how the difference matters is because we don't understand physics. So we're asking you, Mr. Who supposedly understands, because that's the way you're parsing this out, that you understand and we don't. What's the quantity? Let us know.
Okay, can you phrase that question a little bit more like verbose? Like, what's the quantity of what?
What's the difference, dude? The error margin difference of a parabola of 8 inches per mile squared versus the radius of a circle of 3959 at 10 miles, 100 miles, and 1,000 miles. What's the difference?
Okay, I'm going to write this question down because I need to actually think about this. So what's the difference between, say that again, please?
So you have a circle, which is a radius 3,959 miles. Then you have a parabola, right, which is 8 inches per mile squared. Now, they're going to have two arc lines. Those arc lines are going to vary. They're not going to be perfectly matched, obviously. We know that. But we want to know what's the difference they're going to be off at 10 miles, 100 miles, and 1,000 miles.
Okay, but how did you phrase it a second ago? Like, what's it like?
Holy shit, dude.
I'm sorry. ADHD, and I need to write the question down in a way that I can actually engage with it.
Yeah. So if you have a horizontal line from an observation point, and you get a straight drop from that horizontal line, or you get a curve rate from that line, at a certain distance away, it's going to intersect the circle, right? And at a certain distance away, it's going to intersect the parabola. So, for example, let's say at 10 miles, the curve drop is 66 feet, according to the 8 inches per mile squared. So let's say that if you use the true circle, the true drop is 67 feet. So that would be 1 foot out, right? 1 foot difference 67 versus 66, that would be less than 1% error, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So then you claimed it gets wildly inaccurate at 100 miles at 1,000 miles, right? So I want to know if you can actually quantify the actual error. I want to know if you can quantify the actual error at 10 miles, 100 miles, and 1,000 miles, so you can back up your claim that this is wildly inaccurate and that we don't know physics.
Okay. Give me a moment to think about it.
Or you could just take your mockings. You could just, I know, it's word salad. Oh, asking you to parse out your claim is word salad. Are you kidding?
Oh, that's what I'm asking you to do. I was asking, you're saying, what's the difference? And I'm saying, phrase your question in a way that says, what's the difference between that thing A and thing B? But instead, you give me this long spiel of flat earth or word salad.
Oh, really? So actually parsing out that if you have two different arcs, one which is a true circle and one which is a parabola, which aren't equivalent, that they're going to, at range, not intersect. And I want to know the difference, and I then parsed it out for you. For example, if you take a horizontal line from the observation point, and then you just do a raw drop at range, it might be 66 foot if you use a circle, and it might be 60 or 67 if you use a parabola. That would be 1 foot off at 10 miles. It's like I literally parsed it out for you, like fifth grade geometry or something.
Okay, so at 10 miles,
no, Mick, we don't need to distract.
3%. At 100 miles, 1%, like you said, and 1,000 miles, almost 100%.
100%? Are you kidding? Where did you do the math, or did you just guess?
No, I'm doing. Well, to be honest, I just typed your question into ChatGPT.
Yeah, we probably figured that's about what would happen. Yeah, so why don't you actually go and figure it out, and then come back with the actual numbers?
No, those are the numbers. It's doing the
sure they are, bro.
Quickly than I would be able
Sure
to.
it is.
As you're
Sure.
very
type your prompt. Type your prompt. Dude, you should already know the answer because you're claiming that it's wildly off. So it means you already know. So we're just asking you for your knowledge that you already possess. Why should you have to research
so
it?
many times that you can literally Google that formula and the debunk just comes up because you guys have been proven wrong hundreds, if not thousands, of times.
Right. So that would mean the raw drop from a horizontal line at 100 miles. If the true arch of a circle predicts 100 feet, then that means that a parabola would predict 200 feet. Is that what you're trying to say? 100% off?
I answered your question.
And no, you didn't, dude.
Yeah, I did. I gave you the exact answers to what you were asking me.
No, dude, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I gave you the percentage values for 10, for 1, and for 1,000, 100, and 10. That's what you asked. Is it not?
No, you didn't. Post your result. Post your prompt and your result so we can review it, dude, instead of you just saying it's the case. How about that?
Okay, I'll post a screenshot of it.
Yeah.
And I don't think using ChatGPT invalidates what I'm saying at all. I really don't. And because you're telling me
if it wasn't done correctly.
An online calculator, what the heck is the difference?
Dude, did ChatGPT give you the formulas it used and how it put the variables in? Or did it just give you an answer with numerical answer values?
Oh, it gives you the formulas.
Okay, perfect. So post it.
I did.
And then we're going to have Mick scrutinize it since he actually posted the other formula here, and he probably is capable of doing it for you.
You're really incensed that I poked fun at you, aren't you? You're really mad.
Yeah. We're really mad that you haven't posted anything yet. Yeah, we're really mad, dude.
I posted a screenshot in the chat. No, would it help if I apologize?
All right, let's look at it.
I'm sorry for saying that you didn't understand physics. That was rude of me. Because you guys have been pretty cordial with me. I will say that. Not like Nathan Oakley, though.
Can I ask
Talking to that guy was horrible. Sorry, go ahead.
May I ask you for a clarification? Earlier you said something about the parabolic approximation being off. Did you say that it was off by that it overestimated or underestimated the drop?
Overestimated. It overestimates the drop at long distances because the drop increases as distance is squared.
Okay. So if you see the image that I posted, this is a work that I did to derive the entire thing. Okay, you're full of shit. Okay, the parabolic approximation underestimates the drop. So you see this little red line there, dx, right? Drop as a function of x. You see the parabolic line or the curve above it. You see that little gap in between the actual circle and the parabola? This formula gives you a value that is smaller than the value that would be if that red line were actually to extend down to the circle. I have all the math if you want it. Okay, it's still a work in progress, but this is actually this is verifiable, and it is congruent with all the 8-inch per mile square business. Okay, so I don't know if you just misspoke or you're talking about your ass. I don't know, but I just wanted to throw that out there because in this argument is actually generous in your favor, and you guys still can't actually come up.
Yeah, he didn't post. By the way, Mick, he didn't post how the spherical number is arrived at.
True.
So he didn't.
I just want to point that out.
Either one of those options is fully possible. We'll say, but
yeah. So what? How is the Chat GPT arriving at that number it's putting underneath, dude?
Well, let me see. Let me see if I can post more of the. I'll scroll up and take another screenshot.
However, let me ask you this favor, if you don't mind. Can you add 300 miles to that? Because I just want to see what it will say based on the same exact thing you put in.
Let me post a screenshot first.
Sure.
Stupid keyboard. Okay. All right, I added the screenshot. You said you add 300 to that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so no, I asked for 10, 100, and 1,000. Can you do 10, 100, 300, and 1,000? I'm just curious what it's going to say at 300.
At 300 miles?
Oh, yeah.
Like how much, how inaccurate it is at 300 miles instead of 100 miles? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Whatever that same prompt you did that you posted the screenshot first, just add 300 to it so that it'll give us the answer for 300 based on whatever.
Wouldn't that be 400 miles? Or are you saying
300? No, I'm just curious what it would be at 300.
Okay.
Based on that prompt, that's all.
Okay. So you want the percentage error for 300 miles?
Yep, just based on that prompt.
It says 40. It says it underestimates the true drop by 44%. You can post a screenshot if you want. I feel like I never got an answer to why the ships disappear in that certain way, though. Like, can we not agree on that? Are we still disagreeing on that happens? That happens?
Bottom-up obstruction happens.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
I didn't get that. I can't.
I was just going to say, bottom-up obstruction happens on flat surfaces. So you don't need a curved surface in order to generate this effect. You are under the belief system that this effect is caused by boats going over the curvature. There's multiple factors that tie in together. One of them being perspective, your angular resolution, your angle of view. Then that will lead into Rayleigh criterion what is it? The coefficient of something else that AI Overlord mentioned earlier. There's a whole heap of things that all tie in together to explain what your optics are doing. But yes, I agree with you. It does look like they're disappearing over a curve because of disappearance bottom up. But yeah, they can be generated on a flat surface. So, and there's
Well, I'll tell you what, I can grant you all of those things. I still think that it's because of the Earth being a globe. And
well, the problem you've got, and you can grant me whatever you like, but I will grant you your curvature if you can show us measured drop over distance, because we've got guys doing laser tests over 40 miles and they're showing zero curvature. So unless you can show curvature, then you don't have curve.
I thought they did that in the Netflix Flat Earth documentary, and it showed...
That was a mockumentary. Starts with the letter M from Mike. It was a mockumentary, very specifically done to make people look stupid. And if you really want to watch the follow-up to that, it would be much appreciated, because there was a second video to that to explain what actually happened, if you'd care to watch it.
I do. If you give me the title, I'll absolutely check it out, because I actually have to leave now. I've enjoyed this. I want to actually thank you guys for engaging with me, because you guys have been pretty cordial with me, and I've enjoyed my time here. Thank you for that. What's the title of the video? I'm serious.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh out loud. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, we might have a discussion one day. Atheists, come back. It'll be fun.
Sure.
It'll be fun.
So the short version, Atheist, in that video, they destroyed the accumulator for the laser, or burnt the laser out, and decided to use a flashlight at the end of it. And at the end of the video, all they say is, that's interesting.
Right? That was...
So I'd like to know how you got... I'd like to fully understand your thinking of, we live on a globe because someone said, that's interesting.
You know that's not my argument. Come on.
Well, you've got no other proof. You use that as proof. You put that forward as proof. Not me.
It seemed like in that documentary that their laser example didn't prove what
they didn't use a laser. They used a flashlight.
Yeah, he broke the laser. He melted the laser or something. Like, they left the laser on, melted the collimator on the laser, and because they had it all set up and all that kind of thing, they decided they just had a flashlight, right? So they're just going to shine the flashlight through the hole. Apparently everyone walked away saying, well, that was silly. That didn't prove anything. Then they kind of, when they did the editing of the documentary, they edited it in a certain way that kind of made it look like he proved the globe. But it was really terrible.
Before that, they used a laser gyroscope. Expensive ass one.
That's not to do a long distance observation. That's not that to do a long distance observation. That's not the tool that you
that had
use
to do
for
with
that.
the rotation of the Earth, because they said it wouldn't register any rotation if the Earth was flat, but it detected a 15 degree per hour drift, which is consistent with the Earth being a sphere.
No, they didn't say that. They said you wouldn't register rotation if the Earth wasn't rotating. Good grief.
Well,
gentlemen,
I have to agree to disagree. I will say that I feel like I've been vindicated, because earlier in this discussion I said that that any video or sometimes video or photographic evidence that's presented to flat earthers is discounted as being fake or edited or photoshopped.
No, dude, it wasn't discounted as that. It wasn't discounted for those reasons. Nobody discounted it as simply, nobody here discounted what you presented as simply being fake. Didn't happen.
So you guys aren't saying that the Netflix documentary was edited intentionally to make the flat earthers look dumb?
That doesn't mean it's fake, dude.
I'm not saying it's fake. Aren't you guys saying that? You guys,
that was your claim at the start.
You called it a mockumentary, did you not?
That was your claim at the start, that flat earthers will claim that it's fake.
I can show you
I've seen it happen.
activation right now that debunks the globe, dude.
Yeah, but think about it this way, friend. Before we go on, the reason why we know it was edited is because we actually know the guys. In fact, Bob used to be a member of our server, and he would come in. In fact, he talked to us about it directly. He even has friends within our circle of friends. Okay, so we knew what happened, and they had evidence that it happened. We knew that they altered it. We knew it. So it's not like we just made it up and just said, oh, we're just going to sprinkle fake on it like we sprinkle salt on our steak. We had reasons.
Can you explain how they edited it false to make it seem like the Flat Earth claims were wrong?
Yeah, for example, the phrase, that's interesting, in response to what occurred, happened before the event.
I don't know how that matters.
Oh, because the impression that the audience gets is that it happened right after the event and was a direct response to the event in question, rather than an edit, for goodness sakes. Isn't that obvious?
Yeah, but what matters is the footage of the experiments, no?
Yo, you mean the footage? You mean the footage which doesn't show anything, dude?
I disagree.
Yeah, the footage.
He's talking about the cartoon bit.
The gyroscope showed a 15-degree drift.
What did the gyroscope say on the screen?
It showed 15 degree per hour drift, which is consistent.
No, dude. What I asked was, what did the gyroscope say on its screen? The readout.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't know.
It's 15 degree per hour drift. That's the important thing, not what the you know. Do I need to bring up the video? These are such weak ass arguments. Seriously.
It is.
Dude,
And I'll tell you why.
Seriously claiming that them changing around when the guy said, "Oh, that's interesting," invalidates the fucking documentary. Give me a break, dude.
Atheist Junior, I'll tell you why it's weak, because it hasn't been reproduced. So if you could reproduce that for us, that'd be fantastic. Then we'd have something.
Well, you know what has been reproduced?
What?
The experiment that proved the gravitational constant.
Such as?
If I may. Oh.
Hold on, Mick.
Go ahead.
You mean such as?
Which experiment are you appealing to?
Experiment.
Okay, what is the dependent and independent variable, please?
You take two quantities of known mass, and
That's not a dependent or an independent variable.
I wasn't even finished talking, but
I know, because you're already wrong. What I need from you is the dependent variable and then the independent variable in the experiment. Need the hypothesis, friend.
the independent variable is the mass of the lead spheres and the distance between them. The dependent
Sorry, mass is not an independent variable.
force measured between the masses. And by
I'm sorry, mass is not an independent variable.
And known.
I don't know why you're talking over me.
Known quantities, because I'm done talking. Cavendish was.
It doesn't matter. I don't know why you're spiraling right now. You seem quite upset. Are you okay?
Experiment.
Atheist Junior, certainly you can relax right now.
And you're proving.
I don't know why you're flipping out, bro. Just relax. Are you okay? Why are you upset? Are you upset?
You're gonna
relax.
Finish talking. You don't ask.
Okay, no worries. Can you show me mass? Are you already wrong?
Finish the sentence.
You're already wrong. It's okay. You're already wrong. It's fine.
Even if I was,
okay, no worries.
Let me finish what I'm saying, dude.
Not really, because if you're already wrong, you don't need to continue. So number one, I need a definition of mass and how it was
you're
varied.
Wrong. You're already wrong.
It's the independent variable, right?
No, I gave it to you, or I was attempting to.
Oh, it's not. Oh, so no, mass isn't the independent variable. Oh, okay. So define it and then show me how it was varied.
You tell me then. What are they?
No, I'm asking you. This is your claim, friend. This is your evidence. Okay. Now all I need from you is a definition of mass, and then go ahead and show me how it was varied.
How it was? What does that even mean? How it was varied?
It's the independent variable. It must be varied and manipulated by the reason that caused the effect. You know, the dependent variable?
Yeah, by using different sized lead balls and varying the amount.
Is that what they did?
Yeah,
is that what they did?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All I need is that citation now.
Okay. Do you want the Wikipedia article about the Cavendish experiment? Like,
I want the citation, and once again, I still need the definition of mass to see if you're correct.
you really need that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's a property of matter that reflects the quantity of matter within an object and determines its resistance to acceleration. So,
which definition is it?
Object can
Is it a property? Is it a property?
Sure, you could. I guess, yeah.
Okay, how would it be quantified?
Is this really like necessary?
Yes, it absolutely is. This is your evidence.
Okay. Well, mass is the amount of space that an object takes up and its density. It's distinct from weight.
So now it
not quantified.
So now it's density instead of resistance to acceleration. Now you have two definitions for one thing. It seems strange.
Harder to move. Do you agree?
It's harder to move?
Yeah, the more mass something has, the more matter or atoms it has within that object. How tightly bound its atoms are.
And so that was very manipulated, the amount of matter in that object?
In the experiment? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, how do they do that?
Different mass lead balls, different masses.
Okay. Great. Show me that.
Would you want a video of somebody doing the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, I want to see them varying it as apparently hanging on the rod or whatever. No, friend, this is your evidence. Show me how they vary that as it's hanging on.
I feel like I already answered this question.
No, you didn't.
Well, just drop a link to ChatGPT, and then you can go about what you're supposed to be going about doing that you said you were going to go do.
I ran out of. I can't send any more messages to ChatGPT. You guys can if you want, though. So, are you asking me again?
Okay,
how they vary? They vary the independent variables. Do I need to answer this?
That was your claim. That was your claim. I want to see how it was done. How do you vary the mass, the resistance to inertia, or the resistance to acceleration in the experiment?
By using different size lead balls, because things that have different mass have a different resistance to a change in that object's motion. Mass is directly related to inertia. Didn't you ever watch Bill Nye the Science Guy? Inertia is a property.
Yes, I did. Now, if I show you a citation that says this is incorrect, what are we going to do?
I'd have to see the citation first.
Okay, no worries. Which definition do you want me to remove first? Do you want it to be the amount of matter within a given area, to be the resistance to acceleration? Which one? You have two definitions for one thing.
Well, I mean, terms can have more than one definition. Are you saying they can't?
Okay, which one are you picking? Which one are you picking?
I'd say quantity of matter. Like mass represents the amount of matter in an object.
Okay. Just a moment.
Do you have a different definition of mass?
No.
Then why are you disagreeing with me then? You said you were going to remove one of my definitions.
Yeah, just hold on. Relax.
Okay. I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying is all. I mean, I didn't even get into the relationship between mass and gravity, which is also important. I mean, well, I guess I did because that's the whole point of the experiment, kind of. Or I don't know if you guys disagree with that too. You guys think Einstein was wrong?
Well, right now you think he is because you're using that has already been superseded. This idea of spooky action at a distance because of mass. Right now, you're the Einstein denier.
I don't think he said it was because of mass.
Here we go. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter, right? History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method to try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. This is from Taylor Edwin. Space-time physics, you okay with that?
Can you post a link to this? Yeah. Yeah, and spooky action at a distance does not have anything to do with mass, by the way.
Well, you just said it did. If you vary the mass, you have spooky action at a distance.
No, I did not claim that.
Oh, you didn't claim that. So if you vary the mass, you're going to have not an experiment regarding mass and action at a distance then.
You think your audio kind of cut out for a second there.
So this has nothing to do with mass and action at a distance then, does it?
The subject of the spooky action thing? No, because like mass
so Cavendish is out.
Quantum entanglement is a totally different phenomenon.
Who's talking about quantum entanglement? You were talking about Cavendish. You said you varied mass. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, okay,
quantum entanglement is spooky action at a distance now, is it? Citation, please.
That's what it is. That's what that means.
You don't get to just declare it. I need a citation, please.
Okay, why don't you type into Google, what is spooky action at a distance? And
so, my friend, once again, this is your evidence. You post the citation. Don't just declare things.
Okay, why don't you tell me what spooky action at a distance means then, if I'm wrong?
I'm not making that claim.
You seem to be disagreeing with me that it's quantum entanglement.
Yeah, I don't need this is your claim. All you have to do is back it. Give me a citation. I mean, it's cute that you're trying to reverse the burden of proof here, but you're going to have to support your claim. Sorry.
And I posted a screenshot in the chat. I don't think you know what a citation is, by the way.
How clever.
Yes, I'm quite clever.
I mean, if you are so clever, not to derail too much, but so this doesn't get too lost in the weeds, then maybe perhaps you could provide a citation of the formula used in your calculation at 30 minutes past the hour. Because if you look at it, I don't know if you really scrutinize this. I don't know if you actually do the math. But it says here at the 1,000 mile distance, using the parabolic approximation from earlier compared to the spherical, you cited a 99.87% error margin. But not only a few minutes later, in your other post that broke down the entire list, that same distance of 1,000 miles gives you a 1.67% margin of error. So which one is the real one, sir? Or is ChatGPT using is he hallucinating or some shit?
Maybe you could ChatGPT. Did ChatGPT show the work?
Nope, not for the spherical calculation. I noticed that.
I would just like this person to acknowledge that a screenshot that says spooky action at a distance is quantum entanglement.
Well, so far I don't have a citation. You posted a screenshot. So until I get the citation.
What is a citation?
You don't know what that is? It's a quote within a source.
I don't think you know what it is.
I just told you what it is.
Say it again. A quote with a source?
A quote within a source.
Oh, really? Let me look what he posted here.
Does it have to be a quote from a person? Is that what you're saying? Or a quote from any article? I'm genuinely asking because I feel like you have a really weirdly specific version of what.
Well, you'd have to look. Everybody knows when you're given a citation, you got to give the source and the quote from the source. So technically, this wouldn't be a citation in any classical sense.
I'll tell you what. I'm feeling generous today. I'll give that one to you. So are you going to stick with Cavendish, or are you going on to Einstein at this point?
Or Obi. No, Cavendish is dope.
Okay, so then you don't like Einstein in general relativity?
I have no issue with that. I think Einstein was more accurate than maybe any scientist ever.
Okay,
All of his claims have been vindicated.
Okay, so then Cavendish, which is declaring that mass is the reason for fraction of balls, right, in the shed, which was not varied and manipulated, because I don't see anything that you posted that showed that, is still wanting. Huh? You know it was?
Yeah,
no, I don't need an explanation. I need a demonstration. You can't just tell me the story and call that good.
Use different sizes of steel or lead balls that had different masses, and he positioned them at different distances from each other. That was the varying.
No, you have to vary it to cause the effect. Don't you understand?
What?
Yeah.
The gravitational
you have to vary the independent variable.
He's doing the experiment.
Whoa. Gravitational constant.
Cause the gravitational constant to happen. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, so you don't manipulate the independent variable then?
Are you saying that Cavendish making those changes is what caused the gravitational constant?
No, I don't think he changed them at all. I don't see anything that demonstrates that. Every time I've seen the Cavendish done, they just hang a couple of things from some rods and hope that they go together, but sometimes they go apart. So it's really not that consistent. It's definitely not repeatable.
Yes, it is. You could repeat it yourself. Yeah. Well, listen, brother. Let's say you do or don't. But I got a citation I'm going to read for your benefit, so we can see where all this gravity stuff results in at the end. So let me read this for you, if you don't mind. The surface of water is level. We know that things fall down. If water is level and arranged horizontally, and things fall down, which is perpendicular to horizontal, and if gravity is anything, then it's just proving that the Earth is flat. Now, you might have a predisposition in your mind that gravity is somehow synergized with the Earth being a globe, because that's the rhetoric that's put out in the mainstream. I'm speaking. I'm reading something. Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry.
Dude, I literally asked, can I read this citation, dude? Fuck's sake, man. What, I gotta get a note from your mom? That you passed manners class? Holy crap, dude. All right, let me continue. Unabated here. Now you, the listener, might have a predisposition in your mind that gravity is somehow synergized with the Earth being a globe, because that's the rhetoric that's put out in the mainstream. Gravity is actually irrespective of the shape of the Earth. It doesn't matter at all. The only reason they claim it is because they need it for their creation story of how the globe got here in the past. Because they have no direct knowledge of it. It's pure fantasy. In other words, it's a religion, a creation mythos. What we experience in reality is we drop things down. Nobody experiences things falling inwards to a giant ball. What you experience every day is up and down, horizontal and plumb, level and square. That's how you experience the world. Gravity is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. What is relevant is the actual structure of the surface. Cited from myself in 2025. I rest my case.
You cited yourself? That's great. I love that for you.
Yeah, now go ahead and rebut any of the points in there.
Okay, gravity is absolutely relevant to the shape of the Earth, because that's the reason why the Earth and also every other celestial object...
Hold on. He's going to do it.
Yeah, now I'm getting it.
Oh, wow.
You didn't ask to not be interrupted. You didn't ask to not be interrupted, dude.
Oh, you have to ask that?
Heck yeah, brother.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know the rules. I didn't know we had a say for it.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, without safe words, it's chaos, brother.
I agree. I do.
Mick posted something good that backed up what AI Overlord said earlier.
I would appreciate it.
Before we go on, just let him finish this thing that I interrupted.
Go ahead.
Okay. I remind me what I was supposed to be answering. Oh,
yeah, you were about to say that the reason that gravity is relevant is because that's how everything was created in the past. Go ahead.
No, that's not what I said. What I was going to say is that gravity is absolutely relevant to the shape of the Earth because the Earth, like every celestial object that we can observe in the sky, like other planets and the moon and the sun, they're all spheroids because the densest part of those planets or the sun is its metallic core. And that core is so intensely massive that it has a strong gravitational pull, which pulls the planet into a spherical shape.
Oh, hold on, friend. Hold on, brother, bro. If you don't mind me interrupting. I thought you said it wasn't about how it was created, and then you just went on to describe how it's pulled into the shape that it is, which is its creation.
Well, no.
Yeah, yes.
We're talking about the shape.
So, I know, atheist, but check this out. So we don't have the Earth pulled into a shape. Then you describe an event that must have occurred in the past that the core pulled it into its shape, which is the creation of it, dude. Its formation. So it's a creation story, just like I said.
Okay, but the Earth wasn't instantly a spheroid when it was forming, though.
How do you know that?
Because cosmologists know that planets form from planetesimals, which...
Right, so the formation, you're talking about creation story, dude.
Yeah, but when a planet...
I thought you were gonna tell me how it's relevant to the structure, not its creation.
I was trying.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So, when a planet is forming, it's formed by a planetesimal, which
cool story.
Prove the Earth formed. Which are attracted to each other because of gravity, because they have mass. And eventually, you get more and more of these large asteroids and rocks coming together, and getting meteoroid impacts, and that causes a molten planet. And eventually,
tell me more. Hey, brother. I don't want to interrupt you while you're rolling, telling us about your religious creation stories. Go ahead.
Or because that liquid metal that's in the rock sinks down and becomes the core of the planet. And that metallic core is so much denser than the rock surrounding it. It has a strong gravitational pull, which shapes the resulting planet into a spherical shape, but it's not instantly a sphere.
Interesting. So you have a story about events that occurred in the past that you have no way to validate about the creation of the Earth. Sounds like a creation story to me, bro.
Okay, do you have a better explanation of what happened?
Yeah, I have a really great explanation. None of that happened to the Earth, because if that did happen, the Earth would be a ball, but it's actually not curving, so it's not a ball. There.
Okay, then why is the moon a ball?
Irrelevant.
No, it's extremely relevant.
No, it's not. See, here's the thing. You're basically, let me break it down logically. Why is something that's not the Earth not the Earth? That's basically what you're asking me.
No. That's just dumb.
Why is something that's not the Earth different than the Earth? That's another way I could parse it out.
I don't think it's different than the Earth. You do.
No, dude. It is different than the Earth.
All I asked is the moon a sphere?
Yes, but I just told you it's irrelevant. Now, if I say yes or I say no, it's not relevant. No, it isn't.
The sun also a sphere?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Because my follow-up question is, why is it that all the planets in the solar system...
Why is it that 2 things that aren't the Earth different than the Earth? Why is it that 9 things that aren't the Earth different than the Earth?
Yeah, answer that.
Yeah.
Answer that exact question.
Yeah, exactly. The answer is simple. It's self-evident. They're different.
What makes them different? Why are they different?
Dude, they're different because they are. It doesn't matter why.
Why did the Earth form to become flat, but those other planets didn't? Why don't we observe other flat planets?
Yeah, it's very simple. It's called, you ready for this one? I know it's going to hurt. It's called specific creation. I know that's a problem for your worldview.
Is that like in the Bible next to Adam and Eve?
No, irrelevant. The Bible's irrelevant, dude. You asked me why it would be the case. Here's the problem. You asked me why it would be the case that all of these objects that formed under assumed naturalistic processes would result in different shapes or forms. But I don't even need to entertain that because I could just remove the naturalistic assumption and just say that the Earth could have been specially created, and then it would have a very good reason why it's different.
Please define specially created.
Yeah, special as in unique, specific instead of general.
Okay, next word.
So, for example, if a river forms a bunch of rocks naturally over a time with erosion, that's much different than if a carver carves a rock into a specific form. So that specific formed rock would have been specially created versus the other rocks. And so to say, why is this rock completely different than the others? Oh my goodness.
They're both rocks, right?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it does, because some things.
No, it doesn't. They both went. They both went under. Just hold on, friend. No, they went under completely different processes to get how they are. That's the point. You're assuming that everything went under the same processes. Now, go ahead. Now, here's my question for you, friend. What experiment validated retroactive uniformitarianism? Can you tell me that?
I don't know what that is. I'm still waiting for you to tell me what's.
That's the philosophy that's necessary for your worldview, that all objects are the same because they were all under the same creative forces. You can't prove that.
I'm simply asking, when you say creation, do you mean created by an intelligent being, or do you mean created
What do you matter?
by...
It could be created by a non-intelligent being that was programmed by an intelligent being. Who cares? Doesn't matter.
I'm asking you what you're claiming.
Dude, I'm not claiming anything. I'm telling you that your caveat of assumptions isn't necessarily true, because I could just posit a different assumption and then I end up with a different conclusion. You're trying to say that your assumptions are necessary because you have a naturalistic predisposition, dude. You don't have an imagination because you can't think outside your own box.
No, I have evidence.
No, you don't. You have no evidence of the events of the past, dude. Yeah, really? Oh, sure. So go ahead and prove to me an experiment that validated retroactive uniformitarianism. Go ahead.
Hold on a second. You understand that when you take a telescope and you look out into space and you see the light coming from very far away, you're literally looking into the past? You get that, right?
Okay, let's say that's true. Show me the big mirror in the sky that shows the past creation event of the Earth. Go ahead.
It's not a mirror. It's light from many, many, many light years.
Yeah, well, let me tell you where it's not from. Let me tell you where it's not from. It's not from the Earth. Caping?
Didn't say it was.
Okay, so then you have no claim to the creation of the Earth in the past, dude. I told you the reason why your assumption of how the Earth was created is wrong is because the Earth isn't curving on the surface, meaning that your claim that it formed into a ball because of this creation story in the past is self-evidently false.
And I asked you why all the other planets are spheres, and you're scared to answer that question.
No, I gave you a sufficient answer. Specific creation. No, it's not a cop-out at all. It's not my fault that you're not intellectually advanced enough to understand.
Specific creation.
I thought atheists were smart, bro.
Something with intelligence or by incidental random processes? I'm asking what you.
It could be. Listen, friend, check this out. It literally could be either. All it needs to be is different than the rest of the things. Okay? Simple.
That's why it's a cop-out.
Special. Unique. It's not a cop-out.
It is, because you won't make a solid claim.
I don't need to, dude. When you could prove to me retroactive uniformitarianism and the legitimacy of your claims about the event in the past, then you might have an argument. Until then, you're just assuming things based on your philosophical predispositions. And I'm just showing you that they don't necessarily carry your conclusion. So I'm sorry that you don't understand that. Not my problem.
Please define that term for me that you just said then.
What term?
Retroactive, whatever you said.
Yeah, it's that the processes that are in place today are the same processes that caused everything in the past.
I mean uniformitarianism.
So in other words, yeah. No, it's called retroactive uniformitarianism, dude, not uniformitarianism. They're linked, but not necessarily. So, for example, everything could be uniform. Everything could be uniform now, but it wasn't necessarily in the past. So, in order for it to be retroactive continually from now to the past, you have to assume a continuity that extends retroactively ad infinitum.
You're tacking on this retroactive term. That's not a term that's.
No, I'm not, dude. No, it's well known, dude. It's well known, dude.
No geologist or scientist that studies geology.
You're dumb as crap. Yeah, watch this. Watch this. I know, because they're stupid, dude.
Or the scientists
not my fault. Yeah.
The ones that went to school for like years or decades.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
They're stupid.
Well, you went to school and you're dumb.
No, I didn't claim to have gone to school. I'm not. I'm a fucking layman. Like, I never claimed to have some advanced degree in this stuff. But yeah, it's uniformitarianism. It's not this other thing you're talking about. And it's either one or the other. Uniformitarianism says that the same natural laws that happen today have happened in the past and always happened in the past. Not that there was a time that they might have been different. That's a different thing.
Right, dude. So that's a philosophy. You can't prove that that's the case, dude. For goodness sakes. So if you assume that all things must have been formed the same way based on what's happening now, to exclude the fact that the Earth could have been special, it means you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just admitting a bias. Holy crap, dude. Dude, you don't know what special means? Yeah, special. You don't know special? I mean, good.
I don't know what it means in this context.
How much more simple of a word could I possibly use? So everything else is general, and this thing is special. All right, well, let me use another word, unique. Do you understand unique, or do I need a smaller word with less syllables?
I understand the word unique, but I don't know if you know this, but different words can have different meanings in different contexts and be used in different ways.
Okay, perfect. So I switched to the word unique, so that way there's no ambiguity. Do you understand now?
Okay, unique. What do you say? Unique Earth? Is that what you said?
No, the Earth is unique, dude. Everybody already knows that.
Unique? Oh, because it's flat, and the other planets are not flat.
No, because it's unique. Period. No matter what your worldview is, if you believe in the standard heliocentrism, the Earth is still unique. The Earth is unique. Everyone agrees on that.
You believe the Earth is unique in that way from other planets in the solar system, right?
Dude, who cares? The Earth is what it is.
You're literally such a greased up pig. I can't pin you down on any claim because you don't want to.
Yeah, it's not my claim. Listen, hey, homie, it's not my claim that there's all. It's not my claim that there's other planets out there. That's your claim.
Dude, you're in here arguing in the flat Earth server, and I just asked you, do you think the Earth is flat and that makes it unique to other planets in the solar system? And you can't even just say yes.
No, dude. The Earth isn't one among the. Hold on, friend. I'll explain it to you. It's very simple. You're trying to force your worldview onto me with that language, whether you realize it or not. You're not doing it on purpose. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not holding it against you. But none of us in here that are flat earthers think the Earth is a planet that's flat among many other planets that are other planets. None of us think that. We think the Earth is entirely unique. It's not a planet at all.
Whoa. Okay, what is it then?
The Earth. Duh.
It's not a planet, though?
Yeah, it's not a planet, dude. It's not a cosmological object floating in the sky, brother. Duh.
Do you have a definition of the word planet?
Dude, a planet's a wandering star, dude. There you go. That's what the word means, literally. You didn't know that? Now you know. Yeah, I know you're speechless because you didn't know that. The idea that planets are other little Earth-style balls or world-style balls that you can land on and walk around on, it's like, whoop-de-doo, dude. That's your worldview, not ours, necessarily. And even if it was the case that the other things are, even if it was the case that other objects are whatever the heck they are, it doesn't change what the Earth is, dude.
Hilarious.
I know it's hilarious that you can't comprehend that other objects being what they are doesn't make the Earth what it is. I know it's hilarious that you can't grasp that.
I have a question. Do you think dinosaurs are terrible lizards?
Junior, may I get in here quickly? I apologize to interject. I've been waiting for a while. I know you have to leave. I wanted to address something before you left, out of courtesy for the room, because you kind of left everybody hanging. Sorry, AI. I just wanted to take a minute.
We've been moving topics really quick, so.
Well, I'll let you go to your dinosaur thing right after. I just wanted to see if you can reconcile something. You see, at 10 minutes past the hour, I reposted a post that I posted above, but got lost in the sauce. Reposting your posts about what ChatGPT gave you in terms of values for the error margin, the drop, and all this shit. There are two photos there, and there's a discrepancy between the two. Which one is correct?
Oh,
do you see that?
Okay.
Because the 1,000-mile drop is, or the margin of error is basically off by a factor of like 90, 85, 90, however you want to do the math.
Okay.
So, okay, you see it 10 minutes past the hour. You see it says point number 3 at 1,000 miles. The spherical is 333,000 feet, 333,550 feet. You do some math, and you get a 99.87% error margin. In your other post, the spherical drop is 677,875.69 feet. You do some math, and you get a 1.65% error margin. Did you check your own fucking work?
Well, to be fair to him, it wasn't his work. He just asked ChatGPT, dude. So no, he wasn't possible.
That is true. That is true. But he didn't even double check his quote unquote source, right? He didn't back.
I fully grant that you're probably right.
So when you come in here and say that using a parabolic approximation is total garbage because we're off by 100%, you didn't even verify that. So I request kindly that you retract that stupid claim.
Okay, I'll since you were polite, I'll do that, and I'll replace it by saying that it doesn't work because the shape of a parabola is very different from the shape of a circle.
Do you know
I'll
what?
replace my incorrect claim with that one. Then.
Bro, I understand that, but I hope you know that this is caveated with the term approximation, right? The use of the term approximation in and of itself is acknowledging the fact that it is not perfect, right? If you look at my little graph I'm going to post here, this is my work. I derived the entire fucking thing. You see the P, it deviates from f of x, and D shows a line and drops down to the parabola. You see there's a little bit of white space between the two, right? So the P actually gives you an underestimate of the drop. So like I was saying before, using this actually curries to your favor in a way because we're actually underestimating what the drop would be in reality, right? So it's even worse, and we still don't even get that. Okay? At your request, I can show you this work if you want, but it's still under review. So before that, I'm not going to publish it, quote unquote, or release it or whatever. But I can explain the entire process if you're interested.
I'm sure you can. So, if you want to discuss this further, feel free to message me or whatever, and we can talk more about this.
We'll come back anytime, man.
In this?
Yes, you see P? So P is derived from the function of a circle, right? So basically I take a Taylor expansion at the apex of the circle, and it basically fits the perfect parabola whereby the P touches the circle at 0 and radius r, right? So there's only one intersecting point. The rest is basically, that's where it deviates at all other points. So it's as perfect as it can get without having more than one intersection. and the result is something like this. This is in the most general form. Later on, you see in the photo, I actually plug in some values, and that's where we actually get the 8 inches per mile square. Or this is one method by which we can get that. And this is actually, again, in your favor because it's an underestimate of the drop.
Yeah, but what? Hold on. I think I missed you telling us the quantities of 1,000 miles. What'd you get for 1,000 miles?
Well, I didn't do the calculation myself. I was just looking at his, and I was just pointing out in his, right, at 1,000 miles, in one of his thing, it says it's off by 100%. So, the thing is like, undershooting it by like a lot. And the other one, it's only off by 1.65%. So which one is correct? He retracted it because he acknowledged he didn't actually check his work or check the work. One is 300 and something thousand.
I understand that, but you said you derived it yourself. So what value did you get at 1,000?
Okay. I derived the mechanics. I didn't plug that one in yet. I only derived the function.
Okay.
8 inch per mile squared. So eight times 1,000 squared, which is roughly what he got in one of them, right? But it seemed like he had a point in contention, so I wasn't sure which one he was actually arguing for or against. All right. So the one in my calculation, would closely approximate the second one. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I was just saying that I fully grant you that I've likely made mistakes in this discussion, and I'm not very good at math. I grant you that.
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate that. Anyway, please continue. I didn't want
I
to
don't know how to pronounce your username, but I sent you a friend request or whatever because I have a Discord servers. Maybe if you want to talk about this further, we can. Or I'll come back to the servers on another day.
Thank you. Call me Mike.
I got an idea, bro.
I stayed out of courtesy to continue the discussion. That's not lying. Come on now.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But I got a thing you guys could do. If you guys are actually going to talk about that further, why not make, as a concerted effort, a parsed out graphic with those equations and how they do, so we can just easily reference it, and that way the globe earthers trying to prove their case can reference it, and the flat earthers trying to prove their case can reference it, and that way both of them can actually know the numbers that it's off at 10 miles, 100 miles, and 1,000 miles. How about that? Is that cool?
Sure.
Endeavor that you guys can do?
Absolutely. I've been working on a quote-unquote paper for a while. It's under review. I have Dandelion and Sporadic overlooking it. Still pending, but I'm more than happy to release that and expand on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll give you a hint, brother. Chris Van Metre already did it. So we actually already have it done, but it's still good for people to do it fresh because that way everyone's skills are fresh and then you can have like a bonding moment with the Glober.
Yeah. Can I send you a copy just so if you're interested, if you're at all astute in math?
Dude, I'm a professional Pearson math scorer.
So that's a yes?
No, not necessarily. Just say,
Damn,
take it as you will. Whatever that means is what it means.
Sure. Okay, I'll send it to you, and you can see how stupid or smart I am. How about that?
Well, for example, Mick, if I was scoring his answers, his prompt that I asked him was, what is the numbers and how did you get to it, like the work? And he didn't present the work. So I would have to score his answer poorly, correct? Regardless if the answer was correct or incorrect, because by not presenting his work, there's no way for somebody to verify that he actually got the right answer, unless they do the work. And they shouldn't have to do the work. He should provide the work since it's his claim, correct?
Yep.
That's right. Always show your work. Oh, that guy left. I wanted to say goodbye a second time. Too bad. Maybe next time.
Oh, well. Think you scared him off, AI. Shame on you.
The one thing we did demonstrate is that simply asking, what he has, ChatGPT, since it gave two different answers for the same range, just asking ChatGPT isn't the same as getting the correct answer, for goodness sakes.
Yep. I mean, we see right there, ChatGPT gave two different answers for the same question, basically. Like, come on. And the fact that he didn't say that, you know?
Yeah, it permutated its curation of its data set differently each time. And so it had different information that it was working with, not necessarily the correct information. It's relying on other people having already done it to get its body that it then pulls from.
If you critique it enough, it'll get the right answer eventually.
I mean, that's all well and good, and that's fair. Like, if you work with it enough to where it gets the right answer, then it's finally arrived at the right answer. That may be correct. But that doesn't mean that if you say to yourself, hey, ChatGPT, what's this? And it gives you an answer immediately, that you could just say, oh, I'm going to hang my hat on that.
Yeah, I've spent upwards of like 20 minutes like banging out, organizing syllogisms in it because I kept noticing that there were things that didn't work in them. I was like, damn, ChatGPT, what are you up to?
Yeah, they hallucinate all the time.
Especially in
It's a
math.
known thing.
Especially in math. Regarding
Yeah, but
geophysics.
keep in mind how this began, though, friend, is without any quantification at all, without knowing how it's even done. He made the claim that not only is the accuracy wildly off, he used that term, that adjective, wildly, to describe how off it was, having no knowledge of the actual offness whatsoever. He then said, we don't get it because we're bad at physics. When it's a math question, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, that was pretty pitiful.
However, Mick, with our faithful wounds as friends correcting him, he arrived at a humility where he said, you know what? I'm going to have to retract that because I actually was wrong.
And that was, yeah, I appreciate that. I hate, forgive me for interjecting there. I was just waiting for that moment to get him on that because it was a must, right? It was blatant. It was a blatant error
I know,
that
Mick. I know, brother. I know. That's why I went back in time after knowing when he was about to leave to let you do it right before he left.
I sent you the paper, by the way.
Question.
If you
What
want to
was,
take a look.
what was that in response? What was he saying was inaccurate?
You're cutting out penguins.
Like, I know something about 8 inches per mile square.
Sorry, dude. You're all choppy, bro.
But like, what was he saying? It was like it was wildly inaccurate or something.
Yeah, check it out in the chat.
So I'll give you the prompting of how it actually happened. So DJ was explaining to him that if you have an Earth of a certain size, then the horizon would be at this distance, right? Didn't mention anything about how he got that answer. The other guy then started critiquing him for using an inaccurate formula, to which DJ replied accurately, I never said anything about a formula. I just said this is what it is. So what formula are you critiquing me for misusing? I haven't used one yet. And he then tried to strawman DJ by saying, oh, well, you're using the 8 inches per mile approximation. But he wasn't, because DJ was actually referring to just a known factor of deriving a distance to the horizon from circle math that has been done for us and can be easily found online, right? Has nothing to do with 8 inches per mile parabola at all. So the guy just had it in his mind that someone told him flat earthers misunderstand the curvature because they use a parabola because it's wildly inaccurate. And he actually had no knowledge of it whatsoever. He admitted that ultimately, gracefully so. And so we forgive him for his initial mockery of us that we're too stupid to understand it, because in fact it was him who didn't understand it.
And tagged you in the chat, Penguins. Basically, that snapshot, he was critiquing our understanding of that, basically.
Now, the reason why this matters, my friend Penguins, is because Homeboy was initially claiming, well, I know the Earth is a globe because of a certain thing. And that certain thing is that boats disappear from the bottom up as they go away from it. That was his claim. It's that because boats disappear from the bottom up, because the Earth is curved, that's how I know the Earth is curved. Now, keep in mind, if the Earth is a ball, then it has a fixed radius. It's not getting bigger and smaller. So that means that the boat is being cut off from the obstruction of the Earth curve at a particular point that can be derived from the circle segment formula or the whatever the other ones are called. I can't remember them off the top of my head. But anyway, you can draw a line on a circle and get, your eye line intersecting the circle, and then carries on to the boat in question, and you know how much is cut off, et cetera, et cetera. So the actual quantities of this formula matter, and that's why he said, "Oh, well, you flat earthers don't even know the way that it's messed up. Like your interpretation of what a curve is wrong." Here's why: because if the curve is indeed curved, and it is indeed the cause of things disappearing from the bottom up, and that's a geometric consequence, which can be measured and tested in reality. But when it comes out, dude, you actually find out that you can see boats that are 30 miles away, which should be 400 feet below the curvature. There's no such thing as a 400-foot tall boat. So the sheer fact that you can see the boat at all disproves his claim that the Earth being a ball is what's causing things to be obstructed. And so rather than focus on that, he had to immediately start castigating us for not understanding how math works when it was actually him who was wrong. Because if we actually held him to task on his claim, he would have found out really quickly that his claim of the geometry of the Earth was false.
So it was about like vision. Is my mic broken still?
Nah, we can hear you.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, I was asking. So that like 8 inches per mile square thing was in reference to the like how you see it.
No, it's in reference to the claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius, and that's an approximation of the curvature rate, how much drop over distance you would have. However, check this out. Just because there's drop over distance doesn't necessarily mean that you should or shouldn't see a certain amount of an object. That's a different relationship.
Yeah, that's whether or not there is something blocking it, not the distance of what would be blocking it.
No, the 8 inches per mile squared is just the raw drop. So if you imagine a horizontal eye line, and then you imagine you're on the side of the Earth as a circle, then there'd be a certain amount of drop as you look out further and further. So that's just the raw drop. Now, the obstruction rate would be as if you're looking out towards an object and there's a hump of Earth curve in between you and it. That's a different formula. Now, keep in mind, Mr. DJ was talking about the distance. Real quick.
Is it up?
Yep. Choppy.
I'll use my earbuds.
Cool.
So you're saying you weren't referencing any sort of like line of sight, visual, like how far something was. You were just referencing like the geometry of the Earth.
Right, yeah. DJ was trying to establish the known geometry of the Earth so that he could then use that as a point of argumentation.
Oh, you didn't get past that?
No, because the opponent immediately started denigrating us that we don't understand that the 8 inches per mile approximation is wrong. The problem is that DJ was talking about the distance to the horizon, not the raw drop rate. The two completely different things.
Yeah, but I was really glad you got him on that percent error. That percent error has been out there since like 2015 at least. With Edward Hendry put that out there, And this guy's just using outdated arguments. The Globers somehow didn't know that, and they started. I think that was around like 2020, 2021. They started coming out and saying, "Oh, it's a parabola. It doesn't work." You just destroyed them totally, Overlord. That was great. Yep. Anytime I need a clip of that so I don't have to repeat it. Anytime somebody comes in with that, we'll just play that.
I mean, it sounds like there's more to the argument, like someone would use, but I didn't hear that part. So that sounds a bit silly.
Well, look, saying that something's inaccurate, if it's true, it's true. But then you have to ask the second question, which is the inaccuracies meaningful to where this approximation cannot be used? Keep in mind, Mick caveated it, and everyone caveats it with, it's an approximation. Imagine saying you can't use an approximation because it's not perfect. You can only use approximations that are perfect. Well, then it wouldn't be an approximation, then would it? No, duh, right?
Yeah, I guess it depends what you're using it for.
They really shouldn't point that out because the parabola slightly underestimates the drop rate, so they could buy themselves some leeway if they weren't so dumb.
Yeah, I tried pointing that out.
Great point.
Yeah, I tried pointing that out to the atheist earlier. He said it overestimates it, but like he's biting the hand that feeds him in a way. Well, not necessarily that, but like he's arguing against something that makes it easier for him to work with. Like it's really stupid.
Water jug ban?
Wait, what's underestimated?
The drop.
Or what's super overestimated?
So what I mean is, like, if you go to 20 minutes past the hour, put a little screenshot. See that? Yeah. You see the red line B?
Yeah, I saw that a couple times.
Yeah,
I already referenced. Yeah, that was not.
Oh, you're cutting out here.
Yeah, it was. He said it was just over. His graph said it was over, like.
Yeah. So what I mean by that is, you see the red line; it only drops down to the parabola and not to the actual circle itself. So that distance is to the parabola is smaller than if it would have been to the circle. So when we provide a drop value using this formula, we're providing a number that's smaller than we would provide if we used the actual circle function. So we're basically saying it drops less than it actually would, right? Making it easier for them.
How much less?
Yeah, I think the hot mic is Kingsley. Yeah. Oh, somebody muted him. Good.
What's the actual drop?
0.
No, yeah, I mean like like you're saying
if you use a circle function. Yeah. I mean, we can probably do it right on the fly there, right? The function of a circle is well. Let me actually, you know what? Let me actually do it. I'm curious.
That's Give me a math thing. The function is like some sort of.
Yeah, the function of a circle, it's, the square root of, x squared minus r squared, or r squared minus x squared. Bunch of shit, Hold on, give me a second.
Is that because GPT was wrong, or because...
Yeah, GPT gave 2 answers. So in the end, we discovered that one of them aligned more with what we would have expected, which is a very small deviation. Whereas the first one, it was like, oh, you're like almost 100% off. So it was like, which one is it? You know?
Right. So what we should see is a slight deviation of like
Yeah.
what was it, the 0.05%? Was that the one that was right? At 6,666
At 1,000 miles. Yeah, at 1,000 miles, that error margin represents like 1.6 something percent.
Yeah, that's wild. That's just like strictly geometric stuff, and that doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
So what is it actually, though?
I'm doing it right now. I'm going fast, so forgive me if I make a mistake. I don't think it sounds reasonable. The value I get is minus 128 point something, as opposed to, and this is in mile. Fuck it, never mind. I'm not even gonna try. I don't want to sound like an idiot. I don't want to rush it. Forgive me. Oh yeah, no, no, later. Never mind.
I don't even think I was like. we went over the important bits already.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, at 1,000 miles, it looks like on a rough draft.
Satisfied.
Yeah, a rough draft. It looks like it would go down 128 miles over 1,000 miles.
It would go down as much as it went out at 1,000 miles.
Yeah, so that horizontal line, you drop a vertical line from it, like on the graph that I showed you, and that length of that vertical line to the circle from the horizontal line, according to this, is about 128. That's the number I get. I think it's in miles, right? So if I do the 8-inch per mile squared approximation, you get 8 times 1 million. 1,000 miles. So that's in inches. How many inches in a mile? 5,000 something.
It's like tomato or something.
How many?
There's some like rhyme. Tomato. My bad, my device is slow. 63,360.
63,000?
360, yeah.
There you go. Okay. 126. So in one calculation we get 128 something, the other one we get 126 something. Is that really that big of a deal over such a large distance? In terms of percentage wise, it's like what? That's it. That's about a 1 point something percent. We're off by 1 or 2 units.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Bingo.
Yeah, so since it's not measured at all when they argue over these tiny little amounts, it's just very silly because it doesn't help their argument at all. It's just an excuse to avoid the truth. But I mean, really, just your like run of the mill garden variety globe believer like Junior Atheist, he's been done a disservice because he watched some video that said it was a parabola and it was wrong, or he watched some video that said ships go over the horizon. He's a Bill Nye fan, He thought these guys had his back, and then he comes in here. It's like, oh, they want facts, evidence, calculations. What's going on here? Thought these flat earthers were dumb. So yeah, I mean, you guys all did a great job. Says who isn't here anymore, but I was takedown of that dude, whether he realized it or not.
Fair enough, but he wasn't destroyed. In fact, he made a new friend.
Oh yeah, he's got Mike, right? Mike's his new friend.
Yeah, they're gonna make gorgeous math babies together.
Yeah. Let's say that. Sure.
You got AutoCAD?
No.
Dang it. I'd like for someone to do it on AutoCAD and then zoom in on the 10-mile portion, the 100-mile portion, 1,000-mile portion, and then have the math and the variableness right there. Right, so you have the zoomed out version, right? Then you have each point zoomed in on, so you can actually see the lines, how much they deviate.
Oh, to scale. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd have four screens, and then you arrange it to where it's one screen, so it's all four in one that you could just look at.
I tried to derive a function that would predict the error margin between the two in raw units, but it kind of got complicated. I was like, fuck it, getting too far away from the simple 8 inch per mile squared. That was the whole point of that, is to simplify in the communication, right, and the derivation. Like it's good enough, So yeah, that way a visual that would probably be better.
You can probably find the video. It's either a video or something where Chris did it. Probably find that if I search for it.
What I had understood so far is that the method by which this 8 inch per mile squared was calculated was using some Pythagorean approach, right, where they actually plotted a triangle onto a sphere at one point, did some math, and got like 7.9999 something or whatever, which is very close to 8, and they ran with that. So that's like one number. This approach was very close also, similar but more general, or maybe not more general, but general in a different form, and it gave another approximation. So there's somewhere in between, like, is where the circle actually lies. So they're both very, very good. All right, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the one he would have done. I took a calculus approach instead.
Yeah, but I think no matter what, it works out to less than 1% at the ranges of actual visibility that's possible from a ground-based observation.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. They're just two different parabolas, slightly different because they came from different methods. But yeah, they fall in that line. It's perfectly okay.
Yeah, it's 0.5% at 500 miles. So yeah, you could say less than 0.5% at any of the distances we're talking
what is
about.
vision? Sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead, penguins.
I didn't mean to interrupt. What is the inch squared thing?
Shit.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I
guy never heard. Go ahead.
What does the inch per mile squared thing have to do with the vision?
Nothing really.
It's not using any predictions.
Well, look, it's raw drop from a dot that would be directly on the surface, basically. So since your eyes aren't directly on the surface, you'd have to do it from 6 feet elevation, right? And that would change. And then the relationship between you and the object in the distance is going to be cut off by your eye line intersecting the curve, supposedly. So there's a few more steps you got to do to actually get that to be relevant to what you can or shouldn't be able to see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a little bit different math. They kind of intertwine a bit, but they're not expressed in the same fashion.
Yeah,
I'll
so
give
like,
you an
for
example.
if the distance to the horizon from where you're at is a certain distance, right, where your eye line would intersect the curve that they claim exists, right, then the object being beyond that, whether it's close or far, it'd be either below that eye line even more. So the raw drop isn't quite as significant as the interaction between where the horizon's supposed to be, which they claim is a hump of Earth curve that's actually blocking things. So the raw drop is one thing, and then where the horizon is relative to where you actually are above the surface is something else. But yeah, it's much easier understood from a picture, for sure.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Give me 2 seconds. I'll give you an idea.
So I get you're saying like line of sight is like a straight line, right? That's what you're referencing there. I don't see how that follows to like how that would be used in a prediction along with those variables on the globe model.
Not this one per se, but hang on. Give me a second. Shit.
Like I heard the
best
math
I can
you
do.
said, but
yeah.
it's assuming a few
Sorry.
things
Yeah.
that are accounted for.
One second there.
So like I get line of sight, but like light interacting with it's a different thing.
Check this out, right? Forgive my drawing. It's obviously not to scale. But you see on the left-hand side, the little red scribble. Tried to draw a little bonum there, little guy standing on the surface of the curve that extends outwards. You see his head is where that line, the black hashed line, continues.
Is that drawing in like a vacuum?
What?
Like where's light come into play here? I only see like
this would just be
a guy.
No.
Like a reference point.
Forgive me. The drawing's pitiful, but to convey the idea, you see the black horizontal hashed line above the arc. You see on the left-hand side, it extends right into the middle of that red circle.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's supposed to represent the guy's line of sight. So if that little guy's head is standing on the curve, you see the red line. I tried to extend it outwards. Didn't really do a good job. You get the idea. That's where his eyes would be. If he was looking out over the horizon, and the horizon is indeed a hump, right? That hump would obstruct anything below that hashed line on the right side.
Okay, so you're saying that line of sight.
So in that sort
is what you would see with light.
Kinda, yeah. Like in that sort of sense, anything that is beyond that hashed line below, that guy would not see unless it was taller than whatever dx is at that point.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyways,
So
my point was this function. Yeah, sorry. This illustration or this math is kind of interchangeable with the other one that was being talked about, but not exactly. They have different purposes. but to see how they connect in some way, I tried to illustrate that. Or with that,
Yeah, but I guess you're using line of sight differently than I learned.
Yeah.
So you're just like putting in there that light travels in a straight line.
In raw geometric terms, this would be described, right? And then on top of that, there would be the added variability from, any sort of, bending of light, if applicable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would work. So that graph doesn't really.
So this would be this would be the base. Yeah, so this would be the baseline upon which you build with all those extra variations or variables.
If you're talking about the variables that you're not including, which include how light works, why are you referencing how light and vision should work if this graph doesn't actually include that?
This just describes the raw geometry. All the rest of the stuff is built on this. Like, for example, if you look at any Earth curve calculator that has the ability to predict, what you should see over a horizon and allows you to play with refraction, they're building on top of a model, not exactly this, but similar to it, in the same fashion I sort of described. So they have a geometric baseline, if you will, and then they modify the path that the light would take depending on the conditions, and as expressed by that refractive index. So it would be like a little bit of a warping of this very kind of geometric expression, but all the while having this underpinning it in the first place. So, like, assuming no refraction whatsoever, this is what you got. If you have a little bit of refraction, you warp this a bit, one way or the other. Make sense?
Yep.
There you go.
I guess I personally wouldn't use the phrasing, these are the variables and this is what we should see, but we don't see that. But instead I would say, these are the variables, and it doesn't accurately predict what we see because I didn't include other variables.
It doesn't accurately predict what we see in nature because Earth is not a ball. That's the reason.
Well, it doesn't include the variables, so I don't even know what exactly is wrong here. Like, what doesn't line up? That? Well, it definitely doesn't, because that's in a vacuum.
Well, even at maximum distortion or maximum refraction, whatever you want to call it, the 1.225 mile geometric horizon at 1 foot above the water would only be like 1.3. So instead of 1.22 miles, 1.3 miles. So the required geometric horizon has to be there.
He gone, by the way.
My favorite part is when these globe believers start reciting their lore as if it's fact, and they act like we've never heard it before. Don't you guys like that part? That atheist guy was doing that. I find it very entertaining. It's like, yeah, don't you know about the Big Bang and how great it was? How it made everything?
He was talking about the birth of the core and how it got to the center of the earth.
Oh my god.
Absolutely ridiculous.
And he was like so excited about it. Like, can you hear the passion in his voice? It's like, hey guys,
Oh yeah.
haven't you ever heard this before? Like, it's so amazing. And he's saying it like it's total fact. And it's like so outrageous. You know, no connection to reality, no facts to back it up. Yeah, but he's gonna come in here and lecture us about it. I don't know. I find it entertaining as long as I don't actually have to talk to them.
Yeah, I started to, I began to just stop them and let them know, or ask the question, why do you think flat earthers know more about this than you do? Because
Yeah, that's
they
a good
think we
question.
just like,
Yeah.
yeah, they think we were born flat earthers. Like we didn't know about the globe at all, and they're here to teach us. So I've been stopping them and saying, look, we used to believe the same thing you do. So when they make this fallacious argument, you guys should take a plane trip for 36 hours in one direction and it'll change your whole perspective of life. I'm like, we already did that. We already changed our ideas that we thought were true based on new information when we went out and checked ourselves. So they don't know that we did this.
Yeah, Sonny. I mean, I'm open to ideas, but sometimes, like this guy earlier that kept asking me how you get from California to Japan, unless you were on a globe. I'm like, I explained it to him like 3 different times. House analogy, circumnavigating your house, palm analogy, just analogy of what's the difference from going from New York to California or going from California to Japan. Somehow they think like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like when they're going to another country across the ocean, somehow they think that magically requires a globe. Like,
I know.
I just, like, I just don't even get like, I don't know. Like I explained it a whole bunch of times, and he's like, "I just still don't get how you can go from California to Japan." I'm like, "Okay, well, I just don't know what else I could do for you at this point because,
Yeah. So
if you just
apparently,
like really can't imagine that you can travel from one place to another without it being a globe, like I
yeah.
don't even know. Like I'm at a loss."
Apparently, you can't go from one place to another if the Earth is a horizontal plane. Like what? How's
I
that?
don't know. Maybe I'm just too far removed. I don't know. To go back to try to imagine. Should I try to indoctrinate myself again? Do you think that would be helpful?
I don't think so. Maybe if we all just bone up.
Yeah. You should definitely marry. You should definitely date a surgeon. Sure.
Wait a minute, what was that? You cut out.
That was funny. I know I got it. I said, should I indoctrinate myself again? He said, yes, you should definitely date a surgeon. That's a funny joke. That was
Oh,
good.
I see what he did there. Maybe try to find a curvature surgeon.
Yeah, that's what we need. Yeah, getting that curvature out of the brain there.
Yeah, surgically remove it. Doctor, please, doctor.
I tried to get the doc to talk. Have you ever heard the doc talk, Sonny, Tristan, down there below you?
We were talking with, I think he was on, I don't know. I was on politics and religion for several hours today, and pretty good conversation. I don't know if he was one of them or not, but
Oh, really? Because when I was in there, it was like completely insane. Like the Globers
yeah.
had taken over, and I was there for a short time. Latz was trying to get it more civilized, but it was pretty crazy. But you went in there too.
Yeah, I came in for a minute, and then I saw you in there, but I had to leave, so I came back on after a little while. So there was more of us in there when I came back. So Crit had came in, and I mean, it was pretty interesting. It got kind of boring after a while, though, because I don't know, the Globers, the people that are normally routinely in politics and religion, and not necessarily in flat Earth. They talk about the weirdest shit, like, excuse my language, but they talk about some really weird stuff. And like, to me, it sounds like sophomoric, sounds like something from junior high school. And there was a guy on there with his video on, filming himself taking bong hits. I'm like, yeah, that's lame.
Oh boy, good thing I wasn't there for that part. Yeah, I mean, it makes me appreciate the conversations we have over here because, yeah, I left that like weird, outrageous, like Globers Gone Wild, where they were like talking to each other, and you can't even like follow their conversations because they're just kind of like screaming at each other about how the Earth rotates. It's like Gem Panda server on steroids. And then I came over here, and AV was like, just very calmly conducting this conversation. It was like, yes, guys, thank you.
What a relief.
Back to civilization. Yeah.
Yeah, because this one guy, I guess his name is Robert. His iStar, and he's just totally batshit. I mean, it's really over the top, just stupidity, and they pretending that he's like intelligent. And he's saying things, he just like puts a bunch of words together. Oh, yeah, I debunked this 21-mile laser test. You can't see that observation from that location. There's a landmass in the way. And like, and like, who was it? Was it T-Dub? I don't know. Someone was in there trying to explain to him. Yeah, when you put a zoom camera, things have more space between them. He didn't get that. He didn't get any of that.
Yeah, well, since we don't have any globe believers willing to speak up like Tristan or Rolling My Boulder, or if anybody else wants to discuss your globe beliefs, by all means, speak up. But I'll just take this time to say how much I appreciate everyone that's here and everyone that's willing to carry on the banner of Flat Earth. Nice. That was good. Applause. Who did that?
That was me.
Yeah, because good. Flat Lloyd agrees. Yep, everybody deserves A+, right, Flat Lloyd?
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to do. You have to train your brain to not only understand the information, but also deal with whatever the person right in front of you is going to throw at you. And it's very challenging. We have a great team here. I'm very impressed with everybody. I really enjoyed listening to you guys go after that atheist guy, like I told you. I'm like, yes. It was great. He didn't have a leg to stand on.
I wish I hadn't missed that.
It was pretty good. It might almost be worth rewinding, Sonny. It was really good.
Yeah. Might check that out.
Yeah, you might become a recurring guy as well.
Yeah, it's only at the end, after he started with making fun of us about some claim he made that we were wrong. He ended up realizing he was wrong, and he apologized. And now him and Mick are best friends, and he's having him as his best man at his wedding.
Oh my God.
Yep, they're going to go on a boys' trip to the Bahamas next month.
That's hilarious.
That is pretty rare, though. You're right. I should give that guy more credit, even though he annoyed me at first, for sure. I had a definite distaste in my mouth. But yeah, that he did admit that he was wrong. That's kind of rare for some of them, right? They'd rather just like run away before doing that. So that was pretty good.
What part did he admit he was wrong about? Anything in particular?
Yeah, it was his challenge. He was challenging the formula. Well, he wrongly challenged DJ, who was talking about the horizon distance calculation, and then he was trying to bring their tired old challenge of the 8 inches per mile squared formula, and then he had some chat GPT stuff that Mick showed him was wrong, and yeah, it was the math thing. He thought, I mean, he clearly had no idea what he was talking about. He just thought, somehow we had gotten this, hey there, Patted Pops, no music, please.
What did they move me in here?
Yeah, I can't imagine why anyone would have moved that person. Oh, now we have Venetian Merchant. Hello. Now they're gone. Sonny, I totally lost my train of thought. I was answering your question.
It's okay. No, it's okay. You were talking. I sort of had looked a little bit in the chat, and I saw that the chart or whatever that was about the 8 inches per mile squared, and I heard some of what Mick was talking about concerning that. So I think I pretty much gathered what was going on with that.
Yeah, I mean, he just somewhere got this catchphrase or idea in his head that there was something wrong with that calculation, and then Overlord was grilling him about, the different percentage error with that approximation at different distances, which of course he had no idea. They just come in here with something, anti-flat earther told them, I guess. I don't even know where they get this information. And then they think it's just going to fly with them having no idea what they're talking about. I mean, it's the same thing as when they chant refraction. It's the same idea. Somebody told them this is the magic wand to make flat earth go away. And then when it doesn't work, most of the time they get angry and have a tantrum, but this dude actually didn't. He actually looked at what was being presented to him. So that was cool.
Oh, I sort of remember what this guy Isar was saying. It was hilarious. He's like, what's your proof of the flat earth? We're basically telling him level, sea level. He goes, there's no unit of level, or there's no unit of flat. And I'm like, really? And nobody said there was. Like, what? What was? It's like, he just like, I don't know, man. Just really strange thoughts like going on with these people.
Dude, him and Bev would get along.
That's right. Yeah, we should send him over there.
Yeah. Before he was telling me, I had a conversation with him before he was telling me, I said about the globe, there's a drop over distance. He goes, no, there isn't. I mean, what? I was like, what? What do you mean? If you're standing on a sphere, doesn't it drop away and drop in altitude as you move away from your set? Like if you move away from that point? He kept saying that there is no drop over distance on the globe. He goes, that's where you guys have it wrong. There is no drop over distance on the globe. He never could explain what he meant by that. I think he was going to explain something like that no matter
Yeah,
where
as you go. Yeah, as you're moving along, you're not dropping his view. So that's probably what he meant. I would agree with you. Right, so you're assuming you're moving like that. So then if it's the case that he says, well, everywhere I move, everything I experience is flat, level, and horizontal because I'm not dropping and I don't experience any dropping, then what could he conclude? Therefore, I am traveling around a ball because I'm not traveling around a ball? What sense does that make?
Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, what I've observed of working with teenagers, which I think we see the results of here, is, because of kind of the cultural conditioning and the thought police atmosphere that has increased, over the last 10, 20 years, that the people who, I guess you would say in the past, would normally be leaders in a society, they're like shamed into silence. I don't know if Flat Lloyd has seen this, but they're like the people who would like think really hard about what they say, or maybe you would say like at a higher level of intelligence or ability and so on, because the message they've been getting since childhood is you can't say this thing, you can't say that thing, you can only say this, don't talk about that thing, it's too scary. So like those people are all like just completely like they're afraid to even say a word. They just sit there and say nothing. And like the lowest common denominator of society are the ones who they're not afraid, right? Because they don't even have filters, they don't have self-control, they don't really observe other people around them, they don't read the temperature of a room. So they just spout whatever. And then it's just because they're actually the only people who are talking, they kind of become the leaders of the group and lead them into degeneracy. It's a very weird phenomenon, and they're also usually the ones who are most tuned into the lowest level cultural, so I can't even call it cultural. I can't even call it counterculture because, what we're doing is really counterculture. It's just degeneracy, right? That's all it is. Yeah, they're also tuned into the music, the just mindset of the lowest common denominator degeneracy. And those are the people who are leading the youth. I mean, those are the youth who are leading the other youth because they're the only ones who are stupid enough to think they can just say whatever they want because they can, right? Like the smart people could too. It's just they've believed this programming that you're not allowed to say certain things, which of course we know here. Yeah, you could sit there for, say the earth is flat all day long and nothing bad happens to you at all, right? You could say whatever you want. I mean, within reason, we know there are censored topics, but the most reasonable people are being silenced. And so then here in Discord, that's why we're seeing these people who are just completely nuts, but they're used to people listening to them because they're the only ones talking. Like, that's just how it is.
Yeah, that's why you have, and I would say that it kind of is a culture of like hyper contrarian. Like, so it's basically just like 1984, it's like doublespeak is the language of the current era, like up is not necessarily up is down, left is right, black is white, white is black, like all these different things, like where, you know, it's flat, but it's a ball. Like, so they're just going to go contrary to whatever they're being told that doesn't fit the mainstream paradigm, right? You either, so in 1984, you either conform or you're punished.
Yeah, and they don't even have to actually do it. You know, they don't actually have to punish any of these people. They just have this kind of threat hanging over people that they actually think something's bad's going to happen to them if they go against the mainstream, and they will probably be ridiculed, right? Which for some people, ridicule is like a huge threat. Like they're really scared of it. So yeah, I understand that's true.
Ridicule is like worse than death. They'd rather have their fingernails pulled off with a pliers than to be ridiculed in front of their peers.
Yeah, because I had a young person in here a few weeks ago that, like, this was a serious question that they asked me, like, if I join that Flat Earth server you gave me the link to, or if I click on that Flat Earth video, am I going to go on a watch list? Like, she asked me that. She was, like, really serious, you know, because that's the kind of thing they worry about, you know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh about it. Like, she was seriously worried about it. I think people do worry about that. Like, this girl probably only said it because she was probably more open about her fears than a lot of people are. Like, I think that's probably a common fear people would have, but like most people wouldn't say it, you know, wouldn't ask. They would just assume, right? Yeah, like a guy earlier asked me to take his @mentions out of the chat here, right? Because he doesn't want to be @mentioned in the Flat Earth channel, right?
That's so strange. Yeah, you know, you could almost tell that girl, whoever it was you were speaking to, well, listen, honey, we're all on the watch list. Why do you think flat earthers are separated out? No, they got all of us on the watch list. What do you think AI is?
That's a good answer, Sonny. I got to remember that one. We're all being watched for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you I mean, I've thought about that. Like, yeah, when my kids are older, I thought, yeah, well, I could just especially if I actually ever get to retire, because now I work online, so I really have to have my phone. Like all these different things are tied to it. But yeah, could I just get rid of it? You could, that's what I would have done when I was younger, for sure. If I didn't already have this job, I'd just be like, yep, bye guys. Yep. You don't have to be, you can exist in this world still. They haven't made it so you can't exist without it. Like you could just have cash and completely detached from it. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I made a choice back then, even after I came back from living in the wilderness, that it was better to participate in society. So I guess I'm just going to keep participating for now.
Yeah.
But it's tempting to just get out of it. It's tempting.
Well, it was nice talking with you. I have to turn in earlier tonight than I have been. So have a good evening. I'll talk to you all tomorrow.
I'm supposed to go to bed early too, Sonny, because I have to get up at 6:30. So why am I still up? Yeah, good question.
I know. All right, you guys. Take care.
Come on, Roland, my boulder. You don't speak anymore. I never hear you talk. Talking to Bacon, he's not even here. You used to come to Ladies' Night in the 24/7 server. That was your favorite night. Remember that? Because we talked to you, and the other guys were not as nice to you as we were.
I don't remember that being my favorite night, but what's up?
It wasn't your favorite. Oh, how disappointing. I'm going to have to rewrite that chapter in my life story. Rolling my boulder didn't like Ladies' Night.
Oh, I'm sure I liked it.
But it wasn't your favorite night. Which was your favorite night? Was it men's night?
It was every night that I won the argument.
Oh, how many nights was that?
Depending on who is evaluating who won, not many.
Oh, okay. Wow. So you're
I would
giving
say
yourself
that I won a lot more debates than probably you would say, right?
Yeah, probably so. I think that's probably true. Yeah, we need I don't know, where do you even find an objective witness in this? I guess if you could find like a moderator who just wasn't into, the argument at all, that would be ideal, I suppose.
Yeah, I think we have to live with the fact that we don't have an objective, neutral person to observe this.
Yeah, because most of the people that claim to be neutral, like, I don't think they'd be good moderators because they seem like they're kind of just checked out in general, Like most of the people who are kind of like, doesn't matter either way. Who cares? I don't think they'd be, the best at moderating.
Yeah, I think anybody that knew enough facts to evaluate who was winning the debate, process of learning those facts would have pushed them to one side or the other. I think you could
a good
know
moderator.
a lot of facts.
Yeah. Crypto used to moderate the arena, which I think is one of the toughest places to moderate. Did you ever meet Crypto? Rolling my boulder.
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was in there in the 24/7 server. What would you say was your best performance then? Like, what is your particular
guys, I know what's over the ice wall. Guys, I found what's over the ice wall. You're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this. Over the ice wall, there's just more ice, and it just keeps going. There's so much ice, in fact, that
it's a globe.
It's a globe. Yeah, because it turns back around and then goes to the other side of the ice. And then there's some water.
If everyone went on one side of the Earth, would the Earth just tip over? Because everyone would be on that side. It would be way down. It would just be way down.
Yeah, probably.
That's why the flat Earth theory is proven.
Here's one thing I was wondering. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, did they just fly over like Africa and all these other places? Is that how that works? They just flew over all these other countries and no one saw them coming?
No, they took an aircraft carrier, you dippy.
Oh, really? Really? Did they now? And did they take that aircraft carrier?
First of all, to quote Animal House, it was when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor.
No, wrong. Incorrect. The Japanese did.
Incorrect.
You think I'm incorrect?
Rolling.
Yeah.
Please stop. Their culture is deficient. It's going to hurt them if you actually tell them it's from a movie.
Yeah, Roland, you better stop. You better slow your roll there, buddy.
Aren't you guys flat earthers or not? I can't tell.
Why don't you ask me some questions and see if you can figure it out for yourself?
Okay.
Okay. Question number 1. Is the Earth flat?
No.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is our Glober. We have different Glober mascots. We keep them around just for fun. So yeah, he's not actually a flat earther, but there are other ones.
Oh, so he's much smarter than all of you.
Wait. Are there actual people here that are flat earthers?
Oh, yes, there's more than one.
Hey,
more than one.
I have a question. What do you guys think that big glowing thing in the sky is?
Is that? I think it's God.
Holy crap! I'll
Is
tell you what it isn't. It's
Is that
certainly
like a
not the
big
Earth.
flashlight?
The sun. The sun.
Yeah.
What?
Okay,
Globe
I'm gonna,
Comedy Hour. It's a Globe Comedy Hour now, I guess. Is that what's
my
happening?
thing is like if flat earthers like never like flown to like another country or something, or
No.
like, flown around.
No,
the
they've
world,
never done
just, like,
anything
they're-
ever.
they're
Wait, I have a
honest,
genuine
they're
question. Okay,
aerodynamic.
this is a genuine question for the flat.
Roblox.
Okay, this is
my
oh my
Roblox
god.
coffee.
I have a genuine question for the flat earthers. Something
Yeah, you
that might
guys,
be
hold
real-
on. You guys should have worked. You guys should have worked out ahead of time, like who was going to be your main speaker, because all you
I
talk
have a
at once
question.
is
I don't
not
know who
gonna-
that. I don't know who that
Yeah,
guy is.
I'm
He
sure you
doesn't
don't.
represent
Yeah,
me.
I'm sure you don't.
I'm gonna ask you a
All right,
question.
well,
Oh, God.
who's
Can I
gonna
ask a
be then? Who's it gonna be? It's
I
Master.
don't know him.
R.
Can I just ask a question?
That's
All
okay.
right.
I'll take up the burden.
Rawr. Go for it.
I'll take up the burden.
Okay,
Thanks.
so this is a question.
So
that
this is a question that I
I
have.
want to hear. I want to hear Master. I want to hear the Master.
This is a
Go for
question that my Euro sister can answer. If the Earth is flat, why is there a horizon line that things like ships and airplanes can disappear over? Does it make sense if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, so there's no evidence. That is a common misconception perpetuated by a man who makes money by lying to children, Bill Nye, as well as others, that ships disappearing, that they disappear over the horizon, for one thing, that it would be the first claim, and that this supposed phenomenon happens because of Earth curve. Whereas, in fact, if you are at the shore and you're watching a ship and you think that it's disappearing, it's actually not disappearing at all. It's going outside of the natural limitations of your human vision. And if you had a high-powered zoom camera, telescope, or even binoculars, you could bring that ship back into your view, thus showing and demonstrating that indeed the ship never did disappear over the horizon, just disappeared from the bottom up due to angular resolution and the limitations of the human eyeball. The most serious globe believers, if you really want to be a globe defender, just leave that one in the dust, because nobody really even thinks that's proof of curve. I know if you Google it, it might come up, but like it's a joke. All right. So there you go. Any questions?
I have
Do you
two
have evidence of
questions.
this? Do you have actual documented evidence of this, or is it just your claim?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it myself. I've brought the ship back into view. With a high-powered zoom camera after it went out. I mean, if you want a demonstration of it, I can give you, like a visual demonstration of it in the chat. There, are you in the chat? That
I mean, I need some sort of peer-reviewed paper or some sort of academic source.
Okay, well.
It don't exist because it's not how it works. I mean, if you understand,
People don't know. I'm sorry. Excuse me. People, they don't do peer-reviewed papers about things that are just, well-known, easily documented things, such as what I've put there, Optics on a Flat Earth, about how your eye actually sees. You don't need to have a peer-reviewed paper. I'm not going to have a peer-reviewed paper about, how long my table is. These are just things that you can observe in reality and that are well known and documented the way the human eye works, and that you can bring a ship back into your view after it disappeared from your view.
Yeah, that makes. Oh my god.
Did you have a question, Void?
I did have a couple questions, but then it's not even worth it.
Oh gosh, giving up so quickly. What a disappointment.
Oh yeah, I'm giving up. So as a pilot, when you're flying, so what do you think? Let's say if I was to fly in a straight direction in a whole way, am I supposed to just go to the edge of the globe and teleport to the other side then? How does that work? As someone who's flown around what is it, 280 degrees of the planet, did I just teleport back and forth then or something? How does that work?
Yeah, so you're demonstrating there another misconception about flat Earth, which is that we think that we're just a flattened out globe. Often it's portrayed in many jokes, propaganda, and memes as being a disk flying through space. The controlled opposition organization known as the Flat Earth Society also perpetuates this myth. Whereas, in fact, we reject the fantasy medium of outer space as being an impossibility, and we do not think of the Earth as being just a flattened out globe. Because you even said it right there. You're like the edge of the globe. It was kind of like you're imagining that flat Earth, like everything else you learned about your fake heliocentric globe religion, also applies to the flat Earth. No, we reject your cult of the globe altogether, and we accept the Earth as it actually appears, which is flat and stationary. So it's totally possible to, circumnavigate a shape which is not a globe. The only reason you think that isn't possible is because you were indoctrinated from birth with a globe, and then you think everything else that you've learned about has to occur only on that, when in fact you can circumnavigate many shapes, not just a globe.
Okay, so what's the
then
shape of the Earth then?
What is the shape? Because it can't be a spandex, because then that would have a shadow across the face of the Earth, and that would disprove laws. Okay, so no, what shape is the Earth?
Yeah, I need a visual representation of what this looks like.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that since, as I mentioned, you've been indoctrinated since birth onto the fantasy globe story, that you would like me to come up with another fairy tale to replace that, so that instead of accepting the world on its own terms, how it actually appears to you, you want me to produce you with a new thing that you can latch onto and pretend that it explains everything. So yeah, it looks like you see it when you walk outside your door, or especially when you go to the ocean. Have you ever been to the ocean, Void?
You're not answering.
Well, Kiwi. Okay, you don't like my answer. Kiwi Buzz.
I'm fine with it.
There's Kiwi Buzz. Kiwi Buzz.
I will dumb it down. What does it look like from space?
I'll keep saying it.
What does it look like from space? What does it look like from space?
I will answer that question after I tell you that another person, since you didn't like my answer, Kiwi Buzz has given you
no, because you don't
an answer
you're dumb.
at 44 minutes after the hour. That's what the Earth looks like. Looks like the Earth.
Okay,
yeah,
you're just retarded.
From space.
Yes, you're very retarded.
Oh yeah, is that surprising to you that the Earth looks like the Earth?
Space is fake.
That's not answering what shape it is. You're not answering what shape the Earth is, because you can't.
What does it look like from
come
space?
up with a shape that represents your ideology, because
yes,
it goes
thank
against.
you, Void. Oh yes, I know you. Yes, please keep lecturing me. You're so wise. I know. I'm just a
Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah,
what does it
tell
like from
me
space?
everything, please.
Are you going to keep manifesting? What does it look like from space?
I'm pretty sure this is rage bait, man. This has to.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. Good job identifying that, though. Good job.
Okay, so what does it like from space?
Anyway, look from space. Good question. There's been so many conflicting reports, Master. Do you like the pictures that show the horizon as flat and stationary, like the one that Kiwi Buzz put in there, which is from China's astronauts and their spacewalk, showing the Earth is completely flat and stationary? Or do you prefer the CGI compilations as given by NASA, as explained on NASA.gov, how they don't actually go up and take a snapshot of Earth the way you think they do? They create the image for you on their computer. Oh, please name the fallacy. By all means, name the fallacy and your evidence.
You're assuming I came here with a presupposition. You're assuming I came here with a presupposition that you believe in one thing. I'm simply asking you for a visual representation of what a flat Earth looks like from space, and you have yet to produce it.
Kiwi Buzz, why are you so against Kiwi Buzz? He's producing everything you asked for, 45 minutes after the hour. Are you not in the side chat, Master? I'll tag you in there.
I'm looking. What does it look like from space? Show me a lookout from space. The same way we have.
He just showed you. He just showed you, babe. 45 minutes after the hour, China's Shenzhou 14 astronauts complete second spacewalk. There it is. That's what the Earth looks like from
and
space.
you think that's showing almost all of the Earth, that little spot right there? Okay, yeah, y'all just retarded. I see why y'all are not taking seriously about any activity.
I know. Yep, you're so much smarter than me. Yep. So if you go through life like this, that's
your voice is annoying.
Absolutely.
Holy shit!
Oh, thank you.
Does anyone have an actual scientific discussion? This dude can't even tell me any sort of physics. So does anyone have an actual discussion besides this dumb bitch?
Yeah, and he wants to talk to somebody else. Anybody
want to produce an actual full flat Earth image. I don't think anyone can, because if they understood science, they'd understand that every atom's vibrating. If we don't have a constant fluctuating, like rotation of the Earth in the way that it's formatted as a circular object, that the word would literally explode. It's like I don't understand how they can come up with these
Void,
shapes.
come on, Void. Does this work? Like when you go to parties, does this get the chicks when you tell them that atoms can't vibrate unless the Earth rotates?
Of the Earth's surface just tells me she's retarded. No, this is such rage bait. No, I figured this out. Like, oh my god, no, this is funny.
No, well, I just like saying that.
No, I need Void's claim. I need Void's claim to be repeated. I'm sorry.
Because
Stop interrupting
no one
him.
takes him seriously.
He's told me that atoms will. Oh, no one takes Void seriously. I believe you. Yeah, because he told me that atoms only will vibrate if the Earth is rotating. Is that what you told me, Void?
Wow.
It's not,
congratulations, helioskeptic. That's what we call a horizon line.
Please
That's what the scientific community has been calling the horizon line for like 3,000 years.
Your buddy won't let you talk. Sorry, Void. Is he the one that gets all the chicks at the party with the globe love? Does he bring his plushy globe to the party and hug it?
This is just off of their presupposition that they don't have to take science. But of course, they can't actually produce physics of their own. They can't produce how we're able to actually spin around the sun without everyone flying off the surface of the Earth, mathematically speaking. It's just,
I have
oh
a
my
question.
god.
So, do you own a telescope, or have you ever been to like a place where you have seen outer space? Because if you look, why are all the other planets or stars or a lot of the different structures circular? Or like, for example, why is the moon circular? Or do you have another take on that maybe it's
I have another. Okay, I'll ask this idiot a question.
Void,
actually,
I'm sorry that your
This is a
friend
pretty
keeps
actually simple
interrupting you. Void was asking a question, Master. Why are you so rude to him?
Alright,
Poor
okay.
Void.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you. So, okay. For example, for on Jupiter, why can we not see the big red spot every night if it's flat?
Wow, Master. So you don't like you're over there yelling fallacies, but you think that's a logical question to ask me? The Earth where we live, and you're looking up into the sky, and you're asking me why you can or cannot see anything up there. How does that connect to
Yes, is
the
Jupiter
place where
flat?
we
Or just
actually
the Earth?
live?
Is it just the Earth that's flat? Everywhere else is spherical except for us.
Okay, so try to calm down a tiny bit. So as we talked about
Can you
at the
answer the question,
beginning,
bro?
I'm trying to. You don't really have
It's a
a
yes or
lot.
no. It's
You
really a
don't
yes
have
or no.
a really long attention span, do you? Right? You're just here for what
It's
the
a yes or no.
gotchas.
Because you can't
Because you
produce an
don't
actual
answer
image.
questions
You're
and
just you're just a retard. That's why everyone makes fun of y'all. Like literally.
Okay, Master. Yeah, it's fine. Like if you really need that, like you have been bullied in your life, so you need to find someone to bully. You felt like
I'm a
flat
sexual
earthers are the
college
one
athlete.
for
I'm not used to
you.
that, dumbass.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you found, what you're looking for. So if you're ever interested in like
I can't stand her voice.
finding,
It's so fucking annoying.
I know,
Holy shit.
I'm so
I feel
glad
like I'm
to
talking to
annoy
an
you.
NPC in
Yeah,
Oblivion.
that makes me really happy. Yeah, thank you,
Bro
dear.
is literally an NPC that you literally just like kill in the middle of fucking Whiterun in Skyrim.
Yeah,
Holy
too
shit.
bad you can't do that. Too bad I'm still here. But you can always
Like, bro
leave.
has all of the dialogue options
Yeah,
turned
I'd
on.
rather
You're just like
talk to
skipping through
Void.
them. Like, you
I'd
can't
totally
stand
rather
it.
talk to Void if you want to leave, Master. That'd be
Like,
cool.
you're literally just like repeatedly
Yeah.
pressing spacebar, enter, whatever you have the.
Yeah, your
freaking hotkey
sidekick's
at, you're like, bro,
way
shut the
more
fuck
impressive than you. Your sidekick is like way more impressive than you. I feel like he has a few more brain cells.
Hold
What is
on.
the sophistication?
Let's. Okay, wait.
Void.
Are they gonna?
I want to talk to Void. Void, could you repeat your question, please, before he interrupted you?
So if you're looking into space, okay, a lot of the other planets, or all of the other planets, are spheres. Or is that not true? Or are they also disks that we can only see? But if that's the case, how can we see them in a one-dimensional space? So basically, I'm asking, are all the other planets spheres, or are they considered quote-unquote flat too?
Yeah, okay, so many things there. One, we are not a disk. I thought I already covered that, but I can cover it again. We don't claim a disk. We don't claim a disk. That's something you might have seen in kind of a joke meme or propaganda that you've seen about what flat Earth is. You have now arrived at a place where you might actually find the information, the facts, and the logic that demonstrate that the drop over distance predicted by the sphere is never actually measured in reality. So, if you're interested in that information, you can hang around. We might get to it, but I'll answer your question first. We don't claim a disk, so we don't look up in the sky, and we don't equate ourselves with the objects in the sky because this is I get it. You got you asked the question, but you don't want to hear the answer. Is that
But you
what
don't
it
give
is?
the answer. That's the thing. You just
Yeah. So are you used to people like yeah, but your question requires a lot of parsing because many of the premises of your question are faulty. All right, because when you said are the other planets disks like Earth would imply that we think the Earth is a disk. So that's why your question, because it's faulty, requires more exposition. All right, so we do not claim a disk. In fact, we do not equate ourselves as being in the same category as the wandering stars, aka the planet. In fact, this is a relatively modern phenomena in history, relatively modern phenomenon in history. To even call the Earth a planet is very new in the scheme of things. For example, Gustav Holst's The Planets Symphony did not include Earth as a planet because no one thought that it was a planet. Because the planet, the word planet, comes from the ancient Greek word for wandering stars. The Earth is clearly not a wandering star. It is not a star at all. So for that reason, we do not equate the Earth with the planets, and so we do not make comparisons between them as if they were the same.
Okay, so you're saying you consider them as they are then? You're not saying that there's something else? You're not saying that what we consider them is a fallacy?
Well, I mean, it depends. Like your buddy there asked me if or maybe it was you, one of you asked me if I had a telescope. Yeah, I have a telescope. I've looked up in the sky. I've seen the wandering stars. I'm aware of what they look like with the telescope that I have. And I'm also aware that what I see when I look up in the sky with the telescope is much different than the artistic renditions that you will see on NASA.gov, in some fancy planetarian show, on the Discovery Channel. All of those are animations and artistic renditions of what the wandering stars are. So yeah, I don't accept these artistic renditions because many of these claims have never been verified and cannot be verified because we have not gone to that location, because the claims of going to that location, such as Mars, are highly suspect and cannot be verified to actually have happened. So we accept the wandering stars as they appear in the sky. We see that they move across the sky. We see the sun moves across the sky, and we see the moon moves across the sky, and we observe and experience that the Earth does not move and is flat and stationary just as it appears, which is what your experience has been since birth. It's only because somebody told you, oh, there's some big trickery going on. It seems like it's not moving at all. You never see any curve. You never have seen a globe except for in these artistic renditions of CGI and Photoshop, but and on your boob tube TV screen. But, really it's secretly this way, but only we with the secret globe cult knowledge can go to this secret place. So don't think that the way you experience reality is real. We're going to tell you what your life is and what your experience is and what your worldview should be. Yeah, boy, because you've been indoctrinated into the globe cult since birth. But now that you've come to the right place to get some actual information about how the drop over distance that would be expected from a sphere, which is 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, meaning that objects that were 20 miles away would be obscured behind 266 feet of drop, and yet we routinely have observations and laser tests that are showing and demonstrating that this drop over distance is not actually experienced in reality. That's what the flat Earth is. So whatever you think it was before, whatever your buddy's going to tell you tomorrow, they're just trying. They're trying to keep you small, and you have a chance of doing something better with your brain.
So your whole argument about the planet is that it's like this. I guess I didn't see the image of the shape. What exactly? I need to see. What's the image of the shape that you guys think the world is then? Where can I find
Thank you for having no image. Thank you. You now have no image in your mind whatsoever. So, what I'd like you to put in your mind, did you say you had or had not ever been to the ocean?
I live on the ocean. I live at the ocean.
Oh, amazing. Maybe that's why you have a few extra brain cells, because you might have gone out and you might have looked, at the ocean and seen how the horizon's totally flat. The water's totally flat. It's as flat as the eye can see. If you go out in a boat, at no point does the earth start to curve. And no point does the water start to curve. It's flat, isn't it? That's the earth. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. It's flat. That's what you've observed and experienced. I know, that's funny, isn't it? Yeah. That the earth could be the thing that you experience it to be. Yeah. Which is flat and stationary. It's pretty wild.
So, what branch of flat earther are you then? So I can Google what you visualize the earth to be.
Oh, I'm the void branch. Yeah. I dedicate myself. I've been waiting for 5 years for you to show up so I could cater my argument just to you. Yeah. It's called the void branch of flat earth.
Huh. And oh my god.
I know, that's pretty funny, wasn't it? I wanted to laugh too, but I needed you to laugh first.
So then, is there no visual so you don't have like any visual interpretation of what the Earth looks like then? Because I can't find anything online about
It looks, yeah, you can't find anything about my branch. Yeah, it looks like what Void sees when he goes to the ocean. Yep, that's what it looks like.
No. So you don't answer the question then. What is the Earth's shape then? So could you give me an image of what the shape looks like, or could you give me like a graph, spatial sheet, so I could understand it geographically at least?
Oh my. Anyway, so did you see my post that I tagged you in at 57 minutes after the hour, the flat Earth observations?
No.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I did.
can you see the chat? Can you go into the chat and look at that?
Oh, no, I see. Okay, let me look.
Yeah. So you click on that link, and so this is a small sampling of the different flat Earth observations. So I bet you did well in your math class. Do you usually get an A in math?
Well, I have straight A's in every class.
I guessed that right. Good for me. Yeah. So in your math class, did you take geometry?
Of course I did.
Yeah. And did you do proofs in there? Because some geometry teachers these days don't do proofs anymore. Did you do them?
I do proofs. Yeah.
Good. That makes me happy. Okay. So you understand the concept that a faulty mathematical conjecture can be disproved with one counterexample, right?
In certain cases, not that many have been instituted or ever even happened. Wait, let me look at this.
Oh gosh, he's really worried. He doesn't want me to lead him down a trail. He won't even answer like a very simple question that if he got all A's, he knows it's true.
Yeah, but you never answered the question.
Yeah. So if the globe is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the 8 inches per mile squared will be the predicted drop over distance, and yet we don't actually observe that in reality. And in fact, we have not only one counterexample to that claim, but we have thousands of claims that we have thousands of counterexamples that demonstrate that this geometry is actually not displayed in the world where we actually live. Right? It's only in your fantasy TV globe world. Yeah, so you can look at some of those. Yeah, like the one I near and dear to my heart is Chicago skyline. Halfway down there, you can see 53-mile distance. You can see Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. The estimated max is 223 feet. There's a lot of different observations of the Chicago skyline, most of them done by a photographer named Joshua Nowicki. Sometimes he takes them from the shoreline. I've viewed it from the shoreline myself. They give him a max of 223 feet because that's the highest dune in Warren Dunes, where he does take a lot of his images. So anywho, the target height, which would be, the skyscrapers in Chicago, 1,453 feet. Globe prediction, we have the horizon distance. That's a whole nother thing. We didn't even talk about the horizon yet, but we can since you're so good at math. and the globe predicted hidden by the horizon. So we see the skyline of the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan, and we would not see that if we were on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. I'll put an image in here of this is Joshua Nowicki's image. We use it because he's not a flat earther. He's just a guy who likes taking cool photos because it's really, really cool that you can see it across Lake Michigan. But, I've seen it myself on multiple occasions. This is what we're talking about. So, where you are, you're living on the ocean, you could either look at this chart. There might be, depending on where you are, one of these observations that is close to where you live, or you could just, look on Google Maps or your favorite map application. Find an object, whether it be a lighthouse, an oil rig, a buoy, an island, a city, and see how you can look at the globe curve calculators. I'll give you a link to one of those, and you can put in your observer height, the distance of the object, and then see how far behind the alleged curve of the Earth that it should be, and then find out if you are seeing that object, if you actually should be seeing it, or if it should be hidden behind the alleged curve. That's the whole gist of the argument there. There's one of the Earth curve calculators, so you can make your own observations there at your ocean. I put the link in there for you.
I still want to see what the objective viewpoint, what you guys see the world as, what the shape it could be, though. I'm trying to do a 3D model based off what I'm seeing online. I still can't get an actual rough estimate of what you see the world's shape to be as, though.
Why does it upset you that the Earth is just the realm that you experience? You feel like you need to know everything. Do you think humans can know everything, Void?
I get it. You guys can't give it an objective shape because the whole ideology that you're creating would falsify that. Okay, that makes no sense.
No, that's not what I said. So how about if you don't come to a conclusion that's different than what I actually said? How about if you don't do your, skip 5 stages ahead and give your you guys this, you guys that? Why don't you actually talk to the person who's right in front of you? I'm pretty sure I asked you a question and then you jumped right to analyzing me and telling me what I thought. I was trying to find out what you thought.
The question you're asking is, why do I have to see something? Why do I have to know everything? Then why, if you're asking me that question, it could be the same thing for you. Why does it matter so much what the shape of the Earth is, and why does that matter so much? That's basically what you asked me. So can I not ask that to you? I mean, you've obviously spent a considerable amount of your life invested in something that's basically meaningless. I mean, the whole argument for why you think it's covered up, a lot of you at least, is to make money, which is really counterintuitive. There's just so many things and aspects here that are really, really meaningless to answer your question. I guess there is no real reason to know or not to know, so it's just a waste of time, is it not?
Yeah, okay, well, gosh, so many things in there. I forgot what the question actually was. What was the question? Why does it matter? Is that the question?
Me a question. You asked me, why does it matter that I have to know it's a tangible thing? So I'm asking you, why does it matter?
Yeah, why does it matter that that children are being indoctrinated?
We're breaking off because we can't answer the question. Lovely.
Oh, really? Was I breaking up? I thought I was answering you. What are you saying, breaking off?
Breaking off. You started going about kids being indoctrinated because you have a bias. Call in my bias, which is just you being inherently wrong. But okay.
So my answer, you're asking me why it matters to me. I'm telling you why it matters to me. And you're telling me you don't like my answer, so you're just going to shut it down. Why did you ask me then?
Wait, my bad. Try to answer then.
I'm not going to try to answer. I am going to answer. It matters to me because I think it is wrong and it's an injustice that children are being indoctrinated into a cult belief that was started by the cult of Pythagoras the ancient Greeks who decided they liked spheres. They thought they were perfect shape, so they just philosophized. They were just sitting around shooting the breeze. That's the way I look at it. And they're like, hey, we like spheres. Maybe they'd found some hallucinogenic plants in the forest or something. I don't even know how it started, but they just wanted it to be that. So they said it was with no evidence. That was way back in the ancient Greek time, right? And then in the last 100 years, they've really ramped up the indoctrination into this global cult so that children are being indoctrinated into a religious belief against their will from birth without their consent, and they become incapable of rational thought. And I think one of the great hallmarks of humankind is their ability to use their will and rational thought to shape their own world and to hopefully improve the world of others. So I feel like this birthright of humankind is being stolen from us and from you and from everyone. That's why I care.
Okay, so, but still, going back to my original question then, so you don't think the Earth has a tangible shape then?
No, why would I think that? Am I God? Am I omniscient? I know you want to think, because your God, I'm sorry to tell you this, is, this heliocentric model and those proponents of it who try to pretend to you that they are omniscient, that they can know all, that they can explain everything, right? That's what they tell you. That's why I asked you if you thought humans could know everything. That's why I asked you that. Because you're asking me to now pretend that I know everything, and I know that it's not possible for a human to know everything. So I'm not going to pretend that I can step outside of the earth and explain all things to you. And I would like to challenge you, Void, to allow yourself to be an actual person who is by their nature imperfect, but always striving to become better and prove themselves, realizing they will never actually be omniscient, and that humankind as a society can also never be omniscient.
I'm not asking about knowing everything. I'm asking you. So you genuinely think the Earth does not have a tangible form, that there's no shape to the Earth?
Why are you dictating to me? Like, why is that so shocking to you? Have you? I have not seen the whole Earth.
So if you think that, then how do
no one has.
How do you make it applicable to?
No one has seen the whole Earth.
Okay.
Great.
So
How do I?
Wait, can I ask a question? If there's a pancake, right? Why is it that we look at other planets and we see that they're not pancakes?
Void, do you want to tell them why they're not pancakes?
No, I already asked her this question. Her whole thing is that it's not applicable, because that makes so much sense. I guess.
What do you mean it's not applicable? Because
we're not a pancake, King. Yeah, we're not a pancake. We don't think we're a pancake.
The Earth's not flat.
No, they don't. So listen, these people are crazy. She thinks that the Earth is not it doesn't have a tangible form. So this brings the flat earthers. They think it's like a cloud of dust that's unmanifestable. They think it's like kind of realm of mental reality, which it makes no sense because they don't dictate it by fact. Yet they try to use fact to prove it. So this is more of a religion, less than a
Wait, so the Earth is like just a sphere?
Void! What a disappointment! I'll give you a D- just so I don't have to have you in class next year. But yeah, you failed. You failed.
Yeah, see, they can't come up with any systematical argument.
Yeah, well, I guess I wasted my breath. But I mean, I guess it's an exercise,
Why is your
maybe it was useful to someone.
I personally agree it is flat, so yeah.
Well, why?
Thank you very much.
If the Earth's flat, if the Earth's not flat, why do you call it flat Earth then?
No, King. It's not that we're saying it's not flat. We're saying it's not a pancake. Are all flat things pancake?
Not necessarily, but it's roughly like the pancake, more or less, right?
No, it is not a pancake. A pancake has a thickness. I mean, orthographically, there was an article
in a have a thickness.
No, because
what do you think the thickness is? What do you think the thickness is? You. Yeah, you can stop answering him now, Void. I gave you a chance to restate what I'd said, and you completely missed the mark. I just told you got a D minus. So
or just a bias?
I know it's the first time you gotten a D minus in your life, but take the L. Maybe study harder next time.
Oh my
god!
Wait, are these people real? This can't be real, right?
No, this is a religion. Like this is kind of like a cult almost.
You have like a challenge
to put it, because it's not built in logic. It's systematic. It's like I don't know.
Wait, so the Earth doesn't have a thickness?
I might fail you just so I can have you back next year because you do entertain me, Void. King, what?
Does the Earth have a thickness?
No, the deepest hole that's ever been dug into the Earth, King of Babylon, is 7.6 miles. And then the equipment failed, and they were not able to dig any further than that. So I'm not able to confirm for you any thickness deeper than 7.6 miles. Clearly, it is deeper than that, right? That's not the limit.
8 miles.
They were trying to go further. No, it's way deeper than that, King. So deep. It's not a disc.
What is that? I'm confused. I'm lost.
They consider it like a realm. I think that's the best way to put it, bro.
Okay, Void, I'm going to give you a D for this marking period. Did you hear him? Say it again. He didn't hear that. Yeah, say it again.
It's funny. Oh my god.
He said it was a realm, King of Babylon. Did you hear that? It's a realm.
Is that what you
said? Yeah. What do you think of that? Yeah, a realm. It's a realm. What do you think of that?
I want to know what you think about the Earth.
Yeah, I just said it was a realm. That's what Void said. I agree with him.
It's a realm.
No, I'm saying that's what you guys. Based on
I know. I'm just messing with you. Now you deserve to be messed with. I took you seriously at first. I even advocated for you against that ridiculous jerk. He's not seriously your friend, is it? That master guy? What a loser! Don't hang out with that dude anymore.
Well,
he's rubbing off on you.
So tell me, can you describe to me like the shape of the Earth?
The shape of the Earth. Yep, they're obsessed with that. They don't like my answer. I don't know if anybody else wants to answer, but we're not giving it a shape. Like I don't know, like why you guys are obsessed with shapes. I get it because you're obsessed with balls. You really want it to be a ball. Like we're told it was a ball. You had your little, solar system mobile over your bed. You got your rocket ship bed with your solar system mobile. You got your plushy globe.
What?
I know. You got your NASA T-shirt. I understand.
Yo, Chill Monkey, check your DMs.
What the fuck are you talking about, lady? We literally observe in space. Leave me alone. Spheres everywhere.
Check your DMs.
Hold on, dude. So that's easy.
I don't know mine. I think it's like.
Hold on. Hold on, homie.
Oh, dude, that guy does some. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just found a perfect answer.
I feel bad making fun of you because I think you're actually mentally retarded based on your.
Okay. No.
Crit is speaking. I think they can hear you, Crit. I can hear you.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You just said we have photographs from space. Perfect answer. I'm not part of that we that has photograph from space. I've never been to space. I've never taken a photograph of Earth from space. If you have, and you are part of that we, now you would have to try to convince me that your photograph is real. What you've done is convinced me it's not, because you're just an idiot. Just an idiot with an internet connection.
Idiot. So now let me help you understand, buddy. So not only can we observe the spheres, right? We look at telescopes, right?
Remember, no we.
But you don't wait up. You could go buy a telescope right now.
Remember, no we.
Yeah, you could go physically and buy a telescope, but you don't, because instead.
Okay, so I don't buy a telescope. Okay, good. So what else next? Next one.
The second thing is.
Okay, the first one's out. Okay, so number two.
But so not only do we observe, forget about the photo.
No, remember, no we. Remember, no we.
We know.
There's no we here.
I understand your brain is.
So number two.
Yeah.
Number
you're
2's
overloaded
out.
right now.
So try number 3.
IQ.
Yeah, I get it. You're having a very hard time grasping the concept.
You sound like you have a speech
impairment, There is no we.
Yeah, you have a list for something.
Okay, yeah, so then you're triggered by that. So that's a sign of OCD.
I'm not triggered by anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you are. Most people don't even notice it.
No, Lots of people have a lisp, so what? I feel bad making fun of you.
So now you feel bad about it.
Shut it, King. We don't want to hear your commentary.
So number 1 and number 2 are out. Do you have a number 3, or are you done?
Yeah, so we look.
Or number 3 was just talk about my list. Okay, number 4.
Right.
Okay, number 4.
What ends up happening is that
number 4. No, you're stuck.
We see the light.
we're already
refraction. We see how light bends.
No photo.
We
so
know
number
that things
4.
are spheres.
Okay, now you went back into a loop. Okay, you're supposed to be on number 4.
You
number
don't let him speak. You don't even let him speak.
Yeah,
you know,
so
people
what?
like you
I
are
don't-
so
okay,
inadequate. I don't understand
Yeah, so
how your
so what?
existence
So
is
call your mom.
anything like.
So call your mom.
Okay.
Call your
So
mom.
Actually,
okay. So number 1 was no photograph from space.
Yeah.
Number 2 was you buy a telescope to look at Earth, but you said I won't do that, so that one's
To
out.
look at Earth, is that what I said?
Yeah.
Buy
Number
telescopes to look
3
at Earth?
is I have a list. So what's number 4? What you got? What's number 4?
Yeah. No, I get it.
Number 4, you give up. You just give up.
Yeah. Do you have like
All right, give up.
a deficiency of sorts? Like, are you?
Same answer as before. All right, who's next? Adam.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You want to give it a shot? This guy, I gave him. I
Wait,
picked 3 softballs.
Are you saying that?
And he whiffed each one of them. Okay, what you're up? What do you got?
Wait, Crit, do you like agree with Dandelion?
We'll just go with yes. I agree with Dandelion.
Okay. So are you guys saying like you don't know what the planet looks like?
What planet looks like?
Like our planet, what?
Yeah. Well, no, I know a planet, a wandering star, is a light in the sky.
No, our planet.
What? No, there's no our planet. There's Earth, and that's
Yeah, our
it.
planet.
Yeah, that's not a planet, dude. That's Earth.
It's not a planet. All right.
What?
Yeah, Babylon.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Since you're an idiot. Okay, a
You know what I mean?
planet. What's a planet? Maybe use
Like
your
a
word.
big circle in space, bro.
Okay, and you've seen Earth as a big circle in space?
Yeah.
Okay, so where are you from? Are you from Venus? Are you from Mars? You know, what planet, what alien life form are you that you've looked up in the sky and saw Earth in the sky? When did you do that?
What do you mean?
Okay, you said Earth. You said a
Well,
planet.
I can't like look up the sky because I'm on here. Like I've looked down.
Yeah,
You know.
So okay, so Earth is not in the sky. Earth would be on the ground.
Well, it is in the sky.
It's in the sky now. Okay, so where are you from? Are you from Mars? Venus? Are you from Uranus? Where are you from?
Yo, what?
Okay, you said you looked up, you're on something, you looked up and saw Earth in the sky. So that would say you're not from Earth, you're from someplace else, and Earth was a faraway planet in the sky. So where are you from? I'm just curious. Are you a Martian? Are you a Jovian? Are you from Jupiter? Are you a Jovian? Where are you from? What planet
Are you
are
asking
you
about
from?
my ethnicity?
No, not at all. I'm asking about your planet of origin. Is it Earth or not Earth?
Yeah, it's Earth. Obviously, what?
Okay, so you didn't see Earth in the sky. You're from Earth, and Earth would be beneath your
No.
feet.
I seen it in the sky, bro.
Okay, yeah. Where are you from? Okay, just move on to the next one. Oh, who's the guy? Void, you want to try again, or are you just going to freak out too?
No, I would. So you guys think that since the Earth does like, okay, you say I'm obsessed with shapes. Maybe I am.
I didn't say
So I'm
anything
gonna ask
about you. Yet. I just knew that was
the
audio
other
came out, so I jumped in. You know, maybe I came in like a bulldozer, like a wrecking ball. But all right, let's go ahead. So don't.
Yeah, I said that. I probably said that. Yeah, I did say that.
Let me restart from scratch. I'll try to be respected. My bad. So
yeah, so you're
first
obsessed
off,
with
you
shapes.
guys-
Number one.
Okay. So thank you for interrupting me. I appreciate it. So do you?
Yeah,
think
no
the Earth
problem.
has a
Anytime.
collective? Do you think the Earth has a collective shape?
Yeah, it's not good. It is very bad shape. We've got garbage patches in the South Pacific. We got landfills that are leaking into groundwater supplies. We got open uranium pits and, you know, oil spills off Santa Barbara. Yeah, it's definitely in very bad shape. Like that, it's not good. It's really not good. The outlook is not. You got global climate change. You got floods in Texas. So yeah, the environment that I live in, which I call Earth, that environment, the condition of it is very poor. It's very out of shape. Much like much like your mouth or your teeth. You know, like go get that checked out.
Like your brain, for example, yeah.
And your brain too, because your mouth is connected to your whole body health. So if once you get your mouth taken care of, maybe you'll start feeling better. You know, mentally, physically, and spiritually.
Yeah, so if you could maybe actually answer my questions, do you think
Yeah, I just did.
actual
Very
shape,
bad
actual
shape.
shape,
It's out
a
of shape.
tangible shape, a geographical
It's not
shape,
very
a
healthy.
geographical
Yeah.
shape?
It's
Yeah, this
not
is
very
rage-
healthy.
This has to be rage bait. You guys just don't
Yeah.
make any sense whatsoever. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now that you think it's rage bait, follow your own logic. What should you do next? Should you hit disconnect or sit here and think you're getting baited? Because I just gave an answer to your question. The problem is you're not healthy. You're not healthy mentally. You're not healthy spiritually. And you're not healthy physically.
If you don't mind me asking, since you say religiously, are you religious?
No.
Then why do you say religiously?
Spiritually, mentally, physically. Yeah, you're probably very sick religiously too. Like when these astronauts tell you "God bless America," you're probably thinking like you're upset by that. How dare these astronauts tell me "God bless America" and God bless you, the current director of Bill Nelson. He used to be an astronaut, statesman. Now he's the director of NASA. He says "God bless America" and "God bless you," and you probably think he's rage baiting you. Go ask him. Go ask him what's the shape of the planet. And then they'll ask you, like, what? What do you mean planet? Which planet are you talking about? Earth? Earth's not a planet.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Do you think the
It's going
Earth
to be the
has
same
geographic
answer.
shape?
The
Because you're not
same
gonna answer me. Do
the
you know what
same
geographic
answer.
is? Do you know what geographic
Yeah,
is? Do you know,
the ground
geography
is not in very good shape. Okay, it's not in very good shape at all.
What's this? What is this? I have to be getting like clip phones or something.
No, so do you understand? Yeah, I mean, you don't need to understand or be able to see the entire Earth or know exactly everything about it, which it has many areas, even just within the known area, that have not yet been explored. So there's many areas of the Earth that are unknown, especially within the oceans, largely unexplored. You don't need to know all those things. Like, to me, it's surprising that after I explained to you the predicted geometry of the sphere, the drop over distance is not actually measured in reality. That's how the globe is disproven. You remember that? Remember we talked about that?
Math? Yeah.
What part of it are you claiming is faulty? Let's see your corrections in the chat.
My corrections. I'm not gonna go over the notes. I could if I want to. I went through what I did.
No, then you can't. Then you can't. Nope. On this channel, you can't make a claim. Nope, you can't make a claim like it's faulty math and then say you don't feel like showing it. Yeah, put yourself on mute. Go do the math. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Anybody else?
Adam's still here. If you want to take it.
Give him another shot.
Hello? Hello?
What does the word flat mean? Is that an adjective or a noun?
I don't know. What is that?
Well, that's a problem, isn't it?
Noun?
The word flat would be a noun?
Yeah.
So when someone says flat earth, that's a noun? That's two nouns right next to each other?
What's that?
Yeah, that means you're retarded, dude.
I'm not retarded. I'm not.
Yeah, you think a noun is a thing.
Oh, we're talking about the sky, bro.
Okay, so flat and earth, which one's the sky?
Flat.
Flat would be the sky, so the sky is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, so flat, sky, then earth, and then what happens?
What do you mean?
Dude got bricked. That easy. An instant bricking.
Maybe go take a nap, Adam. Come back another time. Try again. It's okay.
Wait, do you agree with them? Yo, Milk.
Agree with what?
Crit.
With what? With what? He said a number of things.
Like,
oh, that you misidentified the word flat as being a noun.
No, not
yeah,
that.
He pointed that out accurately. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the call, flat Earth.
What the hell are you asking me? Do I agree with what? Do I agree with crit, or are you asking me another question?
Hello.
Are you asking me another question, or are you asking me if I agreed with crit? And with what did he say? Are you asking me do I agree with?
What do you mean?
Carlos the Tabarnak. Dude, go take a nap.
He's bricked. This is a break game.
Tabarnak.
Tabarnak. Come on, bro. Try harder.
What does bricked mean? What do you mean?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so do you have an actual question about the flat Earth, Adam, or what's going on up there?
Yeah. What shape do you think the Earth is?
Do you live anywhere near the ocean, Adam?
Nope.
Too bad. Yeah, the Earth is just as it appears to you when you walk outside your front door and walk alongside the ground. There it is, the Earth. You dig up a hole to plant a flower. There's the Earth.
Perhaps irregular, for all we know.
We know it's not a globe. Yeah. Yeah. We know, I mean, the main thing here, I don't know, it's like very frustrating to globe believers, which I tried to explain to Void earlier, but I don't think he really understood what I was trying to say. The main thing here we try to explain is that the geometry of the sphere does not predict the reality of our experience in the place where we actually live. This drop over distance is not observed and not measured. There's no curvature anywhere. There's no reason to think that you live on a spinning globe in the fantasy medium of outer space. That is a total fairy tale that you do believe. I mean, why do you believe it, Adam? Why do you believe in the globe?
Hello?
Yeah, did you hear my question?
Yeah, you said, why do I believe it's a globe?
That's right. That's what I said.
I mean, why would they lie about it being a globe?
You believe in it because you're extraordinarily trusting and don't think people are capable of lying to you? Is that what you're telling me?
But there's no point, though.
And you know that how?
Okay, so I did the math. I can post it in the journal if I get permission, but I'd also like to ask another question then to you enlightened individuals.
If you want to wait a second, Adam
Okay, yeah.
was going to respond to my question.
Wait, say it again, I forgot.
Right, Adam?
Wait, say it again?
I asked you, how would you know that? You said there's no point.
Oh, yeah.
How would you know that?
Well, I don't, but, like, there's no point.
Okay, so you don't know that, but you're asserting there is no point, even though you don't actually know that.
Do you think there's a point?
You do acknowledge that you're saying there's no point, even though you don't actually know that there's no point, but you incessantly repeat it to try and catch me off guard or something.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. You say there's no point.
How am I trying to?
You don't. Watch this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say there's no point. I ask you, how do you know that? You acknowledge that you don't know, but there's still no point. So you don't know that there is no point, and you acknowledge that you don't know that there's no point, but you still say there's no point. right? Do you think I'm stupid?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so rethink that and maybe try again. Or go or actually maybe now's a good time for you to go take your nap and come back another time. Try again.
Why do you keep telling me to take a nap, bro?
Because I think you need it. It's quite evident that you could use it.
I just woke up.
Okay, well, you're missing a few hours probably. I would suggest you do that. Maybe at least try it. Might do you some good. Anyway,
Yeah, I just So let's talk as if the Earth is not a shape. Then it's, I don't know. What do you guys think it is? A realm? So whatever it is, let's say if you guys can't determine what it is or isn't, what's the point of this argument? So your whole argument is that it's not a sphere, but then you can't give us what it is. So your whole argument is just disproving something and then not telling us what it is. Isn't that like repetitive then?
Not necessarily.
Like happening
Not
over
necessarily.
and over and over?
Not necessarily, right? Because if you describe a shape with a particular surface feature, and you acknowledge that whatever you are standing on does not have that surface characteristic, you can't be on the claimed shape encompassing that surface characteristic. So if you say you're on a ball and it's curving, but you look and it's not actually curving, therefore it can't actually be a ball. So therefore we're left with the question of what is it actually? And by all practical means, as far as I can tell, and most people could tell in here, it's not really determinable as to what the entire shape is. So we're left with just really dealing with the surface feature. That's why we describe it as flat, and then we leave the rest for potentially further exploration if deemed even necessary at all.
So
it's not redundant. It's actually quite logical.
So logically, including the logic, is you take the most natural answer, the most inherent answer, and since that would be whatever the closest shape would be, okay, I guess it doesn't matter because you guys say it's not a shape. So then there's really no point in arguing anything if you're just going to say it doesn't have a shape.
Well, here's the thing. As I stated a second ago, as far as I can tell, and what most people can tell, we don't know the shape. There may be one, but to make a claim as to what that is may be dishonest unless somebody actually has all the evidence to support it. I don't have that. I don't know about anyone in here who does, so it's irrelevant. Topic at hand is the surface feature.
Yeah, your math there is totally wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stay here, but yeah, he's got some Chat GPT checking math, which is completely wrong at 32 minutes after the hour. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense what you put there. If the Sears Tower, 1,453 feet, if 1,637 feet should be hidden, but the tower is only 1,453 feet tall, it should be entirely hidden. Then you have this claim of standard atmospheric refraction of reducing it by 7%, which I'd like to see your calculations of where you came up with that. Then you've got adjusted hidden height of 1,407 feet, and you put here, so now only the bottom for 1,407 feet is hidden, and the top 46 feet is visible. That's just a complete lie. Most of it is visible. You can see it right there in the images. Yeah, I see you. I know you Chat GPT'd this or whatever you did, but it's completely wrong from beginning to end. I just had to say that. I mean, but at least you did something. A lot of people claim they're going to do something, don't actually do it.
So
I mean, Void, you could have at least had the courtesy to format it, don't you think?
I know, I agree.
Let me have a question. So if I'm standing on one side of the world, and let's say I had the most powerful telescope I have, or I have one powerful enough, I should be able to see at the same sea height level across the entire world. Then that's your argument.
You think that? Do you not think that light has a rate of dissipation?
No, that's the whole.
What's the term for it? Rate of occlusion rate. I forget the technical terminology. The light spreads out, right? And the air is not perfectly transparent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what makes you think you could see forever knowing that?
I'm not. I'm asking you if that's what you guys think.
So no.
So then, could that calculation not be off also? Because see, light doesn't actually change a logical fact, though. It wouldn't change the actual
Change a logical fact.
density.
What do you mean by light?
So like, let's say I have no. I have a question. So then, basically, if I had a ruler from one point at a sea level and I took it as far as I possibly can across the world to another point, and I dropped it there. Let's say the Earth is. I take it at 2 height points that are the exact same, so I can measure it without it being abstracted by like mountains or other things. And I take one ruler
like over
to the
water.
side, and for example, over water, and I take it to the other side. Should it be equal then? Should I be able to measure it out and have the same exact length? Basically, should it be flat?
Well, not. You mean the same elevation would be the same on both ends, right?
Yeah, the elevation should be
right. Well, we got a pretty good one. It's not exactly a ruler, but would you accept a laser?
A laser gets fractured by light, so it's kind of.
At worst, the worst of lasers would diverge sooner. But if you got highly concentrated lasers, right, that don't diverge, like you know what I mean, like the light would cone out as opposed to remain perfectly, cylindrical. Right.
Wait, I have a question.
Hang on, please.
Sorry.
Do you understand that, right, Void? You don't.
Yeah, but all lasers.
I'm speaking to Void. Please. Let me finish up. What do you mean by fracture?
So, as I don't know the exact systematical or whatever I would say.
Okay, because fracture usually means break, right? Are you talking about diffract or refract?
No, the fracture. So, for example, I don't know the exact name, but for 3D printing, when you print with lasers, you can get up to a 99% accuracy, but you can't get exact accuracy because lasers can't be formatted perfectly. And it would be the same with that laser. Now, maybe you could get 99% accuracy, but you can't be 100% accurate with the level.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Right? So the laser itself has an overall, the size of the beam, right? There's a width, if you will, to it. So in the case of printing, I mean, you can't get down to, infinitesimal width, right? So of course the thing's not going to come out perfect. But that's not the point here. The point is you have a laser beam. You point it out horizontally from a certain position. It reaches a destination where it would be predicted to have had to go over by a certain number of feet or even miles or whatever above the destination point, right? Where in fact it actually just reaches more or less at the same level as that it was shot at. So imagine like a light ruler, if you will, and it does actually more or less accomplish that.
So then there's a laser from one point to another point at the same height that measures the Earth being flat, having no curvature. Then,
at the very least, you if there is any error in the setup or whatnot, that could be criticized, perhaps. But at worst, the results do not conform to what would be expected if we were on a curving surface on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. It doesn't match up by orders of magnitude.
Yes, but at the same time, light fractures other light downwards, creating what's the systematic term?
So you mean you're talking about refraction, right?
No, let me pull up the.
Yeah, get your argument straight. Get your argument straight, please.
Fracture light. Go ahead and say that, Adam, if you want to. Wait, this next. Oh, and then I guess if the laser traveled at the speed of light, it doesn't matter anyway because it wouldn't have enough time to fracture, so it doesn't even matter. So wait, is there a laser that did that? Did you guys make that conclusion then?
Yeah, I can gather a few points for you if you want. Give me a minute. In the meantime, somebody take over. Feel free.
So, if the world isn't measurable, then why do we try to measure it?
Well, I mean, we've been given these numbers, and we've been told that the Earth is this exact radius and that we're on a sphere. So that's what we're measuring. We're testing their claims. We're testing that mathematical conjecture, like I told you before. So that's why we're measuring it, because we're measuring to see if that predicted drop over distance is actually there in reality, or the predicted horizon, maximum horizon location, whichever one you prefer.
Okay. So, Phil,
Yeah,
so you can let's say you do disprove that the Earth is a sphere, but you still can't give any other. I mean, I guess you could if you could come up. I mean, that would take an incredibly long amount of time to generate all the all the geography to try to like 3D print an Earth, 3D generate an image of what the world would look like. But I'm pretty sure you guys say that it's not possible, right?
I mean, that's what I would say. I don't speak for everyone. Yeah, I mean, there's many limitations to why we can't produce a model of the entire Earth. I mean, for one thing, it's not even logistically useful to try to model such a complex system. It's better to model small processes and so on. It's counterproductive to try to do that, but also, the travel restrictions. Even if someone wanted to go off and try to map out, everything, they wouldn't be able to. There's travel restrictions past the 60th parallel stemming from the Antarctic Treaty and the 1991 environmental protocols stemming from the Antarctic Treaty, where the 50 plus nations that have signed on to this treaty agree to police that area, and several people who have tried to take unauthorized trips down there have been arrested. Most people don't even try because, if you go to any like yachting website, I can show you a link if you're interested in that kind of thing. It tells you very clearly you need to apply for permission, have your trip approved. You can only go in certain areas and so on. So, for you to ask us to model all of that is just logistically impossible, on top of the fact that it's unnecessary.
All right, Boyd, I'm back. Okay. Posted in chat 3 links. I want to take a few moments. Some of them are lengthy, or some of these may be lengthy. I didn't check the times on these ones particularly. There's one that goes over up to an hour. I think maybe the first one is that. I'm not sure. But feel free to scan through it, check the results. Yeah. The main thing is, for example, if you look at the last one, 28.6 miles. You see in the photo there, you see a little green blip.
Just in the exact time. Oh, yes, I do.
Thumbnail itself, right? Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see even that. But even better, you see there's that little... Yeah. So when you do the math, that should be below the physical curvature. The ball, right, goes down. And from that observer height, you wouldn't be able to see that.
So the observer height was at the exact same length of the light fracture then?
Even better in that one, it looks like the laser is actually going below where the camera height is. But suffice to say, the fact that you can actually see the little blip indicates that, you know, something in the standard model doesn't add up or does not comport with real world observation.
Well, real world observation can't pinpoint the exact like geographical state of the world down to the 0.0000 percentages of what
That's not what I mean, sir.
curvature would be. Yeah,
That's
I know.
But that's not what I'm advocating.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is the curvature can't be measured down to specific numbers like that, but specific numbers
I know.
like a 28 mile distance is probably very, very small if we were to look at a humongous curvature. So I feel like I'll have to look it up because 28 miles would
I'm
be
glad you
a
asked.
very
Right?
small
What
fraction.
would you expect? What would you expect?
What would I expect in what?
How far would you expect the drop to actually be on such a small distance, quote unquote?
It would be in the 0.001 amounts of geographic.
Of what? What unit?
Pull this up. Let me look up the exact amount of what
you're probably on. Yeah, you're probably on point, right? It would be a decimal depending on what unit you're using, right? Or even in percentages in terms of, you know, the radius in miles or something. But you have to provide a unit, right?
Yeah, let me find the exact one so I can, because if I can show you a psychological scale, I mean not psychological, a scientific scale, but you'll probably, let me try to find one that.
No, I understand scientific notation, sir.
Yes, let me pull one up.
Well, it'll save you time, right? The expected drop over distance can be estimated with the function 8 times x squared, wherein x is in miles, right? So for every mile, right? Perhaps a good way to picture this is, let's say you're lying on a shoreline, right up against the water. Your eyes are right up against the water, and you're looking straight out, right? For the first mile outwards, the water should drop 8 inches. Okay, and for the second mile, it would be 2 squared times 8. 2 squared, 4 times 8, 32. So after the second mile, it should drop 32 inches. Follow? So there's a non-linear growth in the drop as the distance goes out further and further. So at 28.6 miles, it would be 28.6 squared times 8. If you want to do the math there, you'll get a number in inches. Then you can convert to feet and get an idea of how low below that tangent line, quote unquote, would be. Do you want to do the math, or shall I do it?
I'm doing the math right now.
All right, so 28.6 squared.
Wait, I'm already deep in. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
If you want, you can answer the other person's question. I'm trying to just pull this up.
Wait, are you off on a different line of thought already?
No, I'm looking at this this laser point because the hidden distance is about 46,000 meters. 2 divided by 2.
Right. Okay. So check this out, right? Just to help you out, I'll expedite the process. So for the 28.6 mile bit, right? You have 28.6 squared times 8, right? So 28.6 times 28.6 is 817.96. Multiplied that by 8, you get 6,543.68. That's in inches. If you divide that by 12, that's 545.306 repeating. Feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
600.
There you go.
545 feet should be hidden by the
Yep.
curve over 286 miles if it was both the laser and the target.
No,
At ground level.
no, oh, sir, no, it's worse than that. Over 28.6 miles, not 200.
No, 28.
I know it sounds.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
It should be hidden
Right.
over it,
Yeah.
but it's not.
It sounds.
right?
It sounds absurd. It sounds. Yeah. It sounds absurd, but this is what it amounts to. When you think of it in like terms of miles, you have like so many zeros after the decimal point that you think it's insignificant. But when you convert into, more tangible figures, these are readily applicable. 545 feet. What is that? Like fucking 30, 40 story building or something? Whatever. 10 feet per story or some shit?
Yeah, the whole thing is
But
the
you follow the line of thinking, right?
Yeah, I get it. The math there makes sense, but the whole argument with it, if it's not hidden, you could say there's no curvature, but at the same time, it would be down to a 0.0001 mark. Because if you pull it back an inch, curvature wise, it should be disappeared. And then if you keep in the same spot, it's not. So did they pull it back? Did they test if they pull it back maybe 10 more feet? Is it there or not?
No. Check this out, right? Yeah. So what I was describing there is not necessarily how much in this particular case should be hidden. I'm talking about in the abstract, how much drop from 28.6 miles it would go down. In this particular instance, I'm not sure how readily available it is to know how high the guy was, but there's another calculation, right? That would tell you how far the horizon should be given the observer's height. Okay, and if we know that the emitter is below whatever value it comes out of some of these manipulations, it should be hidden. Okay, so the horizon, you should expect it to be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in miles. So if the guy's 1 foot off the ground, you have 1.22 times the square root of 1. So 1.22 times 1 is 1 mile. The guy's 10 feet off the ground, or let's say 9 feet off the ground, you have 1.22 times the square root of 9, which is 3. 1.22 times 3, what is that? 3.66. Right? Miles. And then beyond that, things would appear to be curving downwards. So that line of sight, from that standpoint, unless the object is high enough, you won't see it, or at worst, you'll see part of it cut off. You follow?
Yeah, but that whole mathematical system only works if the world is a perfect sphere, which there is no perfect sphere because there's ground disfiguration, there's mass pull. We have mountains, we have divots in the sea.
Correct.
So
correct.
At
This
the
is why
same
we do
time-
it. This is why we do it over water, sir. Because it's the smoothest, right? It's more consistent. It's more widely available. This test can be replicated more widespread, et cetera, et cetera. Now, of course, these are just approximations. Now, if you happen to have something that comes against this, right, I think most of us would be happy to see it.
The whole idea is, though, it could be an abnormality, just like how there's divots in certain spots that can like lower water level to it, not lower it, but keep it more abnormal. It's like, unless this was done, this is basically like this whole mathematical system done across the entire world, it would be impossible to measure whether it's a curvature or not. So
what would you suggest? I mean, like, it would seem to me that you know something, right, that proves to you that we're on a ball. What might that actually be?
Me physically, I can't prove it one way or another. You could say my idea is biased because maybe it is. Same way it could be with your belief. It's like, I don't really care whether it's a circle or not. It really doesn't matter.
Okay, so you don't know, actually. So ultimately you don't know. Okay, well, that's fine.
Okay, that's perfect. I mean, maybe we.
Yeah, Mick, but what you don't get is that the lack of evidence is the evidence. Don't you get that?
Well, that's interesting too. Yeah, but the thing is, Void, if you don't know, then perhaps we ought to spend a little bit more time with somebody who does know, or at least does say that they know.
If anyone else
Right.
is here to speak, they should speak then, because yeah, go ahead.
By all means, that's cool. It's good chat. Good chat. I'd encourage you to take a look at those videos, and if you see anything, any anomalies or whatever, take note. Come back. We'll talk about it. I think most of us are all ears for that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that was a good explanation, Mick. Good job.
Thank you.
Hopefully you got something out of it. Maybe something will sink in at some point.
I actually came back as I realized I'm going to see if you could answer a question. Another question I had actually. Is that guy still here? Milk. Hello.
Yes, we're here. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. See the reason. Okay. So
Yeah,
if
man.
I'm flying, let's say I'm flying towards Hawaii, and is there like a certain threshold where I'm instantly going to like teleport to the other side towards like Japan or something? If there's no
Why would you
curvature
think that?
to the Earth, no, I'm just saying if there's no curvature to the Earth and I head in one direction, how do I get on the other direction?
To a circle.
And but then it's a curvature.
Circles are flat,
One.
not spheres. Circles are not spheres.
Sweet.
I mean, if you're traveling
You're
on
saying,
Earth, that doesn't mean you're using the curvature of the Earth to make it from
yeah,
one
I'm
point to
sorry.
another.
I am honestly, I can't hear a word you're saying. Are you able to fix your mic?
Anyways, go ahead.
No? Okay. So, yes, can't answer that.
Mic check. Is that working? It's dead quiet in here today, isn't it? I don't want to be interrupting anything, but good day. It's a special day, everyone, isn't it? The day where everybody gets to see sunlight or something like that.
What do you mean by that?
Well, isn't it that special day where everybody gets to see? Is it sunlight? I don't know. I can't remember what it is.
I don't know what you're talking about at all.
Have you? I don't know what they call it, whether they have a special day for it or not. Is it people that see daylight? Do you say?
Put it in the side chat.
I can't. I'm not allowed.
Why?
Because I can't post anything. I think my posting rights have been taken away from me.
Oh. Did you do something wrong?
I think my memes and my words are too powerful for some people to take.
Well, I'm not gonna speak on others' behalf. I don't know you, so.
Yeah, 99% of people get to see sunlight, apparently. Feel sorry for those 1%ers. I think everybody gets to see sunlight, though, don't they? I mean, you wouldn't notice anything special about today, would you? Not unless you've got some sort of a model. I mean, apparently today's the day that everybody, or not, 99% of people are under the sun. Isn't that great? Should be able to make an argument about that, shouldn't you?
Unless it's raining, stormy, you won't see the sun.
Yeah. If you don't open your eyes, you won't see the sun. There's loads of reasons you don't have to see the sun. You not make some sort of an argument about that? Are we not going to call it or something? Kind of like the day that the most people are enlightened. Enlightening day.
Can you elaborate? Like, is this on the calendar? Like what are you talking about?
Yeah, July the 8th, the day when 90% of the, or 99% population become enlightened. That's it. But not many people are aware of it. I was only aware of it because of things said on the internet.
No, well, that answers my question. Bro.
What?
Never mind.
Oh, it's a good day as well. Savor the comic, unplug the drama. There you go.
Where do you live, my friend?
It's a day to remind people the benefits of spending more time in the comic zone and less in the drama zone. I live near where that picture, the one that took Ranty, that made Ranty go back to the Globe. Southport, Blackpool. That picture. In fact, I was influential on helping Ranty go back to the globe. Not necessarily me. My son took the picture. Talking about that last night. You know, Ranty's back. Has he come over here? Has he come round for have a chat with you? How many globe proofs has everyone got? But you've got quite a lot round here, haven't you? I think people are scared to talk to me. I make people go back to the globe, you know. That's why they ban me from posting words.
What are you on about?
What am I on about? On the Enlightening Day.
Okay, so what is the Enlightening Day?
The day where 99% of the population get to see sunlight. At the same time, I think, possibly at the same time. I don't know how it goes.
So every single country, every single continent gets to see sunlight.
Going by the map, it wouldn't be every continent. Australia is not lit up.
Good point.
Yeah, it's the thing here. It says, it seemed like an implausible claim that circulated the internet last year. And yet, our number crunchers confirmed it. 99% of the world's population really do receive some degree of sunlight at 11:15 UTC on July the 8th each year.
Okay, well, what about all the other time zones?
The other 1%.
So how many countries are in UTC?
99% of the world's population. It's the thing that it says here, I mean.
Alright, either I'm stupid, or I'm just not understanding you.
Today is the day that 99%, or reportedly, 99% of the world's population gets to see sunlight at 11:15 UTC. I don't even know when that is. Whether there's a special time for that. Have none of you made an argument about that? No way you can translate that into the flat earth or anything? I think they wangle the numbers a bit. Says that when they take the numbers into account, all light from the sun counts, even dark twilight. It's good, isn't it? Dark twilight. Yeah, we'll count that as sun. Never heard of that, have you not? Nobody else heard of it?
Heard of what? Since I just got here?
The day when 99% of the world's population, fudging numbers obviously, dark twilight included, gets to see sunlight.
Tomorrow.
Today, July the 8th.
Well, that was the 9th. Anyways, yes, I have heard of it before. It's not really proof of anything.
Yeah, you've not managed to wangle some sort of a flat earth.
No, that's just congratulations. Because of where our population is situated, they get daylight. It doesn't say land mass, it says population. So if everyone picked up and moved where they are, it'd mess it all up. So it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, but I bet there's not many people living on the water, is it?
Oh, don't care. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't prove flat, doesn't prove curved, doesn't prove pyramid, it doesn't prove anything.
It's just a special day where 99% of the world's population becomes enlightened at the same time.
Illuminated, not enlightened. I would not put you in that category. Sorry.
Well, I'm definitely going to be in that 99%, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's not the 99%. It's the difference between enlightened and illuminated. That's what I'm talking about.
Are you saying you can't become enlightened today?
Oh, you can become enlightened any day, but I just can't see it happening to you personally.
Can you not?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, I heard your definitions of flat, and yeah, I just stood back and shook my head.
You don't agree with it being a visual surface condition?
Okay, I'll tell you what I personally think. I personally think you and your stupid little croonies have spent too much time trying to explain definitions to other morons that have just harassed you and hounded you and hounded you and hounded you to the point of you just falling into complete fucking stupidity. That's what I personally think's happened with you.
Are you calling me a moron?
Would you like to join in?
No, I was the guy who was talking before.
You weren't talking when I popped in here.
Oh. Sorry.
But if you're willing to put that cap on, I'm not going to fight you for it.
I'm not a moron. I just didn't know if you were here before. Sorry.
No, I was not. Anyways, so that's what it sounds like to me, Bev. You and your mates have just been hammered for so long and so hard about definitions that you guys have just basically, bastardized definitions to the point of absurdity.
Well, you think it's absurd to say that flat is a visual surface condition?
Green is a visual surface condition.
No, green's a
Pimples are a visual surface condition. See? The levels of absurdity?
Yeah, pimples would be...
Exactly. I'm glad it sunk in. Thank you. But anyways, as his word, gents.
Yeah, I think you'd need to have a touch sensation to notice pimples. And green is a colour.
They are visual, and green is visual also.
Yep.
You said they were a visual surface condition.
I said flat is a visual surface condition.
And I also stated that the other two are also.
Now describe it to someone who's never been able to see, Bev.
Well, they'd have a problem, wouldn't they, for identifying flat?
Listening to you, yeah. They'd
Well, how
fucking
would
pull
you
their hair out.
describe it to somebody who can't see them? A bit of a problem, that, isn't it? I've never really thought of that. How would you describe flat to somebody who can't see?
Easy. It's a visual surface description. And I'd leave them with that.
That'd be a bit cruel.
And then walk away laughing maniacally. Like some little leprechaun.
That would be a little bit cruel.
Well, that's what you're doing. Except for the laughter.
No, I'm just defining flat as I see it.
I'm assuming you're blind then. Oh, well.
What? No, I'm definitely not blind. You don't think it's a good thing that they can sort of say that 99% of the world's population get to see sunlight?
I personally don't care. High five, happy days for those who think it's something spectacular. I don't know what you're trying to prove with it, but yeah. If it happens to be on a special day that 99% of everybody gets to see daylight at the same time, then hurrah, let's put up some fireworks when it's not daylight.
One of those things that you can check, though, isn't it, right? Everybody report in at this time and let us see whether you can see sunlight.
You know what? Honestly, I don't think you guys get enough pushback. Why would so many fucking people lie about the Earth being flat?
They're not.
Yeah, why do you think it's so many people that are lying? Why couldn't it be so many people that just were raised to believe it's a globe and they're just repeating what they were raised to believe? It's not lying. Lying involves deceit, intentional deceit.
Well, I think it's a confusion in the understanding of what flat is.
Well, with you redefining everything, I would suggest that you fuck off out of this conversation. If you can't just grab a dictionary and go, oh look, these words are already defined, and if you have to make your own shit up, you're already out of the game.
I've fucking had enough with you guys disrespecting people who come in here and question you guys. Sick and tired of it.
That wasn't aimed at you, Seth.
Bye-bye.
Like one of my best friends that I hang out with these days, she's a glober. She's always arguing with me about the Earth being flat. She's like, oh, it's not flat. but she's not lying to me. She honestly believes it's a globe. You know, is she just trying to deceive me? Is my friend trying to deceive me every time she tells me the Earth isn't flat? Like, think about that.
See ya. When I look up flat, in the dictionary, it says level and smooth with no curved, high, or hollow parts.
Now, does that sound like anything your definition of flat was?
Well, yeah, like I can look at a mountain.
You don't know yet. What was yours? Yours was a visual surface condition.
Yeah.
Visual surface condition versus, read it out again, please.
Level and smooth with no curved, high or hollow parts. So I'd look at a mountain and see that it has a high part and see that that's not flat, right? Visually.
So, congratulations. You now understand what that dictionary definition's talking about. Good boy.
It says smooth as well, so that's a touch thing. That's just that one. Let's see if there's any others.
Things can look smooth.
Cambridge. Collins.
Bev. Some shit can look smooth. Does glass look smooth? Yes.
It says something that is flat is level, smooth, or even, rather than sloping, curved, or uneven. That's weird, isn't it? Sloping. I would have said you could have a sloping flat. But that dictionary seems to say not.
Oh, you've probably got old dictionaries. Ooh.
This one says flat means horizontal and not upright. Wow. Do you go along with that one? Not vertical. I think that's the one that gets you in the synonym problem, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think it gets me into any problems. You're the one that says flat is a visual surface condition.
Yeah, this one. I think this one's more appropriate. It says flat land is level with no high hills or other raised parts. So
I'll still go with that over your stupid one.
The hills, the parts with the hills. You can refer to one of the broad flat surfaces of an object as the flat of that object. He slammed the counter with the flat of his hand. Flat tire doesn't have enough air in it. So there's multiple ways you can use flat. I just use a visual surface condition.
Excellent. So the one that you just said where he slapped his hand, the flat of his hand down on the counter.
Yep.
Replace that with he slapped it down with the visual surface condition of his hand on the counter. It sounds fucking stupid, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because that's what you should be doing. When you redefine something, insert your redefinition into a sentence. And then you'll go, oh, that does sound a bit stupid.
Okay.
Or you can just not redefine things. You can just stick with the dictionary.
I can see that mountains aren't flat.
Oh, we got a volunteer. Legend Killer, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I was just entertained by your cartoon.
It's a GIF, not a cartoon.
It's a cartoon.
Do you know the difference between a cartoon and a GIF?
You can have GIFs that are cartoons, my friend.
Okay.
Exactly.
Are you Australian, cunt?
Yes, unfortunately for you.
Unfortunately for me?
So anyways, have you got any proof of curvature?
Curvature?
That's not cartoon.
It's not cartoon.
You know?
Curvature of your head, mate.
Measured drop over distance of the sphere
Curvature
that some of these
head,
globers
mate.
believe they live on.
Polly want a cracker? Polly want a cracker?
Oi.
That's it. Sounded like a yes.
Do you know who Alex Jones is?
Who doesn't know who Alex Jones is?
All right, so like, didn't Alex Jones debate Eddie Bravo about the flat Earth?
Yeah.
and even Eddie,
podcast.
Alex Jones is like, I have less head trauma than Eddie Bravo, so I'm gonna.
He had a
annihilate
NASA
him.
he had a NASA T-shirt on.
Who?
Like the podcast he did with Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo.
Alex Jones had.
Alex Jones showed up with a NASA T-shirt. For Eddie.
Well, Eddie eats tumors for breakfast.
What do you mean by that?
He's dumb. Oi. Does that confuse you? That's not a knife. That's a knife.
You are shithouse at doing that.
Did it upset you that Alex Jones made Eddie Bravo look stupid in front of a national audience?
Does it upset you that you're a moron?
No, because I think.
All right, let's just checking. Okay, I'll tell you something now. Two people have a debate.
Alex
Person
Jones
A,
is very
person
dumb.
B.
He's not a
You're
smart
calling
guy.
one of them Alex Jones and the other one Eddie Bravo. Yeah?
Yeah.
So person A, person B have a debate.
Yeah,
which
Eddie
I have
Bravo
not
has
seen.
brain trauma.
Hey, I haven't seen, so
He's an MMA
I don't
fighter,
know
boy.
anything about this debate. I don't know who won, don't know who
you
lost.
should watch it.
But
You
I can
should-
tell
Oi,
you
you
something
should watch
now.
it.
Hey, Legend
Will he
Todd.
send it to you?
Oh, I don't really care.
Oh, dude,
Two
you gotta
clowns
watch
having a debate doesn't really prove the shape of the ground. So if you said that one of them brought measurements of curvature, also known as drop over distance, I'd go, oh wow, maybe I might want to watch it.
Well,
but since neither of them provided that,
Alex Jones
I don't really
wanted
care.
to take Eddie Bravo on an excursion to the North Pole or the South Pole,
So?
whichever pole he wanted, he preferred.
So what's that got to do with anything?
And he wanted to show him the curvature of the Earth.
What is there more at the South Pole than there is at, say, halfway across the Pacific?
Here, hold on. I'll be back.
I hope
Got
not.
here, right? It says something that is flat is level, smooth, or even, rather than sloping, curved, or uneven. So, is sloping and curved in the same bracket for you as being not flat?
What are you fucking gibbering on about? Seriously,
It's this
Bev?
definition here of flat.
Hey, look, mate, I'm just going to put it out to you now. I don't care. If you're hung up on definitions, maybe you should take a step back and think about it and consider yourself that is your problem.
Can you
not
not remember
mine.
that was you? You had a problem with my definition.
No, I don't. I have a problem with you having the necessity to redefine everything when we've got perfectly good definitions. I can
That's
pick
what
up
I'm
a
doing. I'm looking at
dictionary.
one here. Looking at a definition.
Go away. Fuck me. How did I not do that earlier? Probably because I haven't been here long enough. If I want a definition, Bev, I will pick up a dictionary and I will read the bastard for myself.
It's just
You,
really
however,
annoying.
seem to have the need to grab a dictionary, read the definition, and go, well, I don't really like that one. I'm going to invent my own. If you want to invent your own, go and do it. We don't care. Anyways.
Go and write your own dictionary.
It's just really.
There you go.
It's just really annoying when people try to say stuff about Eddie Bravo and MMA, right? Eddie Bravo does not compete in the UFC. He does not compete in fist fighting competitions. He competes in.
You just dropped out there, Seth. Competes in, and you went cold.
Hello?
Hello?
You guys hear me?
I can now.
All
yeah,
right.
you dropped out. You dropped out a little bit, mate. I heard competes in, and then you just went cold.
Well, so where did I leave off at, if you don't mind me asking?
All I heard was Eddie Bravo, something competes in, and that's where you went cold.
Oh, so okay. So here's my point. Like, so Eddie Bravo, right? He doesn't compete in like fist fighting MMA, right? He competes in like karate combat, which is like not fist fighting, and he also competes in what's it called? Or he used to compete in what's it called? Jiu-jitsu tournaments, right? So Eddie is not a fist fighter. Like, he doesn't do anything that would give him CTE or anything like that to make people think that he's stupid. So
what?
Let's go, chat. It's going to take to get a Glober around here.
All right, flat earthers, are you awake? Is anyone retarded enough to debate?
going on, Sethy boy?
Not much. How you doing?
Well, doing all right.
That's good.
Just waiting on somebody to happen along with some proof of a globe.
So you say that one more time?
Well, just, checking into anybody who might have some globe proof out here.
Well, okay, so can I ask questions or no?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, like I have no globe proof.
Alright.
Like I literally don't.
Yeah, that's no worries.
Unfortunately, I'm an idiot when it comes to this kind of stuff. Right?
You're actually very smart for even being able to say that, but go on.
I really am. I really am an idiot.
Yeah, but most idiots don't recognize that, and they think that they know it all already about all this.
I know.
You're ahead of that just by even saying that.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Actually,
it's true. It's true.
Thank you. No, I'm an idiot when it comes to like for example, like people ask me like, you know, like, do you actually believe the Earth is a globe? And I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I do not know. I've never gone on a rocket ship up high enough to like literally the highest you guys know the CN Tower in Toronto?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the highest I've ever been up ground.
Yeah.
Never been on a plane. Never been up higher than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So what am I gonna say to people? Oh, I've witnessed things up in the sky? No. I've been like very adamant that my experience on the planet is not, it doesn't align with what we have been taught throughout our lifetime, if that makes any sense. Again, I'm an idiot. Like I'm
right. It doesn't actually align. That's why we're here. It doesn't align at all.
So like, can I just say one more thing? When I was young, I'm 23, right? But when I was younger, like when I was like, I would say like maybe like, this happened for 3 years, like 9 to 12, which is probably like 4. Who knows? I don't even care.
Yeah. Go ahead, man. You still there? Or is it my audio?
I hear you. What happened with Bev?
I think he just has some issue or something at the moment.
No, I mean, did he say anything, or he just stuck around AFK and left?
Oh, did you say Bev?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know. I never saw Bev. I was just talking to Sethy boy, but I think
oh, okay.
Just got some technical problem or something.
Hello?
Hey boy, how's it going?
Sorry, my shit cut out.
Yeah, I figured. It's cool. Go ahead.
I can't remember where I left off, I had to be honest.
That's fine, man. Whatever you got.
But what I was trying to say to you guys is like, I have sort of speech issues.
That's fine.
Like you can ask anybody who knows me, they know this. I have that issue. So people always say like, "Oh, you're drunk, you're drunk, you're drunk." No, here's the issue. If I drink, it makes the issue even more worse. You know what I'm trying to say?
Dude, you sound fine. I'm not really picking up on any issue. It's all good.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you for saying that. It's just I get judged a lot. You know, it's annoying. But anyways, we're not talking about that. Let's talk about what we were talking about in general.
Yeah, man, cook.
All right, so forgive me. Where do we leave off at?
I can't really remember. I thought you were building to something. You had some questions. You said the CN Tower thing. After that, you were going in another direction, but I wasn't really sure what it was. Still there, Seth?
You didn't hear what I said?
No, I didn't hear anything.
This thing is garbage.
Yeah,
I
sometimes it is.
Can't send this phone. You guys can hear me now, right?
What you got there for a phone? I can hear you right now, yeah. Well, I did when you asked that. Haven't heard anything since. All right, that's it, Seth. You're fired. I just can't keep having these technical breakdowns. Did our boy crash out there?
And I'm just saying, like, people online, people find communities and stuff like that. But like in my real life, I've talked to a lot of people, but I think the only person I was able to really open her eyes on this stuff is my mother.
Sometimes it's who the message is coming from, whether or not it's received. And there's certain folks who they're not going to listen to you just because you're you. And anybody else could tell them something, they'll listen to them. But because it's you, they won't listen to you. It just is what it is. People are weird. I don't know if you're trying to. I can't. You're lighting up. JLD. I can't pronounce your name.
That's
but
fine,
I don't
JLD.
know you.
What, don't you hear it?
Well, you just kept going green. I didn't know if you were trying to speak because it was silent, but you're good.
I think he might be my echo. Yes, it is.
Or it could just be the ventilator I have in the background.
Maybe.
Might be picking
No,
that up.
no, like when I talk, I hear myself on your end. You must have open speakers there.
No.
Okay, that's
just on headphones.
It's coming through your headphones. You got a sensitive mic.
That could be.
I don't hear it happening.
Yep, I heard.
Up and see if it still happens.
Yep. Are you muted up? He sure is.
Hello, guys.
I was, yeah.
Yep. So you got to really. Oh, mate, check your sensitivity on Discord to see if that gets rid of it.
Yeah, that should do it.
I mean, I almost have it at 0.
You have noise cancellation.
That's why.
Hello,
That's
guys.
why.
Well, it sounds like we got a Globey in here.
Well, I'll
Who was
digress.
that?
No, the floor.
Welcome, Mr. Glowbertha. How are you?
What's up, guys? Hello.
Oh,
Mr.
Cristiano, is that how you say it? Yeah, you were in here yesterday, and you were trying to talk through people. Then I muted you, and then you left, and couldn't even unmute you. What's going on?
You mute me? Why you mute me, man?
Because they were having a conversation between other people, two answering questions, and then you just came in with something else. So I had to mute you right away because we're doing a live show. So, and I couldn't unmute you because you left. If you get muted, sit still, don't move, and we'll unmute you. There's only reasons we do it.
I unmute for 3 seconds. I unmute myself. 3 seconds.
Just listen to what he's saying. He's trying to help you.
I say when you mute me, I don't see. I just leave and I unmute. I don't.
You should probably not do that then.
Huh?
Well, nobody wants to leave you muted. That's what he's trying to help you so that you don't end up.
Yes. Sorry, guys. When I come here, I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to try to see my priority speaker. I try to if it's work or not.
What I'm saying is, if you get muted and you leave, we can't unmute you. So just if you kind of hold tight for a second, you'll end up getting unmuted, and you don't leave and end up having the server mute in another room. He was trying to help you, man.
They unmute in 3 seconds, bro.
That's fine. Some don't do that. I was just trying to help you out. Don't leave if you get muted right away. Sit still for a minute. That's all.
I just want to. The statue of the channel. You understand? That's why I come. I don't want to speak anything. I just want to put something in the statue and I will leave. So.
That's fine.
Okay, I put this. Okay. Goodbye, guys. Look, the statue. I changed it. Bye.
Bye.
See how nice I am?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Nice Flat Earther. You make me want to be better, Radwin.
Mr. Nice Flat Earther is his father. He's Mr. Super Nice Flat Earther.
Oh yes, what a role model.
Thank you very much.
That's brilliant. That's the second time you've got me to stay, Timbo. That was good.
I'm just a background guy.
He's one of the hype men.
Yes. No need for me to butt in when you guys are got it under control. So.
I try to stay out of their stuff unless they say dumb shit like when you go flying one way, that's is a little shorter than the other. I have to kind of stop right there in their tracks and say, did you just say the Earth is spinning and that's why the flight times are different? That's the kind of stuff when I got to get it back on track, and let's hyper focus on his silliness.
Yeah, I heard you having an aneurysm when he said gravity is because the Earth's spinning too, so.
Of course. Well, if the globe wasn't spinning, you would fly off of it.
Of course.
Yeah.
The more I think about that, the funnier it gets. Can't put things on other objects unless they're moving objects. Otherwise, the object that's on the still object is going to come flying off. Okay.
These guys live in opposite land, don't
they? They really do. Oh dear. My eyes were watering. That was so funny. These poor people.
That's funny too. They gotta be shitting when they come in here.
The scientist girl that came in earlier who said that boats not disappearing before the horizon was proof that the Earth was a sphere. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that.
She said she was a scientist?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Gone through all of the education.
Statistical.
Like the other side.
Statistical scientist? Looks at numbers, that kind of scientist?
Yeah. I never got to find out what field. They were too shy to tell us. And they want to wave that magic stick in front of us.
Probably nutrition.
Probably. Yeah. Nurse.
Yeah.
We believe that the Earth is flat. Yeah, is that right?
Yes,
Earth is flat. Yes.
Go on,
I don't believe.
No, that's all right. I'm just chilling. You don't believe? That's all right. You don't need to believe. Just go outside.
Yeah, you can touch grass outside.
I try to understand what make you think that it's the Earth is flat. Like if you have physics, mathematics, geometry, some evidence, you know.
Yes, all that. Yep. Yeah, all of it. We have the physics, the math. We have all of it. Makes the Earth flat. None of it makes it a ball. We'll get your T-shirt right out to you and your pair of sticks. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was very easy for you to become a flat earther today.
Well, it'd be like so. If you go outside, right, and you look at go to the ocean, right, and you see it as flat. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you agree, right? So we also use the Earth as flat. Construction, aeroplanes, navigation, boats. We use flat maps. Everything's used on a flat, non-rotating surface. Would you agree with that? Yeah. So everything's telling you that the Earth is flat, yet they tell you you live on a sphere, but nothing matches that in observations or practical use on the Earth. Agree with that?
Yes, I agree, bro.
Yeah. So therefore, the Earth is flat. No one can demonstrate the Earth being a sphere. That's why we know it's flat. Pretty simple, right?
Yeah, it's very simple.
Yeah. Almost too simple that then they have to go and complicate things. Say it looks flat because it's curved. We use it as a stationary flat plane because it's a sphere. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, does it? That's nonsense.
What are you talking about, guys? Sorry for coming out of the blue, but
that's right. We were just waiting for you to join.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a flat earther, by the way. I believe in it.
Okay, what made you believe it?
It makes more sense than the heliocentric model.
What makes sense?
The whole model of the flat Earth.
Which one's
It's more
that?
realistic. Come again?
First, I want to know what makes sense about it, and then we can talk about a model that you're going to present.
Okay.
What makes sense?
I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. The Earth is stable. Doesn't move to me. Second of all, I think the moon and the sun are the moving objects, not the other way around.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the third one is the sea level is always level. Doesn't curve to me. Like when you look at the horizon, it doesn't really curve.
Right. Awesome.
But
so
it should
you've
be
used
curved.
your senses, you've used your
It should be
vision,
curved
you've used your feelings,
Yeah. But when you study the heliocentric model, it breaks every common sense you had in your whole life.
Yeah. It looks flat.
You get me, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You earned yourself a T-shirt and a pair of Eratosthenes globe testing sticks. Congratulations, Flat Earther.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Is anyone noticing a common theme with people from different countries? Like there's more flat earthers.
I think a lot of people believe. I think a lot of people from different areas of the world and regions of the world, they believe in flat Earth, like firmly. But the thing, they are kind of like worried to come out or just like speak about it because like they will be called names.
Yeah, you'd be like a social piranha, right?
I was called stupid, like a lot of times. Like like I got normalized with the word stupid at this rate.
Yeah.
Don't let people call you that.
Yeah, because
I'm
sometimes
telling
like
you
people, are you that stupid to believe in that shit? Yeah.
I got you. You're not stupid. Fuck what them haters got to say. They don't even know how anything works.
True. Yeah. But I was trying to explain that why a lot of people are not really talking about it anymore. You know, because like if you think about it, like you have a lot of images, even though like they're just I don't know CGI or something. But you can't really go against the current, you know, like and say like no, everything is a lie, and you'd be looking like a clown.
Well, to say everything is a lie is a bit kind of like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right?
Yeah, but it can get to that. You know, some people like would ask you like, if it's like a flat Earth, why the hell would they lie? Like, what's the point behind all of this?
I like to reverse.
And you will go to a different path. There's conspiracy theory, and you are against the governments, and you are threat, and
why would they tell you the
you
truth?
had the red bill, and it's, you know, like it's always like get to that.
Why would they tell you the truth?
Come again?
Yeah, that was a good point.
Yeah, I said like when you have this kind of like casual conversation about the flat Earth and the heliocentric model, people would get to this point that why do you think that they are actually lying? You know, because like I had like I'm kind of like experience. I'm actually talking about like from my own experience.
So you have what he just said to you was, well, all you have to say to them is why would they tell you the truth?
Exactly. Like they got really convinced of my humble descriptions of the flat Earth and why do I see it that way. They said like, oh, okay, it makes sense, but why would they lie? You know, like they always get to that point, and when they ask me that question, yeah, like it's almost like like a conspiracy theory. Yeah. They always like get to that at the end of the debate or conversation that I have with them.
Yeah, just tell them that the horizon's not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, water isn't trying to play tricks on you. Water's not lying to you. So I mean, that's it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I agree with you. If you think about it that way, yeah. And at the same time, you can't blame them for being that way, because like I think like most of the world was programmed to see the world that way.
You guys talked about.
What's up, Fox?
Oh, how are you doing?
What the fuck, say?
What the fox?
Fox or Fox?
Rio.
Sorry, my English is not my Fox or Fox. The animal.
Either way. No, like
either way
Fox,
is valid.
F-A-W-K-E-S.
So it's actually called Fox, not Fox. Yeah, it's actually complicated, debatable even, but I don't know.
Debatable, I say that's Fox.
Fox.
It's because in my language, you would say Falcus.
What's your language?
In Portuguese, you would pronounce it as Falcus.
Focus.
Wait. Focus in Portuguese is the animal fox? Really?
No, it's no. It's like a word that is from, Dumbledore's Phoenix from Harry Potter. Like I've picked that name when I was like 9 years old or something, but I just kept it.
Okay. Yeah, man. I think fox is a really important animal in all cultures. It represents lying and cunning and deceiving, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. Like maybe the ancient world had a point, but I think in my own culture, it's a symbol of playing tricks and deceiving other people.
Oh,
what does the fox say?
Oh yeah.
Culture, it doesn't mean much. Like it's just a cool animal that people like a lot. Like.
But I think when the fox or focus. when he hunts, actually he does it in a very tricky way. You get me? I think that's
we
why.
hate them here. They're not native, so we kill them.
You kill what?
Yeah. In Australia,
Why the hell you killed them?
we have little animals that live in burrows and stuff that are native, and the foxes go around and they kill them. So we kill all the foxes.
Foxes also build a hen house.
Because they're not native. Because they're not native to Australia, so we kill them.
Oh, yeah, like
But if they don't have if they don't have a natural predator or anything in competition with it, then there's a problem. They would end up with an overpopulation. You have to.
It happened a lot with like cats in islands. I don't know if you
we
guys
kill
know
them
about
too.
You guys like kill a lot of
Yeah, we
things
do.
in Australia.
Seriously, I'm not joking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. As a matter of fact, they like if you don't kill them, the whole ecosystem can like blow up.
That's right.
Maybe that's why you guys like have a lot of big spiders.
Yeah, we don't kill them.
Maybe you should kill that.
Yeah,
No,
that's
they're
true.
good.
Not
They-
the foxes.
They're a lot less cuter
They
than
catch all
foxes
the
and
flies
cats.
and mosquitoes, so we leave them.
I saw on Facebook that the spiders in Australia are the size of the side of your house.
We are not here to fuck spiders.
I think you exaggerated.
A lot of stuff. I heard today that people tried kangaroos.
Yeah, fought a kangaroo once. I won. Easy.
Easy, yeah. Easier said than done, I guess.
An easy fight.
What did you just say?
I was blind and old.
You said like he can beat like a kangaroo or something.
I won a fight against a kangaroo once.
Yeah, kangaroo will kick your ass.
You're just like my grandfather, like he told me that he fought with a tiger.
I fought with the tiger once.
But that was bad, but like
that similar story too. I fought a tiger and a kangaroo together once. Yeah, that was the craziest day of my life. One as well.
Then you woke up and went, thank fuck for
And he
that.
told me that tigers don't
thank
really
fuck for
attack
that.
you from the back. By the way, like tigers are like too noble that they wouldn't even attack you when you're giving them their back. You get me? So they have like this kind of thing that if you want to fight me face to face,
All right, let's get back to the topic.
Yeah, that sounds like.
exactly. Why are we? Yeah.
Fox.
Was the topic? I not here.
Flat Earth.
Go.
Triangles is the topic. Do you know what a triangle is?
I do know what a triangle is.
Yeah, we're gonna find out real quick. It's just a quick question here. It's something that I picked up when I took NASA IQ test for employment there. So this is from the NASA IQ. Just one question. Go ahead and answer the question. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Okay. Let me see it.
Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Correct.
Oh, I didn't see the missing line. B and D.
By the way, is this like?
I don't want any flat earthers answering this. I want that guy that I was talking to answer it.
If you're taking like the word triangle as for three angles, then only D is not.
Oh my goodness. You failed, son. Let's look at the answers.
Is that so?
Oh.
Let's look at the answers.
Okay.
So B is not a triangle because it has one curved side, and D is not closed, so it's not a triangle either.
A gay triangle.
No, there's no such thing as a curved triangle. So we're gonna
Gay
kick you
triangle.
out.
Man.
Yeah,
thought it was
we're
like
gonna
a
kick you out of the club.
What's the definition of a triangle?
You like meant seriously.
Answer
Yeah.
Jedi's question, please.
Okay, then I can see why B is not a triangle, but it still has 3 angles though.
No. What's the definition of an angle?
Angle? Like, are you guys like... what kind of question is that?
Not able to define that.
Let's look at the triangle that's supposed to be figure B. If we're to fit the definition of an angle, remembering a triangle has 3 of these, that's section 8 meters. That when you measure the separation of these 2 straight lines and you add the interior angles of the triangle, degrees. So, strictly speaking, figure B doesn't fit the definition of a triangle because there's a curved line not measurable to be an angle within a triangle.
Then should we call squares 4 angle?
Pardon?
Yeah.
I think so. 4 angles is a nice name.
Okay, so it's acceptable.
It is called rectangle. So
what's the definition of a square?
4 angles.
4 angles, 4 right angles, and sides of equal length, right?
Exactly. That's it.
Can you have a 90-degree angle if one of those 2 lines is curved?
Or you can.
Well, to have her seen.
If one of your straight sides of your right angle is curved, is it still a right angle? I guess we've got no astronauts in the room then.
No, is this related to the main topic?
Yeah, it will be
Yes,
later
it
on
is.
when we start measuring the Earth with right angle triangles.
Oh yeah, I don't just give out the triangle test unless I know I'm walking somebody down a long and winding, pretty road that I'm going to tell a story about, and then I'm going to smack you in the face with celestial navigation when I prove that it has to be done on a flat Earth. How do you like that?
Why would a Haversine formula be necessary if it was measured on a ball?
Because the Haversine formula converts longitude and latitude coordinates on the celestial sphere.
Okay.
Yeah. Your longitude and latitude, that's celestial sky. So that's going to be the longitude and latitude in the sky.
So what's going on? What's going on? Anything happening? Anybody want to jump in? Say something?
Two hours later.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I didn't know Radwin played the guitar, man. That was a nice, some nice riffage going on. Trace, you want to pop on a tune or two until somebody braves up?
What guitar was I playing?
I don't know, man. It sounded, wasn't it? Hit me with your best shot.
Sonny.
Oh, that was Sonny. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't
music,
see.
man.
So, where'd my triangle expert go? I just walked away for a second.
Yeah, all I heard was the sounds of silence.
Jedi was talking to the triangle expert. I walked away for a second. I came back, and I see tumbleweeds blowing around in here. What's going on?
I'm sure he blew somebody's mind as usual. That happened earlier, right? That guy Axel spiraled out of here, and then he came back like a kitten.
Yeah, he changed his tune, didn't he?
I was like, holy crap, this guy's got like, he's bipolar or something. But
Yeah,
then he said he was
wants to go to the north and the south.
He said he wanted to go to he said he was going back to the vegan channel, and then everything made sense.
Yeah, brain doesn't work properly unless you have animal protein.
Hey, Drace. I sent you a message. I don't know if you can hear what I'm saying.
I can hear you. Thanks for the songs. I'll play them next chance I get.
Yeah. I had 2 songs that I made a while ago, and I figured I'd send them to you because I don't think I shared those with you before.
Wow, Secret Asian Man's in here too.
He's on a secret agent mission.
Mm.
Flatlight Right. I also wrote lyrics for the Sound of Pseudoscience. I try to perform it, I'm just not that good at singing.
Dre, so since you're so good at generating AI images, we need something for that triangle test. Like, what happens? I don't know how you would do it, but we need something that shows what happens when you. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, we need to make them misapply this somehow. in a hilarious way.
I usually get to this. This is also a triangle then, and then they spiral away.
Yeah, this is literally how they, like, when they look at angles of elevation, that's what they have. They have a shark fin. They don't have an angle.
That's right. They have a shark fin.
Because the ground is supposed to be curved, and the line is supposed to be following the ground plane, and then the star they're looking at is supposed to be refracted. So yeah, they have a shark fin, not an angle.
Is this going somewhere? Yeah, we're going for a long walk down your spiral. I like when it works. Sometimes it doesn't work because other people, it depends on who's in the room and how I'm getting these guys. But if I can get them to, I like getting them to get the correct answers, because that's where they fall apart. Because then you have to say that doesn't work on a globe.
Yeah, it's because it's sometimes bad when we have to tell them the correct answers because of their everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. But this picture, I think, could be repurposed. So instead of having the actual angle of elevation, you have a shark fin.
Oh, that might be something good like that, a shark fin, and keep the globe there. And you'll have to put little waves on it so it looks like a shark fin. No, let's see. Yeah, you'd have to. And put angle of elevation, and leave it say angle of elevation.
Yeah, the seventh line is basically a squiggly line for the waves.
Yeah, right.
Yo, too many people. I've never seen like that.
Oh, yeah, the Earth is flat. It's amazing what happens when you find that out.
What? Yeah, I mean, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know. I know that.
I mean, it's true. Yeah,
Yeah, I know. You don't have to keep telling. I know you don't. You don't have to keep telling me it's true.
No, you don't have. Okay, I'm not telling you. You're telling me. I didn't say anything. What? They're like, am I the only one gonna talk here?
Do you know what a triangle is?
Great question. Great question.
Yeah, it's a really amazing question. It looks so good. Tasty.
All right. So in the side chat, I went ahead and posted a question for you. Which of the figures? This is a NASA IQ test question sample that I pulled. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Not triangles. What is triangle? Like a three angles?
I believe in you. You got this.
Every.
That is great.
I think every angle, like A, B, C, D, they're not three. I mean, they're not triangles. Look at square.
So none of them are triangles then.
No. Yeah.
So you can't. You can't work. You can't work at Yeah, you cannot work at NASA. Sorry.
Nothing of triangles.
Work.
Well, you know what a triangle then? If none of these are it, what is it?
Well, hold on. I have it. Let me post it for you. Here it is. This is a triangle. Tell me that's a triangle.
Some of the internal angles of this triangle. Why are you asking me this shit? I'm not supposed to be.
You said you're a flat earther, so I'm testing you.
How can I know the sum of the internal angles of this triangle? Which math I have to do and apply?
You have to measure the internal angles of the triangle and add them together.
With a protractor.
Yeah. You measure the separation of the two straight sides. For example, 90 degrees and two 45-degree angles. When you add the two 45 degrees to the 90, fucking shock horror, 180.
Should it be like 540 degrees?
540 degrees?
Yeah. Shouldn't it be 540? No. It's 180 for a flat line. There's three. Don't you see three flat lines at the dots?
His mind is going 180 degrees.
No, I see a bunch of crack, which is just confusing and nothing makes sense to me.
See, that's what happens when you guys watch television.
Oh, you're gonna teach us like what we're gonna do? I mean, who you are? Like, why would you be wasting your time on Discord teaching people?
What a triangle is?
Yeah, because we feel bad for you guys because you don't know what triangles are anymore.
You don't have to. We have ChatGPT, bro. We can learn from them. You don't have to be.
Oh my God! It's the first time I've ever heard that.
It's weird. It is your new god.
Oh,
you are.
Grow up now. Grow up because nowadays you get the answers. You don't need to like use.
Don't need to think anymore. Don't need to critically think. Just listen, repeat, and obey. Gotcha.
ChatGPT, where are my socks?
It's your god.
Okay, but still, you're the guy. But I can definitely say you're the guy who still uses ChatGPT mostly in a lot of ways. I know that.
Not really.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah, that's why you're. That's where you will verify why it makes you obedient or.
No, it's not ChatGPT. Didn't tell me what a fucking triangle was. School did that. I went to school before the internet.
Hey, Jedi, ChatGPT failed the triangle test.
No way. Really?
I actually boycotted ChatGPT.
Oh my god.
I suppose our minds are designed to be efficient, not to be more looking for.
Yours sounds like it's made of Jello and maybe chocolate pudding with corn stuffed in the middle.
Just obey.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what. I don't know what the hell is going on. It's so simple. It's so simple to explain.
We know you don't know, and definitely what's going on. Yep.
You're part of our entertainment. We look for you guys.
Look for you guys? What do you mean? I'm not part of your entertainment.
Okay, what do you think the Earth is? I'm bored of this. What do you think the Earth is again?
Oh, okay. Well, listen. I mean, the thing that I'm saying is that your brain is designed to be efficient, not to be stupidly thinking about too much things at all.
Oh, that's not because you're wearing Spider-Man. Too much things at all.
That sounded contradictory.
Dude, you just admitted that you have a really short attention span. You just told everyone you have a very short attention span. It's hard for you to focus.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that for you, the world you live in, since you have AI running your life, would it be fair to say that it would be easy to shove you maybe in a closet with a chair and a couple of screens in front of you and a pop and some potato chips and you'd be set for life?
That's actually.
I don't know what you're talking about. You got to repeat your words.
I spoke too fast.
I really don't understand.
Yeah, I know I spoke too fast.
I told you, man. 8-second attention span. You got to say it real slow.
Yeah, that's why I like the. So if I would ask a ChatGPT, it will gonna explain me again in a simple.
Like, ask it what a triangle is.
You're not productive.
Ask it what a triangle is.
Not productive. Question for you: when ChatGPT gives you answers, do you question those answers?
I don't know what you're saying, but like, yeah, I mean, I question that. Can you provide me more information?
Question that you can provide more information. How about validating the information? Have you validated the information?
Why would I waste my time validating?
Oh, okay.
No
This
way.
is what we're pointing out. You don't waste your time. Yeah, you don't waste your time validating robots' claims or artificial intelligence claims. You just believe it because what? It's artificially intelligent. It's a computer.
Look, man, I'm not a tech guy, but what I know is that like, if ChatGPT tells you something, it is something that you should rely on.
Let's find out. Let's find out, Jetty. I'm going to post something for you. Check this out. You're going to like this. Are you always right? Are you always right, ChatGPT? Nope, I'm not always right. I give false, detailed, and usually inaccurate accurate answers, but I can still make mistakes, especially if the question is vague or missing
No,
context.
this is a wrong ChatGPT. You're using a Chinese one, bro. Shut up.
What's the Chinese one, bro?
No, the real one gives you the
Don't
answer
spiral
saying that,
out.
Yeah.
Hold on. Slow down, Captain Kangaroo.
Artificial real
on the planet.
This is priceless.
2.
Chinese artificial intelligence does not stand for CIA.
Don't make me reach 1.
No, that's the wrong way around. AI, not IA. I should think out loud less, shouldn't I?
Okay, so I know that the ChatGPT is biased. It have data that is trained by humans. But I think it's more. Yeah, but you know what? I think it's way more reliable than humans having their subjective biases and beliefs. And how?
Yeah, how?
What is a how?
How have you validated anything that ChatGPT does to gain the trust that you get?
Why do you want a validation? I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's because otherwise the computer could turn around to you and say, for example, that the monster that exists underneath your bed is real, and you'd believe it just because the computer. You wouldn't have to look underneath your bed, and you just believe it, and you wouldn't sleep at night. You have to verify things, right, to see if they're true. Now, even ChatGPT, he said we've got to go to the Chinese one, but even ChatGPT will tell you that it's mistaken at times. So you have to verify with what it's saying is true or not. You don't seem to be doing that. You just seem to be taking it all as read.
Okay, why are you giving me a lecture? Why do you give me a lecture?
Because you're dangerously following an AI. Whatever oblivion it's going to lead you, and you're going to be happily on. It's kind of like the story of the Pied Piper, where AI plays the role of Pied Piper, and you're the child along with the happy little tune until it takes you off the edge of a.
Dude, I mean, I don't know where you're going off. I'm so confused. Like, what do you want from
me? Your standard of truth is an AI.
Jedi, I have AI almost to the point. I'm using the standard AI. I'm using the one that the Globers always use, and I just about have it to say that it now believes in unicorns. I'm going to post it when I get ready.
You force that innocent ChatGPT to believe in the bullshit that you're trying to put.
I told it. I caught a unicorn in my backyard. It's a horse-like creature with a horn sticking out of its head, and it said, "Incredible! Show me the evidence." And I'm about to give it the evidence. It's an invisible unicorn, and the way I can prove it, if you look in my garage, you won't be able to see it. Let's see what it says.
What?
It's an invisible unicorn. You can't see it.
What was it? What we're saying?
The proof is that you can't see it. It's invisible. Let's see where AI goes with this one.
Okay, I'm not here to be like good, but like I'm saying, if something cannot be seen, that's unprovable. It's not tangible that you can show.
Seen, what, like optically with the human eye? That's a problem for infrared spectrum.
What? I don't know, man. If you can't see something, how could you be able to prove it?
What, like the infrared spectrum or the ultraviolet spectrum, radio waves?
Okay, I don't know the spectrum and the kind of crap.
Yeah,
that
you
you're
can't
saying,
see
but
them.
I'm
That's
saying,
right. Yeah, so they don't exist, right? Because you can't see them.
I'm
Yeah, we use them every single day.
Up, Jedi. He called it the invisible unicorn paradox.
Oh shit!
Read it. Read it. I posted it for you.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Yeah, he's just freaking out. That's it.
Now, son, I can ask my flat GPT that I created, my own flat bot. I could ask it questions, and it's just going to tell me the truth.
You're just people who are so insecure by these intelligence systems. You're trying really hard to make sure that you can crack jokes about AI while the AI is busy taking over your jobs, taking over everything that you could do with your
My job?
intelligence, and that's
It can't take over my job. I create data for AI. It doesn't want my job.
No, you're not doing a job, and how can it take a job, right? That's why you're on a Discord.
Dude, it's 10 o'clock at night.
But how much longer you're going to provide the data to AI? I mean, there will be a time when the AI will be able to produce its own data and process in its own way.
No,
You know
it can't.
that, right? They're building the
No, it
models.
can't. No, it can't. It has to be fed data to analyze. Yeah, I know how it works. You can't tell me how it works. We're designing the shit.
What you are? I mean, I'm also into it, but like, what you are? What's your?
No, you are nothing. You have nothing in technology related. I can tell just by the way you're speaking, or you tell people you are.
Okay. Okay, but let me know what you are. Like, are you a data scientist, or are you just you're just like a guy who take data from Facebook?
I'm the guy who creates the data for the data scientists. I get it all straightened out for them. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by creating a data. Like, are you the one who speaks and then save the data and then sells
not
to
how
companies?
That's not how AI is fed data.
And what I don't know what the crap you're saying. I mean, like we all humans are creating the data for the AI. Like we're using their products and we're just like
No, I feed true AI data through its back end in order for it to interpret things.
oh my god, this guy is okay. So what's the source of your information? Like,
Oh, I can't give you any of that.
bro.
I can't give you
You can
that.
save me. No, you don't have it. Don't have it. You can save me.
You're not gonna.
one thing.
You're not going.
Okay?
Not going to dox me at all. I'm not giving you any information on it.
You so far giving me a lot of information. I don't.
Yeah, I know. I give you enough information. I'm good at it. I know what an NDA is.
Oh, really? What is it? I don't know. What is it? Like, what's the
Oh, so
NDA?
you're not even in business, are you? It's a non-disclosure
There's a lot
agreement.
of NDA. Oh my god, this is so nerd, bro.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The fuck?
Yeah, you're right. I work at a fucking nerd company.
He's working at high-end technology. For
nerd.
fuck's sake. No, he's allowed to talk about it to everyone all the time.
My God. Where did I jump into?
Oh my god. A bunch of bullshit.
I'm letting him dig his hole.
Yeah. Bazooka, the only bullshit I've heard came from your, pie hole.
Yeah, Mick, you know what the fuck's up. So Mick probably knows the most besides Amish on what I can and can't do.
This guy's deep right now.
But like nobody was asking this. He was asking me something about a POW. I'm trying to say one thing, dude. I mean, like, I was expecting that you're gonna say that to me by opening your microphone, and I appreciate that. You know, I know what people think about me and the Sweezy. That'd be nice. Am I a nice guy?
Dude, I just met you. How the fuck am I
Just met
supposed to
me?
be able to judge that?
Why are you getting angry at me, bro? See that?
I'm not getting
See the
angry.
real frustration coming out of your microphone.
I'm not getting
You
angry.
You
I'm
just
just-
exploded.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all.
Mick's not angry at all. He's probably smiling.
Yeah, I'm laughing.
Nobody asked you to confirm that, bro. Who's asking you to confirm things like, I don't know what is going on with this guy. I mean, like he's trying to gaslight everything. Like he's
You don't
just
know what's going on. You pointed that out earlier. You've no idea what's going on, have you?
Go ahead and explain to the classroom what gaslighting is. Go ahead and explain to the room what gaslighting is.
No, I'm not gonna follow your commands. Who are you? Like, let me see the name, Mr. Super Nice Flat Earth. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. Look at his name, bro. So nerdy.
I'm willing to, if I may, just throw in here. I'm willing to bet. I didn't check on the way in here, but I'm willing to bet we're not in the English hub right now. Am I correct?
You're in.
Are we or are we not in the English club? The English hub.
Yeah.
Oh, we are.
That's a
Yeah.
shame. Nobody's. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Damn.
are.
Oh. Because I would have thought,
we are just
people were
two
more
people
polite
talking
in
here. I don't know.
Normally, it's more a little bit more polite and cordial in here.
That's okay. Bazooka. Bazooka, are you ready? Are you ready?
What for? What? What are you gonna do?
You took the triangle test, right?
Yeah, I'm frustrated about that test.
Why? It's from NASA.
Hey, what the hell did I have to be doing with the NASA, bro? And your picture is not having it's not HD. You took it from a Google. You trying to make it a NASA?
What's the about that? What are you talking about?
You have to go to it,
It's a
and then you take a picture from a Google.
third class quality of picture. You putting a picture from Pinterest and taking a NASA test, bro?
It's a Pinterest picture?
Yeah, you took a meme from
You sound like you're way up on technology, dude.
Thank you, man. I appreciate. You mean to say that I'm really good at it?
Yeah.
If you're saying that, then okay. At least you're saying something good.
Oh, look at my name.
I'd be confused.
Look at my name. How could you expect me to say something not good?
So the Earth is flat. The Earth is a sphere.
Confusing, bro.
What's going on?
I'm a really complex guy. I mean, if you could just talk about something deep, I will go deep.
There you go, Jedi. You're on your way.
No, I can't get that's what she said out of my head until that's gone on. I can't talk.
Okay, up until
I don't know why you guys are
up
laughing.
until
Are you
well,
gonna-
I don't know if
when you're gonna.
I don't know
take
if
me
I can
seriously?
tell this story, but you guys will laugh your ass off. I got to think 1 second because it's from work. If I'm gonna fuck up anything, so that's what she said. I used to say that in meetings, but then we hired a girl, and then I can't say that anymore. I don't know how. That was the easiest way I could say this, but the other way I tell the story is funny. Anyway, go ahead. That's what she said.
Hey, what is going on?
Is the Earth a flat or is it a ball in space, in the vacuum of space, flying around the sun and trailing gas balls and
Why do you want to know
missing
that?
meteorites?
Why do you want to know that, bro?
Because I need to know.
Why do you want to know
That's
that?
why I came here. Look at the title of the room. I think these guys think the Earth is flat. I don't think so. What do you think?
I think you should confirm that by doing a research, not yapping on Discord. How about that? Does that sound right to you? I mean, if it sounds
that's awesome.
good, then that's
Sorry. What about if we've done the research and we think that Discord is a good place to yap about the research we've done?
I don't know what if. I don't care about your if, bro. You're just trying to create a scenario. I'm not here gonna waste time on scenarios. You just
Yeah,
gotta
it's a
do it for real.
hypothetical situation that could possibly be
Real.
true.
You gotta be in that place.
So, for example, I'm a flat earther who's done the research and is now on Discord talking about it. I would be a prime example of what I just said.
Well, if you actually did that, then I would listen to you. But you're still
Keep trying
using
to,
if.
but
You know what
keep
if
talking
means?
shit. We've all been
You know
trying
what
to.
if means?
You just keep talking crap. So, what do you think the Earth is?
The Earth is a ball.
Why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Ball.
Yeah, why? Why do you think the Earth is a ball?
It looks like a ball.
Okay, where does it look like a ball?
I don't know. I've seen that on a picture.
Where have you seen that?
From the NASA.
Okay,
they told
so
me on my.
Okay. Okay. So
Earth is
not first-hand information from yourself, but second-hand or tertiary information that has provided you pictures. Okay.
NASA.
Yeah, cool. NASA. Yeah, that authority.
NASA provided me on the phone. They sent me on the message.
Okay. No, that's fine. How have you verified what NASA was?
Well, I did verify it, but my internet was not working at that time. So
Okay, how were you verifying it until your internet went out?
I asked my friend if it's true or not. He said, yeah, it's true.
Okay, so somebody else who saw the pictures, how did he verify it? Do you know? Or did he just look at the pictures and go, yeah, that's true too?
I don't know. He was editing. But, the way he verified is he went through the scientific process, a complex scientific process. A complex scientific process is integrating data from different variables, layers, multiple layers of the he's going to just like interaction between the research, multiple layers of the studies, and we just done that. You know what I'm saying, right?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, maybe you don't understand what you're saying. So they went through the scientific process.
Yeah.
They went through the scientific process.
You mean I don't understand what I'm saying? What do you mean what I'm not understanding?
Well, let's find out. So they went through the scientific process, did they?
Oh, they went through the scientific process, but they were not scientists.
Okay, but they went through the process. What is the scientific process?
Process that you go through.
Yeah, I know it's, let's say, a methodology that has steps that you follow. What is that methodology? What are the steps that you follow?
That step that you have to first sit down, take a deep breath. Then you have to calm down yourself. And
my
then you
goodness.
have to think about I mean, you have to clear your mind because if you're distracted by TikTok.
When is Bravo going to pick us up? When is the Bravo Network going to pick us up for just a weekly show? And this will just destroy people to hear these people talking.
Coming.
Oh man,
it'll probably be on Comedy Central.
Yeah, you guys are really bad listeners. If you ask any credible person like me, question, you should let me answer it.
It's really bothering me.
You were telling us we needed to calm down. Everybody needs to take deep breaths, and you got to lay down and do yoga and all kinds of crap.
Now you have to sleep. You know what I'm saying? You have to sleep. After doing that, you have to sleep. Wake up next morning if anything happens.
Stop embarrassing yourself. Right, I've asked you what the scientific method is. So far, you've taken me to a fucking meditation. Nothing, not one thing that has come out of your mouth has been anywhere close to what I require as an answer to my question. Shut up.
And Jedi's super nice.
Really nice.
After meditation, I was saying something about science, you know.
What was it?
So, wait, let me get this straight. I got to go meditate and then I do science?
Yeah, because you need... Yeah.
Wait till I tell the guys at work this.
Tell the science, then you can let me know if it's right or not.
They might fire me. They might fire me if I tell them we have to take a nap during the day.
So everyone gets to work in the morning and has to go to meditation class to clear their mind. So from 9 until 10 is meditation. 10 o'clock, science begins. Awesome. So we're at 10 o'clock. What do we do when we do science? Now our minds are clear.
Meditate.
No, we've done that bit. We meditated. Right, now we're going to do the science because the meditation isn't the science.
Hey, don't steal my pillow.
Wake up.
It stays in the bed.
Okay, you
Right,
get
someone else we can talk
you
to.
gotta
This is
wake
obviously
up.
going nowhere. It was obviously
Dude,
a dickhead.
Oh no, let's go to the fucking waking up. Now you did the meditation. Wake up.
And you
Wake
want to
up, son,
continue
now
with
we're
this
doing your
fucking
sign.
bollocks?
Oh, I'm gonna be real now. I'm gonna be
Real
really
now?
objective. Like
Okay, so you're going to be real now, where obviously before you wasn't. Okay, we'll admit. Now you're going to be real. Third and final fucking chance. Scientific method, what is it? What steps? First one, let's go.
So first, you got to find out what you're researching about it. Like, let's say a specific
better, Johnny?
or a specific.
No more bothering you, right?
We're doing it.
Right?
Dude, let me talk. Please. Okay. Now you do the research on what specific thing you're actually trying to get. Like, let's say you're trying to like research about chemicals, and let's say a certain chemical have a certain kind of types, and what is something that you're looking for? Like, what is actually not been found yet? And so, how would you be able to find that thing? You got to study the. You got to collect the data. I mean, how would you do that? I mean, you have to propose specific sort of questions, which have to be systematically following the process of the methodology of the science, right? It's the way through you collect a new data doing an experiment on a specific thing, like a chemical, and then you find out insights, how they relate to the existing data, and what's something new that you just find out in that information. Then you have to propose a kind of information to other people who can just review, and then they can also do the experiment on the same thing again and again, and just to make it more viable and more trusted kind of thing. So then you build upon that knowledge. I mean, you can't say that it's just over. I mean, some scientists can come up and they bring up some new, fresh ideas that can challenge your own existing research. It's like ongoing shit, doesn't really stop, but there is a systematic way to do that. I know that there's mathematical modeling you have to do. You're going to have to incorporate the technology.
All right. I let you carry on, but it's best to stop you there. From what you just said, and I'm going to help you, there are 3 primary steps to scientific method. From what you just said, can you give me the first step, the second step, and then the third and final step, please?
Okay, first your question. What's your question? Okay. And
no.
What is it?
No, that's not correct.
I mean, obviously everything starts with a question.
Okay, but no, we're not asking questions yet. The first step of the scientific method. What are we going to do?
Okay. Why do plants grow towards light?
Okay. Okay. Good question. But first, we have to observe this happening, don't we? Because then we have to ask the question why this is happening, how this is caused to happen. To be more specific. So, first step, we're going to observe something happening, aren't we?
Yeah, you collect the data. I mean, that's
not collecting data. Right. We can. That's good to collect data, but we have to observe the thing happening. We can collect the data about the thing happening. Yes, observe it.
The observations.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're right.
I'm going to try and help you because I don't think you know what science. So I'm going to help you. So we're going to observe happening.
That's so far good. That's so far good. You helped me out with that. Yeah, that's so far good. You're right about the observations. We're going to make a observation on it.
Good. Now comes the question. What's the question?
Why do plants grow towards light?
Let's not. let's not think about a specific phenomena, any phenomena. The question will always be the same. What's the question you about the thing happening?
I mean, dude, like, why would you be stuck with this thing? Like, I mean, I find it to be
Because we're
really
doing
reasonable. I mean,
science,
any normal person
point
can.
out that method to you.
I mean, any normal person can ask this kind of question, like, why do plants grow towards light? I mean, obviously, we're going to wonder around about, like.
Yeah, good. Okay, so why? So what causes that to happen? Yeah.
Okay, so we do the background research. We gotta find out existing.
Hold on, I don't need you to waffle. I need you to listen and understand. Do you know what we've just done? We've observed a phenomenon, and we've asked the question how the phenomena is caused. Do you know what we've just done?
We've done the most part of the scientific method.
We have created a hypothesis.
Oh, well, it
we
comes
create
later
the
on. I don't know what you're
hypothesis from the first and the second step. Because the hypothesis contains, excuse me, the hypothesis contains the two variables, the dependent, the observed phenomena, and the independent, the presumed cause. After we've created the hypothesis, what's the next step in the scientific method? You're doing really well so far.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
You're wrong. You forgot one thing. You forgot one thing that is important. You ask a question. You do the background research. What is existing information about that phenomena? If it's already known or not. You got to make sure that what is something missing. Oh, you didn't say it. You say a question.
When we observe the phenomena, we can collect data. We're going to do the same thing with our presumed cause. We're going to want to know about the cause. We can collect data about the cause.
Yeah.
But when we've got all this together, when we've made the hypothesis, what do we do next?
Oh yeah, hypothesis. You make it about formulating it, and it have to be like testable. Make predictions on the end.
Already made the prediction. That's the hypothesis, but you're going to test it.
Okay.
Yeah, good lad. That's yeah. That's the experiment, isn't it?
Let me talk, bro. Let me talk. It's like plants grow toward light because they need light for photosynthesis, right? Now we just we're formulating a hypothesis. Now we just got to conduct an experiment to verify the variables.
Bingo.
You know what I'm saying, right? There's an independent variable. What you change in the research that you've done so far from the hypothesis.
No, you don't change it in the research. You change it, you turn it on and off, you give it energy, for example, in the experiment.
Yeah, that's the independent variable. They could be subject to the change.
Yeah.
So now,
we don't really need to go on. We've just done the 3 steps of scientific method. First, observation of a phenomena. Second, prediction of cause, creating the hypothesis. Third, testing the hypothesis in the experiment, where you manipulate the presumed cause. The phenomena. That's the scientific method, right?
Yes, that's the way we can. I think we should apply scientific method in a lot of ways to make decisions. I mean, this is one of the most.
We should use the scientific method to elucidate phenomena. That's what it does.
But it's complex. But it's complex to apply that thing in society, or you could just not like really apply that in a systematic way, or like a lot of things like human subjectivity.
What are you talking
because
about?
there's a lot of independent. I mean, I'm saying that like if you apply that to psychology or human, like any kind
that would be
of social or economical structure. I don't know. You're not letting me talk, and I feel obviously that you're not.
He said it's hard
I'm saying if you apply science,
it's pseudoscience.
No, it's not a pseudoscience. I'm saying that
it is. Do you know what pseudoscience is?
It's complex.
No. Do you know what pseudoscience is?
Yeah, the one that you were talking about.
No, pseudoscience is something to be claiming to be science, but doesn't adhere to the scientific method. We've just gone through the scientific method.
I knew that already. I don't know why you're telling me this.
Hold on. Trying to apply the scientific method to sociological problems would be pseudoscience because you couldn't follow the methodology.
I'm gonna talk with ChatGPT. Yeah, goodbye. I'm gonna talk with ChatGPT, and they're better talking with.
For fuck's sake.
Probably going to marry ChatGPT if it becomes available.
Is that it now? Is the party over? Is there any more contestants that want to join us on the dance floor? The flat dance floor. If anybody's got any questions about the flat earth, thinks the earth is a ball, wants to make a claim, has got questions, the floor is yours. Please feel free to ask yourselves. Don't bite or hard.
Can someone help me read Bill?
Yeah.
John Luna, you need to mute your microphone.
Yeah, guys, if the earth is flat, how do doorknobs work?
They work because the door is flat.
How's it going, guys?
It's been a party in here.
Had some interesting conversations.
We had a female scientist in here.
Oh, nice.
She was
Some
great.
have been hilarious. Like seriously, Matrix, I think you might have missed out, mate. Some of the conversations I had you.
I heard a couple this morning before I went to work that was somewhat entertaining.
Yeah, it's been fun. Bit quiet now though, which is a bit of a shame.
The female scientist, was it WRSA? WRSA? No?
Peas and rice.
No. Yeah.
Rice and peas or something.
That's it. She just said a whole bunch of really dumb things. Like, there's no way that she was a scientist. Well, she could have been. I mean, I don't think they have to be that smart. They just have to regurgitate some information to pass their exams, don't they?
No, yeah.
She was.
That they do that hiring now. You as long as you're DEI, you're in, and they qualify.
Yeah. She was saying because boats don't go over the curvature of the Earth, therefore the Earth is a globe, and everyone kept saying, so you're saying because they don't go over the curvature, that's a globe proof? And she was like, yep, that's correct. That's the argument.
Okay.
And it just went
I think I just lit off me seat.
Exactly, man. Then she was saying, well, Galileo proved it was a globe in the 1800s when he's from like the 1500s.
Must be a different dude. Must be like a pizza guy or something.
Yeah, it's like Galileo Johnson. Yeah, some different one. Anyway, what else did she say? I don't know. It was so many people have said so many crazy things in here today. It's been hilarious. Another guy said he doesn't see the sun moving across the sky. He said the sun is stationary.
I heard that one.
He's from the vegan channel.
Yeah, interesting. So there you go, boys and girls. It shows if you don't have a proper diet, you can't think properly.
He said a bunch of funny things, actually. Oh yeah, he was also saying that the wind is caused by the rotation of the Earth.
Yes, he was the one that was using planes, trying to use plane times, flight times as proof of ball.
He also said that you could definitely fly over the North Pole or Antarctica as long as you could, when you apply for your permit, you could just prove that you weren't a threat to any country. And then they would definitely approve your permit to do that. So he wanted.
Excellent. So based on that, as long as I can prove I'm not a threat to anyone, so if I got a license and said, "Look, I just want to fly across here," they'd go, "Where are you from?" "I'm an Aussie." That's good because you're only a threat to meat pies and beer. So if we don't have any of them nearby, we're all safe.
Yeah. He could just tell them he's a vegan. Who's he gonna hurt?
At least he's not going to eat any of me pies. Oh shit! No, it seems like you're having fun in here. Good.
And yeah, just lots of other like silly claims. I mean, the Red Bull jump, people trying to use that as evidence. Yeah, just
you gotta remember,
nothing good.
Being that a lot of these guys are still learning English, and some of them of all different levels, a lot of these arguments will be like, back to 2015 type stuff, 2015, 2016, 2017. So don't be surprised, especially a lot of the younger, newer flat earthers like myself, and don't be surprised if you do find yourself repeating the same boring shit over and over and over again to complete newbies. They haven't heard this stuff, so yeah, it's going to be new to them, and the usual old school arguments will come out and just drive you insane. But yeah, we'll be all right. A few of the older guys will probably enjoy it. They get to rehash all the stuff they haven't heard for a while instead of the newer sophistry that we get in politics.
Yeah.
I think I prefer you on that, Mike.
Is that Timbo?
Yeah.
You're lucky I'm being polite.
I feel like you're not yelling at me.
This is a weird bit. It's the same friggin' volume. I've got the phone exactly the same distance as I have my mic at home.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
Crazy.
Well, calm down, Matrix. No reason to get all upset.
Oh shit!
See, calm down. All right, you'll choke yourself.
Wow. That's funny. That's gold, man. That really is. Why is he so aggressive? Please calm down. You're scaring me.
Why is this guy reversing? Fuck.
Scaring the poor Globers away.
I didn't mean to.
Look what you done. They're all hiding now.
The angry Aussies are in. Hide, quick! Jump behind the couch.
I was going to say you and Radwin should start your own server.
Flat Smackers Incorporated.
It would be quite funny.
I'm very nice now. I don't do that anymore.
Sounds like a cool plan. I'll hold him and he can abuse him. Or is it the other way around?
Well, you can swap.
All I do is give triangle tests. I give triangle tests, and then we see where everything lands.
As soon as they start gibbering, shut up, answer the question. But, shut up, answer the mute. Right. They're triangles. Which one is and which one is not? But, space. Zip, out, next.
You call the server Twiangles.
Triangles. Just play the Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader song in the background. What do we got? 1:45. Alrighty, that's me. I've had me fun in the sun. Alright, Globers, you can all come back out now. The angry Aussie is leaving. Alright, guys, have a good one. I'll catch you later. Peace.
Bye, mate.
I'm going to change my name to the Nice Aussie then. The really a super nice Aussie.
Do I have to change my name too?
Muhammad.
Right, that's 3 for the day, man. Well done. That's fucking funny. Yeah, no, that was quick. Probably not wrong either.
All right, what's going on in here?
Not much, man. Seems to be going for a bit of a lull at the moment. It's gone a little bit quiet. Don't know what happened to the last fucking guy. I think the ketamine caught up with him or something. I don't know if there's any new people in the room, man. You'd have to check.
Well, it's about that time, isn't it? Like, you know, although what would you say most of the people in here would be like? A lot of Indians, a lot of like Arabs.
Yeah. A few Eastern Europeans, a few Portuguese, got quite a few South Americans.
Oh.
So yeah, speckled all over, man.
Kind of that time where people would be sleeping and maybe just getting up.
Yeah, Europe would just be getting up. America and South America would be going to bed. So you guys have, you're up and about.
We're at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Almost 1 o'clock.
What time's it get light in the morning where you're at, Jedi?
Okay, so it's light. It's getting light now.
It's just getting light now? Cause,
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It got light here at 3:15 a.m. It got light here.
Yeah, I'd say that as well. So it's just starting to crack dawn within the last half hour or so.
It's 4:47 here and it's sunny outside.
You guys like fucking vampires or something?
Yeah, man.
Mate, 10 p.m. I'm in bed. And then I get up at 5 in the morning, so, and then that's it. But I can't stay up late. I turn into a fucking potato. Can't think. I can't do anything.
That's fair enough.
Unless I'm drunk. It's funny when you have a few drinks and you think you're the smartest person on the planet. You get like, but you listen back to yourself and you go, "Oh my god, you're an idiot." Have a few drinks, I stay away from Discord.
I think it's funny when you've had a few drinks and you're on Discord.
Me or in general?
No, you. Definitely not in general. You're one of the only people that I can actually tolerate who's when they're on Discord. Most people I've got a very short fuse.
I think it's the over talking, yeah. Like I know, like I get a little bit excited too when I have a few drinks, and I think that you gotta kind of jump in and get everything straight.
You're definitely the one to do it when you've had a couple of drinks, aren't you? That goes for anybody. I'm not saying you. I'm talking about the ubiquitous, as in when we have had a drink, we are the one to answer the question. There comes that confidence. You'll sort it out. It'll be fine.
You get better at talking and drinking the more you talk and drink.
Yes, but not the more you drink. I think beer's okay, but once you switch from beer to something else, then you start going, Maybe I should just mute.
Yeah, the hard stuff will catch up with you quicker, that's for sure.
Yeah, very quickly, yeah.
Yeah, I finally got the little ones to pass out. That was a nightmare today. This is really late for them. They had
How old are
cookies
they?
and ice cream. I think that was what did it. Huh?
How old are they? I think I've asked you that before.
Oh yeah, my two boys are 7 and 9, and my daughter, she's 4.
Oh, cool age.
Yeah. Their mom goes to work at like after I get home, my day job, so I'm stuck with them.
Oh,
They
you're
get
like
to have
passing
fun.
ships in the night.
Yeah. They get to have fun for like
hard
half
at
the
that
day.
relationship, then, don't you?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They don't even know what I do at
Most
work.
of the time.
Yeah. Go and work my ass off, and then I get home. You didn't do anything today. Hurry up. You have to do all the chores at the house on top of doing all the job. Awesome.
I do a lot of that too because I finish earlier than everyone else. So I get home first, leave the house first, but no one notices that, you know. I get home first, so I tend to tidy up and cook dinner and stuff like that. And then they all wander in the house at like 5:30, stuff like that. Like that, you know. Oh, you'll be fine. You finished work at 3:30. Like yeah. Then out of the house it's 5. Why are you so tired? Because I fucking lift shit all day and fix things.
Yeah.
It's winter for you at the moment, isn't it?
It is winter. You're deep in it.
Yeah, it's deep in it. We're just about to come up to the winter solstice for you or summer.
So I hear from Globers that the Earth is flat. It should be sunny everywhere. You should see sun everywhere. So we're seeing sunlight everywhere almost. So Earth is flat. There you go, YouTube. Bring it on in.
I'm not talking anymore.
I hear you. I know what you're saying. I mean, I gotcha. I just needed to get in there because we got.
No, I'm not talking
23 minutes left.
Anymore.
27 minutes or 23 minutes left. 27.
I'm not talking anymore.
28 minutes left or whatever.
Like I said, Radwin, I'm always glad to hear your voice, Radwin. Always glad to hear your voice. Always. You know, the one-liners are just to die for. When you drop them, I'm nearly dying in my stomach there, you know, stitches.
Are you the easternmost person here?
He is. Yeah. Those jokes just come in right
I'm
on
from
time.
Center Earth.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of voices, I noticed earlier, I don't know if anybody was there, but isn't there a guy like on, in FE who was speaking earlier who sounds just like that guy from Home Alone? What's his name? Fucking.
I remember Kevin.
Yeah.
Not Kevin. Like, the short Italian guy there. Not Al Pacino.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci.
Is it just me or somebody sounds just like Joe Pesci?
He does.
Neil from FED sounds like Joe Pesci.
All right.
Oh shit, that was funny. I thought it was
Is he in
him. I was
here?
like, what the fuck? Yeah,
That's very
like,
funny.
sometime yesterday.
And Radwin sounds like one of the old Simpsons voice actors.
Yeah.
I've shown you who before. What voice did he used to do? He was also in Herman's Head.
How do you know I'm not a voice actor?
Well, I don't know.
It's true. It's true. You could be.
For all we know, we got Joe Pesci on our team. Shit. Oh, that's
probably old now.
Radwin reminds me of someone who could easily be in the cast of Cheers. Do you remember Cheers? With their one-liners and that? Yeah, Radwin would fit right in there. Do you remember Cheers, Radwin?
Of course.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, that was one of America's long-going sitcom, and it was brilliant.
Oh.
Yeah, you look it up. Cheers.
Is it like in seasons or something? Is it like a season?
Oh, there's loads of seasons, yeah. Untold seasons of that stuff. And it's really
Is it very
good,
long?
all of it.
Wow.
Yeah, and Radwin would have been well at home in that in the cast. The way his jokes, that's where they come from. I think he's been copying.
I don't copy people.
Yeah, I know.
It's just too easy to pop jokes off on these guys.
Yeah, you've lived a good life. You're ready.
Ignorance is bliss. Sorry. So, like for the Globers, is it like a motto for them? Ignorance is bliss.
Okay, we got 15 minutes thereabouts.
So, T-Dub, we left Australia out of this day again.
Okay. Yeah. T-Dub sounds like a vaccine that you get in your arm.
Uh-oh. Anyway.
No, I'm not. I'm the disease.
Yeah, so we purposely leave Australia out on July 8th. It was planned that way.
Well, that's... can I speak to the manager?
You're going to have to file a complaint with timeanddate.com. That's where the complaint forms are at right now.
Okay.
I'm looking at that CGI glow going by the window there that someone's posted. Funny.
I'll show you how that shot was made. Here you go. This is exactly what they use, and this is how the shot is done. And if you pay attention, you'll see they move the car, and the background is still. But here's how. Let me find it.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing with Elon Musk's rocket then, because it looks like the rocket is not really going up, but the scenery is moving down, going downwards at a rate to simulate the rocket going up, and then the rocket's from side to side slightly. That's a giveaway there. That's just CGI nonsense.
Images take forever to load in Discord.
And then it does, doesn't it, sometimes? And then you've got this plot that's just telling you nonsense, not related to reality, but it's there clicking away, miles and distances covered, speed.
There it is.
Yeah.
Pay attention to this, and you'll see the capsule spinning with the background still. There you go. This is how they shot that. They used this portable room.
Ah, right. Look at that.
Wait, so they openly acknowledged this is how they produced it?
No, I'm telling you how they did it.
Like this is the way to do it.
Yeah,
this is how they did it.
Yeah,
This image came, the one I posted just now. is about the same time the Tesla car came out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but
and NASA has like 24 studios, so they can definitely do it.
I'm saying this video, this is a NASA studio that they acknowledge that they have to do shit in general.
Yeah, if you watch the original video, you'll see you watch it in slow and in pause at points that you'll see flashes. Like you can get it on the frame, and you'll see the parts of the studio, the like all the metal beams and stuff, and and green screen, and you'll see it. You watch it. I'm serious. I showed one Glober, and he's like, no, and like, yeah. Like, that's from the original, man. That's from the official channel on YouTube.
So here's my question. What shit would NASA need studios for?
Exactly.
And why would they need 24 of them?
Exactly. You say, why would you need 24, fully equipped, more so than
I think even Hollywood might not have 24. Hollywood has less.
Why would you need one in NASA?
Yeah.
And why do they share it with Disney?
There you go.
Is that true? They share the space with Disney. Is that true?
They probably
Disney
rent it out.
these are actually Disney's made studios for NASA.
Yeah. Walt Disney was affiliated with them, and so yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that. There's a picture of Von Braun and Walt Disney together, and the rocket. So they were working together all along.
This should be a red flag for the Globers. I can't think of any circumstances where a space agency would need studios to record anything. I mean, I can understand training facilities where they can film from, but not studios.
Yeah. Video editing rooms, for example, that might be okay. That's fair enough. But a studio, 24 of them, that's an awful lot. And these are top of the state of the art, massive buildings.
So what, do the Globers just think they leave them vacant? I don't think so.
Yeah.
They're obviously being used.
Yeah, the astronauts live there when they're meant to be in space. They're there hanging out, hiding out.
Yeah, taking photos of each other with high-grade equipment.
With their iPhones.
You just saw guys running around in spacesuits. Those are not the guys that you saw on TV.
That's right. That's right. They're not the guys. Okay, how many minutes we got left?
I'm sure all that footage was shot months before.
Got 11 minutes left and counting.
Good.
You don't have a look. It must be. My sky must be dark now. Must be. Yeah, of course it is.
By the way, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. You probably are, but this only came to my attention yesterday. Gleason, who created the new standard map of the world, the 1892 AE map, was a self-proclaimed flat earther. Were you guys aware of that?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I did the map. You see.
Right. Well, Globers claim it's a projection. I was obviously didn't do my research and due diligence and took the story from the Globers that it was a globe projection, when in actuality it was a flat map created by a flat earther. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Gleason said that. He made it. He created that one for the schools and colleges to learn the layout of the Earth. That's what he said in his book. Gleason said that. You can read it yourself.
It conflicts with England, and their map looks like this.
But didn't
for airship travel. This is for airship travel, right there.
Thanks, Radwin. Thanks, Radwin. Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
But did Gleason not take the azimuthal equidistant projection as like a base in the first place? Or not?
What do you mean? He created that map?
So wait, do you mean he was he's the originator of the azimuthal equidistant projection in the first place?
Yeah.
Oh, is he? Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure.
map.
I thought you were.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But I always thought it was a globe projection. This is what the Globers had convinced me early on in debates. So I never looked into it. That was my mistake. So I just assumed it was a projection of a globe flattened out, basically. But that's not true. In Gleason's own words, it was a flat Earth map. He was a flat earther.
But how did he create it though? Like, what was his starting point? Because as much as it may have been a flat Earth
azimuthal
map,
equidistant map, I think he copied the azimuthal equidistant map.
That's what I mean.
Right.
If he copied the azimuthal equidistant projection map, which is a globe projection, right, to do his, which is basically almost the same thing, is it not just basically a rebranded global projection? I'm a little confused.
So he created an updated version. So the Gleason's map is called the AE map because it's basically a copy, but it's an updated version, I believe.
Okay, because I understood that the one key distinction between the AE, like the typical just raw projection, and his is that he actually introduced a legend or like a scale. So as you approach the extremities, the scale of what constituted like 1 inch on the map shrank or grew. I forget. It changed. So it wasn't any. You know what I mean? I think Indio talked about this at some point, and then by using that, things do measure up. Whereas without it,
from the center point, yeah,
okay,
from the center point.
But besides that, it's just basically the AE map.
Yeah, which is just cartography data, isn't it? It's just raw cartography data. You get the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant projection.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently he's got a book which I wasn't aware of. Is the Earth a globe? I thought that was interesting that had passed me by. So they claim that the AE map is a projection of the globe, but I suppose he wanted to highlight and sort of publish that no, this is just raw cartography data and this works with a flat Earth, and he believes the Earth's flat. I'm still looking into it though, to be honest. This is only stuff that I've looked into since last night. By the way, what's this countdown, Jin? You keep giving us. What are we counting down to?
Oh, we're all going to be taking pictures of the sky to see whether it's daylight all around the flat Earth. Well, there should be many people seeing daylight at the same time, proving flat Earth and not globe. Okay. And my sky has now got dark now. It's still grey. I can still see. It's not pitch black. Still grey, but yeah, I can still see the light.
Didn't say you're going to have the sun. It just says daylight. You're going to have some form of light.
Yeah. I gathered that. I'm not looking for the sun. You're right.
And Matthew Learns even said, "Oh, that could be twilight. All these other sort of light." And I said, "Oh, okay. So that's light, not darkness."
Yeah. So that's what this is all about. We're going to take pictures of the sky and then compare them and then see what we got.
Wow. Why? My computer is 2 minutes off from my iPhone. That's not normal.
Someone's hacking you, man.
No, you can't hack me.
Are you sure?
Probably a glitch in the Matrix, Redwood.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to have to come over here to start hacking me because that'll be fun. Dude, I would do that. I would start coming over here. Make sure you don't call first. And you might want to tell people where you're going.
So are we supposed to take pictures of the western sky or
Whatever sky, wherever you see light at.
Yeah, but in my case it's like, you know, noon. Like it's just past noon, so the sun is up high.
Yeah, that's normal. It doesn't matter. We just need a shot of the sky that has light so we can say, haha, see, light.
Daylight, yeah. So is it like some kind of calculation that is only supposed to be on the 8th of July, or is it applicable to every day?
Wait, do you mean like is just like does this happen once a year type thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Every July 8th. Every July 8th.
Oh, really? Okay. Shit. Never heard about
So
it until...
we're going to need another comparison as well, maybe like 5 or 6 months later, to see if there's a difference and how much difference there is.
In 6 months, it'll be dark outside for me.
You live in the poles?
Yeah, I live in Ohio. So unless we switch our time, because that's why we have daylight savings time, unless we switch it or whatever time you pick, it'll be dark until we switch our time to make it light in the morning. Not many people just change their time twice a year. We change it forward an hour or back an hour, depending on what time of year it is.
Daylight. Yeah. I'm still. Yeah, now that my eyes are settled down a bit now, yeah, I'm still seeing daylight, just barely, but it's there. Definitely seeing daylight. It's not at all.
So you might want to snap that picture.
Yeah.
Now my computer is 1 minute behind my watch.
Yeah, I'm going to wait 1 more minute and then snap it. Yeah.
The Globers would call that time dilation, Redwin.
Ah.
Are you by a big building?
No.
Well, then it's phantom time dilation. I'm quite proud of that one.
That's our minus T.
Yeah, that's it. Take the pictures now, guys. 5:15. Take your pictures now.
Yeah, my picture doesn't matter what time, only because it's morning for me. It's just getting lighter out, so. California needs to start posting theirs, but I don't know where the California people are at.
Redwin, it looks like you're in the UK and I'm in the US with the weather.
Yeah, I see that. Well, it's the first day we've had clouds. It's been almost 100 degrees for the past 5 days.
Okay, so I'm taking the pictures. Let's see what I've got first.
Mick, the guy's still going to be able to identify your screen.
Shut up.
Tamper with the metadata.
Yeah, that thing I didn't think about. Should have, but fuck it. He's got to push it up, you know. I'm less worried about Discord. It's the fucking AI crawlers on fucking YouTube and shit.
Okay, so that's the picture.
What are they going to do? Yell at you?
I don't like yelling.
I can't upload any image here.
Oh, I think you need the perms.
You might be too new. Pass it to somebody else who can. My doors are closed because if I leave them open, all my fans will show up again.
Oh yeah, we're pretty hot on the.
Send it to me if you want.
I was talking to Jeremy yesterday. If you know Jeremy, he hangs around in Earth Awakenings. He genuinely believes he's one of the top 5 flat earthers in the world. He's genuinely serious as well.
Yeah, the guy's a wally.
He's definitely, he's not even top 20, mate.
He's not even top 200. What are you talking about? Top 20. You're giving him too much credit there. He's not top 200, the lemon. Yeah, he does fancy himself as a top-notch, like he'll win any debate and everything. Nah, come on, Jeremy. Can't decide. He doesn't make any proper decisions, does he? It's very contrary. I don't like that in someone when they're not taking things seriously.
He was so confident and sincere with his comments as well. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
The guy only knows sort of like basic arguments though. Like, yeah, he's got a good grasp of the subject, but when it comes to the technical stuff, you know, the things like Viking, Sporadic, Shane, some of these guys can get into the technical details. He has anywhere near that kind of knowledge.
Right. Yeah. True. There was a period where he was talking about planes landing on the Earth if it was rotating. You know,
Most of our
dealing
DMs are
with the
closed.
Coriolis. He was into that for a while.
Yeah, but that's New Perspective's argument. Like, New Perspective really
Mine and New
honed.
Perspectives, that one. That's been mine and New Perspective with the tangential point of landing and that. Really, but they've been pushing it quite hard. New Perspective and Flat Earth Dude together.
Yeah, when I say New Perspective's argument, he leads with that argument in a lot of debates. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of his thing. And I think that's where Jeremy's picked it up from, because when I heard him, he was speaking about it yesterday, and when I heard him speak about it, it was like verbatim what New Perspective says.
There you are.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking good arguments and reusing them if they're correct, but you can't call yourself a top flat earther when you're using other people's arguments. You know what I mean? You got to be the creator of these arguments.
I agree. Okay, I'm going to post some of these images now that I took just now. Just trying to get the best one of the two.
I want to post mine, but I cannot DM anybody.
Here come the boomers, 15 minutes late to the party.
Yeah. Okay, sit down, sit down.
Sorry, Jim. I keep calling you a boomer. I need to stop.
Well, it's not me. I'm doing mine. I'm sending my stuff. Do you know what I mean? I got no worries, boomer or not. I'm technically savvy to a point. Yeah. Yeah, there was a guy yesterday in here, right? And he was talking. I kept asking him why wouldn't he check it, because he's asking all these questions, and I said, all these questions would be alleviated if you just went out and checked. What is wrong with that? And it kept saying, but that's anecdotal again. But you need to know yourself anyway, don't you? You have the right to go and check. I have the right to check what the scientists are telling me. Yeah, that's what we do, So then I coined this situation up. I said, right, all of you who have checked that the Earth is flat, can you come to the front, please? All of you check. Those of you who haven't checked, can you go to the back of the queue, please? Because you're in the way at the moment. Get to the back of the queue. I just want those who have checked. Yeah, okay. Oh, well done, Tony. Yeah, Mark? Yeah, go in there. Wicked, wicked, wicked. Yeah, those of you who haven't checked, can you go to the back of the class? There's some equipment there. Pick up that equipment, go out and check, and bring back your findings. Okay, get to the back now. That includes you, Joseph. Get to the back of the queue. See what I mean? Yeah, really wound him up. That hurt him. He was complaining that I did that to him. Complaining to the other flat earthers. Jin said you got to go to the back of the queue if you haven't checked. Well, you have to. You're not experienced, are you?
Yeah. That's the humble thing to do, right?
Yeah. You go to the back.
Yep.
And let those who have checked come to the front, because they know. Now you don't know. You haven't checked yet. So go to the back of the queue. Yeah, I posted my image. Did you like it? (8:15) p.m. 8:15 p.m. Japan time. That's what the sky looks like. Okay.
There are a lot of the cars that small in Japan. I just have this vision of them all driving tiny cars.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. They do drive small cars. Some of them drive big cars as well. But that's the style. That's the preferred model they like.
It's actually just nice to see everybody's view from their windows right now.
Yeah, well, this one is outside of the house, out onto the little walking path, and then I took the picture. If you scroll back, you could see what it looked like before, about 45 minutes before. So if you scroll back just a little bit, only a little bit, you'll see my picture should come up that I took. Radwin took a few as well. And my shot is there, same location. And it's a lot brighter, isn't it? In just 45 minutes. Significant change, yeah. And that was taken at 7:30ish, 7:45. Let me get the time correct for you there. So same place, run about 45 minutes earlier. Let me see now. Yes, we've got, 7:31. So if you go back, you'll see the shot at 7:31 looking really good. So roughly 45 minutes later, and there's a significant change, isn't there, in the brightness of the sky.
Fucking iStar again in politics. Get his ass over here. Let's deal with him. He's doing my head in.
Who's that?
Rob Utah.
Oh, yeah, Wally.
He tends to join all the channels that don't have many people in them.
Yeah, he's moving himself around now.
Earth is flat.
Go ahead.
Why Earth
Good,
is flat?
thank you.
Did you say why or my Earth?
Why?
Well, that's how it's measured, observed, utilized within industry. That's how it's treated within nature.
Yeah, there's no curvature.
So you believe Earth is flat?
We
It's
know
not
it's
that
flat.
we believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that it's utilized, observed, measured, and treated as flat. I mean, if you was a pilot or if you was in ballistics, rocketry, it would actually be illegal for you to try and treat the Earth as anything but flat and stationary. And I say illegal, like you
look
have
at
to
the
treat
space,
the Earth
it
legally
seems like
as
it's flat.
non-rotating. Yeah, it doesn't just look flat. It is flat in the sense that if you want to build something or if you want to travel over the Earth in an aeroplane, you must treat the Earth as flat and stationary. It's a requirement for engineering.
Well, but you look at the space, look like a flat. I agree.
Well, no, I can't say that space is flat, although the cosmologists are saying that. The cosmologists are saying that space is flat and that Earth occupies the center of the universe. This is a recent consensus amongst the cosmologists. And if you want that source, if you look at the Principle, that's where that's come from, the Principle documentary. And you see the cosmologists arguing amongst themselves and have come to a conclusion that space is flat and Earth occupies the center of the universe. Yeah.
Cosmos is changed every year. What if it's changed? You believe the same thing?
Can you say that again, please?
They found new. Yeah, cosmic
change.
Searches change every year.
Was he saying changes every year? Goldsmith.
Okay, what is changing? You believe?
What is changing?
Okay,
Nothing is changing
What's
in
the
my life.
difference?
Nothing is
What's the
changing.
difference between believing in a globe and flat? what's the difference to my life kind of thing. I think he's asking.
Oh, what's the
well
difference?
called,
Well, the
Daz.
difference is being in something that is not true, that you haven't proven for yourself. That's an embarrassment. And then you are understanding that the earth is flat because you've checked it, so you know that's an uplift. That's integrity. That's honest. It's up to you. That is the difference. One is a lie, one is the truth.
Okay.
The difference is one is a religious belief system, and one of those answers is empirical, repeatable, and testable evidence. Which side? If I gave you two arguments and I said one of them requires belief, religious belief, and the other requires systematic experimentation of the natural world, which argument would you say is the stronger of the two? Did he leave?
No, I didn't hear him leave, so he must be there. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't catch his name. I don't know if he left.
Yeah, neither did
think
I.
he did.
Yeah, I didn't catch his name.
That question really annoys me. What would change? It's such an arrogant question. It's like, it's like asking, oh, if history was different, what would change? You have no idea at this point the context in which things would change.
Welcome.
There's an endless amount of possibilities of things that would change.
I like pointing out that nothing changes practically. Yeah, if you found out the Earth is flat.